A devastating shipwreck claimed thousands of innocent lives. Li Feng woke up on a freezing, eerie, deserted island. Surrounded by an endless dark ocean and a terrifying primitive forest, he shivered in the cold night. Survival seemed absolutely impossible in this mysterious, deadly place. Just as deep despair set in, he found another survivor hidden under a massive reef. It was Lin Ping, the stunning 40-year-old mother of his former CEO. Beautifully preserved like a 30-year-old young woman, the wealthy widow now lay completely helpless on the wild beach. The social hierarchy was completely overturned on this island. The former security guard, harshly fired by her daughter, was now her only hope. To survive the wild beasts and the freezing nights, the proud female executive had to rely entirely on the man she once overlooked. "Protect me, and I will give you absolutely everything," she pleaded, deeply terrified by the island's strange noises. Li Feng smirked coldly. "To survive here, you must play by my rules." As mysterious shadows lurked in the dark forest, their thrilling and dangerous island survival began. Freezing water splashed violently over Li Feng, jolting him awake. "Damn it, who threw cold water on me?" He cursed, his entire body stiff and freezing. He lay on a cold, desolate sandy beach under a night sky dotted with sparse stars and a bright moon. He rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the vast, dark ocean. A bright moon hung over the endless sea, painting a beautiful but haunting night scene. Suddenly, the horrifying memories flooded back. They had unfortunately encountered a catastrophic, deadly shipwreck that destroyed everything they had. The mysterious island was terrifyingly silent and deeply unsettling. The vast ocean lay ahead, while a massive pitch-black primitive forest loomed menacingly behind him. "What the hell is this cursed place?" Li Feng cursed aloud, struggling to push himself up from the wet, freezing sand. He patted his pockets frantically, only to find all his belongings gone. A fierce sea breeze blew past, making Li Feng shiver uncontrollably. "It is so cold," he muttered. He desperately needed to build a fire, or he simply wouldn't survive until the dawn broke. Just as he was pondering how to make a fire, a mysterious figure caught his eye. Underneath a massive stone reef lay a woman, lying completely motionless on the beach. Li Feng approached cautiously, wondering if she was still alive in this freezing, unforgiving wilderness. Getting closer, he saw her long, wet hair spread elegantly across the sand. She wore tight jeans and a clinging t-shirt. Li Feng's eyes widened in surprise. She had a perfect, voluptuous figure, a narrow waist, a beautiful curve, and an impressive bust. She was absolutely stunning. He wanted to check her condition immediately. It would be a terrible pity if such a gorgeous woman died here. Even if she was dead, residual body heat might help him survive the cold night. He squatted down, but then he saw her face clearly. "Aunt Lin." Li Feng gasped in sheer shock. The woman was Lin Ping, the mother of his former CEO. Li Feng had worked hard for years to become the security captain of the Lin Group, protecting the company with his unwavering dedication and absolute loyalty. But the moment the new Lin Ping's daughter took over, she fired him without mercy. Depressed, he had boarded the cruise ship to head overseas, only to meet this disaster. Thousands of innocent passengers had been swallowed completely by the ruthless dark sea. "Damn, what a small world," Li Feng sneered coldly. Remembering the arrogant face of the CEO who fired him, he felt zero desire to help her mother. However, he recalled that Aunt Lin had always been reasonably kind to the company's hard-working employees back then. While distracted by his thoughts, two soft, alluring moans reached his ears. The sound was incredibly charming. Lin Ping's body suddenly trembled, her chest rising sharply as she coughed up a mouthful of salty seawater. She was still alive in this harsh, freezing environment. "Aunt Lin, I didn't expect you to survive." "Don't be afraid, I will give you CPR," Li Feng said, quickly moving into action. His body was still stiff from the cold, causing his large hands to land slightly off the mark as he pressed down. He began performing chest compressions and artificial respiration, working frantically to save her. After a few intense moments of rescue efforts, Lin Ping suddenly opened her mouth and violently vomited a large amount of seawater directly onto the wet, cold, sandy beach beside her. "Oh, hooligan. Pervert. Stop it." Lin Ping screamed as she regained consciousness, realizing a man's hands were pressing on her chest. Panic seized her, and she began to struggle wildly, completely terrified by the sudden intimate contact in the dark, cold night. Since her husband died in a car crash 10 years ago, she had remained completely chaste. Despite being 40, her pure lifestyle kept her looking younger than 30. Countless successful men had begged for her attention, but she firmly rejected them all without hesitation. She had incredibly high standards for men and preferred to remain alone rather than settle. "Please don't touch me. They'll give you money to find other women, just don't touch my body," she pleaded, weakly, terrified of losing her precious purity in this wilderness. "Aunt Lin, it's me," Li Feng said calmly, pulling his hands back. Hearing his familiar voice, Lin Ping stopped struggling and looked at him in utter astonishment. Why was Li Feng, the security guard her daughter fired, on this strange, deserted island with her? A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Was Li Feng a stalker who had followed them onto the ship to assault her? As she panicked, the top buttons of her soaked shirt suddenly popped open, revealing a breathtaking glimpse of her flawless, delicate white skin. Li Feng happened to glance down and saw the captivating sight. Oh, Li Feng, I am your Aunt Lin, your CEO's mother. Don't you dare do anything reckless. She shrieked hastily, covering her chest with her hands, desperately, wanting to flee the scene. I haven't been with a man for over 10 years. I've kept myself completely pure, Lin Ping declared, her arms crossed tightly over her chest in a defensive posture. She was determined to protect herself from this young, rugged man in this wild place. Does your 10 years of purity have anything to do with me? Li Feng replied with a careless shrug. It wasn't like she had been saving herself for him. He couldn't care less about her wealthy widow status right now in this dangerous situation. You brat. I'm 40 years old, 15 years older than you. Don't even think about targeting me, Lin Ping warned, terrified of being violated. If such a scandal ever got out, she would be too deeply ashamed to face anyone ever again. You've been lonely for over a decade. If you don't use it, it'll be useless when you're old. Li Feng teased, his eyes scanning her voluptuous figure. She still had an undeniable charm, exuding a mature and intoxicating feminine allure that was hard to ignore. You hooligan. You pervert. Lin Ping cursed, scrambling to her feet. She stumbled away across the sand, trying to put distance between them. In her years as a widow, she had firmly rejected countless young men trying to court her without any hesitation. After running about 10 meters, she realized Li Feng wasn't chasing her at all. Suddenly, a bizarre, terrifying bird cry echoed from the dark, primitive forest behind them. A massive flock of seabirds scattered into the night sky in absolute panic. Oh! Lin Ping shrieked, startled by the eerie screech. The freezing sea breeze hit her, instantly waking her up to reality. They were stranded on a deserted island in the dead of night. This place was undoubtedly crawling with deadly hidden dangers. Without a man's protection, she could be torn apart by wild beasts at any moment. Beasts wouldn't show mercy just because she was beautiful and sexy. They would only bite harder into her soft, delicate skin, devouring her alive without a single thought. Li Feng, can we make a 3-point agreement? Lin Ping asked, shivering violently as she hugged herself. She maintained a safe distance, too scared to approach him, but too terrified to stay alone in the dark, freezing wilderness of the island. What do you want to say? Li Feng asked coldly. Lin Ping hesitated before speaking. First, you can't bully me. Second, you must guarantee my safety. Third, you must treat me well. She looked at him with pleading yet proud eyes. You're not my mother. Why should I agree to your demands? Li Feng flatly refused. They were stranded on a dangerous island filled with unknown crises. He could barely guarantee his own survival, let alone protect a demanding, high-maintenance, wealthy woman. If you keep me safe, I'll restore your position as security captain when we return. I'll pay you 30,000 a month. Lin Ping offered desperately. With that money, you can have any woman you want. Don't target me. 30,000 was a massive salary for an ordinary person. Li Feng only made 10,000 before. Stop painting illusions. A good horse doesn't eat turned-back grass. Since your daughter fired me, I never planned to return, Li Feng retorted sharply. Leaving those words behind, Li Feng turned and walked toward the ominous dark forest. He needed to find dry wood and start a fire using friction. Without a fire, they would definitely freeze to death before the sun came up tomorrow. Li Feng, where are you going? I'm scared. Lin Ping cried out, panic seizing her heart as she watched him walk away. The dark island felt incredibly sinister, and the shadows seemed to close in on her from all sides. I can't meet your conditions. Let's just go our separate ways, Li Feng said without looking back. He still held a grudge against her and her daughter. He had worked diligently only to be fired just for not saluting the new CEO. Li Feng, my daughter was wrong to fire you. I even scolded her for it privately. I apologize on her behalf. Lin Ping quickly softened her tone, realizing she had no leverage. She desperately needed this man to survive the night. If an apology could solve everything, what would we need laws for? Li Feng replied coldly. It wasn't that he was petty, but a simple sorry couldn't erase the humiliation he suffered. He continued walking toward the terrifying tree line. A piercing gust of sea wind blew past, chilling Lin Ping to the bone. The island felt increasingly bizarre and dangerous. Seeing Li Feng disappearing into the distance, she wanted to chase him, but feared he might take advantage of her. If she didn't follow him, she would surely be eaten by wild animals. Torn between her pride and her fear of death, she stood frozen. Li Feng, wait for me. What are your conditions to protect me? She finally shouted loudly. Gathering her courage, Lin Ping ran after him. Li Feng stopped and glanced back at her. Unless you agree to be my woman, I have no obligation to protect you, he stated bluntly. The proud CEO's mother was completely stunned. Aunt Lin was indeed arrogant. With her incredible figure, she could have easily survived in ancient times just by her charm. You brat. You dare target me. I've crossed more bridges than you've walked paths. She angrily rejected his bold demand. If you don't agree, I won't force you. When a beast tries to eat you, tell it you've been pure for 10 years and beg it to let you go, Li Feng mocked, turning away again to head into the dark woods. You infuriating brat. Are you trying to anger me to death? Beasts don't understand me. Lin Ping yelled, her chest heaving with rage and fear. She was freezing, terrified, and completely out of options in this savage, untamed environment. Beasts don't understand you, but I do, Li Feng said, taking a step closer. Lin Ping's breath hitched in nervousness. Wait. Please wait. She panicked, raising her hands to stop him from coming any closer in the dark night. It's freezing cold. If we strip naked now, we'll die of hypothermia. We need to build a fire first. If you take good care of me, I'll be your woman. She compromised, her voice trembling from both the cold and fear. Li Feng thought her words made sense. In this freezing weather, if they undressed, they would turn into stiff popsicles. It was much smarter to find firewood and start a fire first to solve their immediate life-threatening crisis in the wild. All right, once we solve the warmth and food problem, you'll be my woman, Li Feng agreed with a nod. Okay, no problem. Lin Ping gritted her teeth and nodded, her survival instincts temporarily overriding her long-held pride and chastity. I hope you aren't lying to me. I hate being deceived the most, Li Feng warned sharply. He had been betrayed by her company before, leaving a lingering shadow. He stared intensely into her eyes, demanding absolute honesty from her. Silly boy, I'm an experienced woman. Why would I lie to you? Put your heart at ease, I won't deceive you. I have nothing to lose anyway, Lin Ping said, biting her lip and giving him a captivating, seductive look. Her gaze was incredibly enchanting. Dragging their exhausted, freezing bodies, they finally reached the edge of the primitive forest. Although the moonlight was bright, the inside of the dense forest was pitch black and incredibly intimidating to look at. Entering blindly could mean walking straight into a predator's trap. Li Feng, this forest is so dark. Can we really find firewood here? Lin Ping asked, her face pale as she shivered uncontrollably in the freezing midnight wind. Sure, don't speak. Get down. Li Feng suddenly whispered fiercely. Spotting a mysterious dark shadow moving within the trees, he quickly tackled Lin Ping to the ground, firmly covering her mouth with his hand to keep her absolutely silent. Lin Ping cursed inwardly at her fate, a lament that was part despair, part incredulous resignation at having been cast ashore on this desolate island. Li Feng, trying to mask the severity of their predicament with a crude levity, muttered that a woman's company would make the misfortune more bearable. They crouched in the lee of the beach, hearts taut as they listened. From beyond the treeline, a shadow stirred and released a series of bellowing roars. The sound was deep, resonant, and unnervingly close. Lin Ping flinched. The voice belonged to a man whose throat could command attention. There was something raw and tempestuous in its timbre. Such temperaments, she knew, were the most perilous to cross in a lawless place like this. Lin Ping's thoughts flew to her daughter Lin Ting. She prayed silently that the girl had survived the wreck. Tong Meng, in his own coarse cadence, swore that he had seen no other living soul. His use of profanity set Lin Ping's teeth on edge. Civility had remarkably become a comfort she yearned to preserve. Tong Meng caught himself and offered a perfunctory apology, but the facade of politeness could not quite disguise the lecherous appraisal by which he continued to measure Lin Ping. The cold pressed upon them with an unforgiving insistence. Li Feng urged that they must find wood and make fire, for without warmth and the fuel to sustain it, their bodies would fail them to hypothermia or dread exhaustion. Tong Meng produced from his person a steel waterproof lighter and ignited a small, steady flame with an ease that spoke of preparation. Presented with this advantage, Li Feng consented to let Tong Meng accompany them in gathering wood. The practicalities of survival overruled immediate distrust. As they set forth to scour the environs for dry tinder, Tong Meng's manner reverted repeatedly to coarse flirtation. He ogled Lin Ping with blatant appetite, offering lewd jokes that tried to turn misfortune into license. Lin Ping shrank reflexively behind Li Feng. Li Feng, however, perceived a darker calculus beneath Tong Meng's brashness. The man's ostentatious friendliness and careless speech were masks for a mind that plotted and prowled. Each gratuitous compliment, each crude jest seemed to probe for weakness and to measure their exhaustion. On the surface, they traded smiles and barbed pleasantries, but under those smiles both men kept their hands near hidden weapons of intention. Li Feng's assessment hardened into resolve. If Tong Meng's presence meant a mortal threat to them, then neutralizing that threat might become the only route to survival. The forest closed around them as they moved, and between the crackle of their tentative fire and the hush of the trees, a lethal silence gathered, a silence that promised danger and demanded decisive action. Tong Meng wore his intentions on his face, leering at Lin Ping with appetite. He complimented her anatomy in crude terms and toyed openly with the idea of possession. Lin Ping answered with polite detachment, but her distaste was evident. She was repelled by his gaze, by the vulgar hunger that followed her every movement. Tong Meng dismissed her rebuke as a joke, reminding everyone that on this deserted isle the usual rules seemed bent. Li Feng watched him, constantly alert and unblinking. He had no intention of confronting the man until they had food and warmth. Only then might he risk exposing himself. They searched the clearing for dry branches. The island, long neglected by human hands, yielded much deadwood beneath the canopy. The moon made the world a place of sudden silver and deep shadow. Even so, the thicket remained a black mass. When they gathered, Li Feng kept his guard high. They stacked the timber beneath a protective reef boulder to prevent the wind from scattering their hope of fire. At last, Tong Meng produced a windproof lighter and coaxed a flame into life. The tinder took, and a bright, hungry blaze leapt up among the branches. For the first time in many hours, they felt warmth visit their frozen limbs. Lin Ping crouched by the flames, rubbing her reddened hands. Her damp clothing clung to her, the jeans tightened by seawater accentuating the long lines of her legs. She tried to dry the fabric against the fire while keeping her composure. Tong Ming stood too near, making coarse remarks about the wetness of her clothes and suggesting with a leering smile that the three of them strip to dry by the flames. She flushed with anger and humiliation, imagining the indecency of such a scene. Li Feng snapped at Tong Ming to hold his tongue. The man apologized outwardly, but his eyes remained insolent, seeking to provoke with the promise of danger. Li Feng warmed himself in silence and thought of his past employ at Lin Shijichuan, where he had been the head of security. Skilled and lithe, he had the experience to climb or to fight, but he had no wish to reveal his full capability too soon. Exposure would only breed suspicion in Tong Ming and complicate whatever plans he might need to enact later. The island offered no medicine and no sanctuary for recklessness. He kept his distance and watched the interplay between the two while the fire ate at the night. A new hope appeared when Lin Ping noticed a stand of palm trees along the nearer beach, rows of coconuts bright in the moonlight like sentinels at the shore. Thirst and hunger tugged at them all. Coconut water could slake the thirst, and the flesh might still sustain them. They hurried to the sand, Tong Ming close behind his gaze, following Lin Ping's graceful back and the curve of her hips with crude hunger. Her skin prickled beneath his stare. From beneath the palms hung yellowing coconuts, numerous and heavy. Lin Ping pointed upward with sudden relief. Tong Ming announced with loud bravado that he alone could retrieve them without effort, eager to display his prowess to the woman he coveted. He moved to climb, determined to win her favor by force of showmanship. Tong Ming wrapped his arms around the trunk of the coconut tree and hauled at it with raw animal force. He laughed with a crude bravado, boasting of victories over women whose waists he claimed to have broken with his strength. The tree swayed under his assault, its leaves trembling, yet the coconuts remained immovably fastened. Lin Ping watched with startled admiration. His power was undeniable, even if his intelligence seemed lacking. Still, brute force alone could not bring the fruit down. Li Feng stood nearby, parched and impatient, weary of Tong Ming's bluster. He offered to climb, but Tong Ming would not relinquish the task. Stripping off his jacket, Tong Ming hoisted himself up the trunk with sinewy agility, mocking Li Feng's youth and underscoring his own supposed superiority. From the sand, Lin Ping lowered her voice and warned Li Feng to be cautious. She had observed men enough to recognize malice when she saw it. Her caution sprang not only from concern for Li Feng, but from a dread of what Tong Ming might do to her should he be allowed to act without scrutiny. As she spoke, a weight fell from above. A ripe coconut hurtled toward Li Feng's head. He reacted with the speed of a startled cat, dodging at the last instant. The fruit smashed into the sand, leaving a deep crater where it struck. The near miss left them all shaken. Tong Ming perched in the branches, feigned contrition, offering a clumsy apology and blaming poor visibility. Li Feng did not accept the pretense, though he kept his silence for the moment, waiting for a safer opportunity to respond. He understood with a chilling clarity that the throw had not been accidental. They ate the tender flesh with appetite, and for a while exhaustion softened the edge of their fear. Lin Ping stretched out her legs and allowed herself a moment of repose by the fire, the moon hanging above the vast dark sea like a polished disk. The surf whispered ceaselessly, and the night carried a fragile serenity. Yet beneath that tranquility there remained a tension that would not be entirely quelled. Tong Ming's gaze lingered on Lin Ping in a way that made both Li Feng and Lin Ping uneasy. She rose hastily, unsettled by his stare, and the fire which had burned brightly began to gutter as fuel ran low. Realizing the wood would not last the night, Tong Ming suggested they search for more driftwood. Li Feng rose to help. Lin Ping wished to contribute, but worried that leaving the fire might expose her to danger. Her clothes were still damp, and she felt vulnerable. Tong Ming insisted she remain by the flames, offering to protect her with a leer that made his intentions plain. Li Feng smiled gently and said he would accompany Tong Ming to gather timber, trusting that the proximity of two men would be safer than leaving her alone. Tong Ming at last laid his cards on the table, abandoning any pretense. Li Feng bristled instinctively, every nerve alert and ready to strike at a moment's notice. They had just endured deprivation, and cold weakness had prevented violence then, but with their immediate survival secured, the underlying conflict threatened to erupt. Li Feng listened with contempt and disbelief. He could not accept Tong Ming's assurances. The thought of complicity in such a crime repulsed him, and he understood too well that a man who advocated murder and sexual violence would not hesitate to eliminate a convenient accomplice. Tong Ming, for his part, flaunted a history of depravity, arson, extortion, rape, and with a malignant grin, he assured Li Feng that loyalty within such an alliance would be absolute, that once they were bound by the same atrocity, there would be no motive to betray one another. By the fire, Lin Ping felt the atmosphere shift like a storm gathering. She sensed danger with an instinctive chill and wrapped herself tighter against the night. Listening to them speak, dread tightened her throat. Tong Meng's tone grew predatory. He mocked any claim she made to fidelity, ridiculing her protestations and treating her retort as not only implausible, but a provocation. Lin Ping answered fiercely, insisting she had remained faithful since her husband's death 10 years prior, yet the sleaze in Tong Meng's leer remained unimpressed. The verbal assault escalated into crude threats, and the men's exchange devolved into lewd laughter and taunts that reduced her to a target. Tong Meng lunged forward with murderous intent, his fist aimed squarely at Li Feng's brow. The blow came with brutal speed and force. Li Feng narrowly evaded, and Tong Meng's punch met only empty air. Seizing the opening, Li Feng closed the distance with stealthy swiftness and reached for Tong Meng's throat, seeking to lock him into a choking hold. Tong Meng, formerly a fitness instructor and by no means without skill, recoiled a half step and eluded the grasp. Li Feng's fingers missed. He flowed immediately into an elbow strike that slammed into Tong Meng's chest with crushing impact. Tong Meng staggered back, breath clipped and ribs protesting from the force of the blow. Fury made Tong Meng reckless. He charged again, reckless and wild. Li Feng sprang upward, using both knees to deliver a devastating airborne strike to Tong Meng's chest, driving his weight and momentum into the attack. Tong Meng cried out and was hurled backward, rolling across the sand, stunned by the unexpected ferocity of his opponent. Lingering resentment fumed in Tong Meng's eyes. He had presumed that his height and raw strength would easily intimidate Li Feng, but the latter's calm strength and hidden skill belied such assumptions. As Tong Meng staggered to his feet, his voice rose into fevered hatred. He vowed vengeance with obscene vitriol, his intent plain, as he flung himself toward Lin Ping with predatory desperation. Lin Ping shrieked and fled, terror propelling her away from the struggle. Li Feng moved like a guardian between them, boots sweeping Tong Meng's legs and sending him sprawling. "Do not so much as lay a finger on her," Li Feng warned, then turned and pursued the fleeing assailant without hesitation. He could not let this creature escape. To let Tong Meng live was to invite future treachery. From the tree line, Tong Meng scrambled into the dense thicket, then crouched in shadow. He taunted them. His voice, carried by the wind, promised that he would never rest until he had extinguished them both. The darkness of the forest swallowed him and made his threats feel all the more sinister. Li Feng lingered at the edge, poised with a length of driftwood clenched in his hands, wary of plunging into the ink-black woods where vision and footing would be betrayed. Lin Ping's voice trembled as she implored caution, urging Li Feng not to pursue into such peril. The moonlight only touched the sand. The forest was a black maw. Tong Meng's laughter echoed from within, ribald and menacing, boasting of past pursuits and of the cruel intentions he had once harbored toward Lin Ping. Li Feng tried to draw him out, goading him into a fair confrontation, but the man remained hidden among the foliage, intoxicated with bravado. Abruptly, a guttural scream split the night. Tong Meng's cry was horrid and short-lived, then silence fell thick and suffocating. A metallic tang blood drifted faintly from the forest like a warning. Lin Ping, stricken with dread, called out for Li Feng to return. Panic seized her. She imagined every monstrous possibility that the black woods could conceal. Li Feng did not advance into that darkness. He shrank back toward the fire line and told Lin Ping to remain close to the flames and not to move. Clutching the wooden staff, he kept his gaze fixed on the tree line, listening for any sign of life or threat. The night hung heavy with foreboding, and the blood scent in the air confirmed that something terrible had occurred within the shadows. A tense hush had settled over the forest after Tong Meng's piercing scream, as though the trees themselves held their breath. Lin Ping peered into the dim tangle of trunks and shadow, terror and uncertainty written across her face. The woods were oppressively still, a silence so complete it felt like a presence. "Li Feng, what is in the forest?" she whispered. Li Feng shook his head slowly. "I do not know what lurks in the trees." They spoke in fits and starts, weighing possibilities. "Could it be wolves?" Lin Ping ventured. "Impossible," Li Feng replied. He dismissed that notion. A pack of wolves would seldom dispatch a man with a single lethal strike. "A tiger, then?" she pressed. "If it were a tiger, we would have heard a roar, and the undergrowth would be noisy," Li Feng reasoned, ruling that out as well. Their minds grasped at conjectures and returned empty. He could only hope the rescue team would arrive soon. The island exuded an uncanny malice, and whatever had attacked Tong Meng seemed both ferocious and chillingly efficient. There had been no struggle, no cry for aid after that dreadful outcry. A gust of wind swept through the camp, stirring the branches and sending a thin shower of leaves into the firelight. Lin Ping shrank against Li Feng, pressing into him, as if seeking shelter from the unseen peril. "This place terrifies me," she murmured, clinging to him. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you," Li Feng said, folding his arms around her and holding her close. For the first time in over a decade since her husband's death, Lin Ping allowed herself to feel the simple comfort of a man's embrace. The years of self-reliance and stoicism ebbed away in that warm containment. She discovered with a gentle surprise that she still longed for care and tenderness. Li Feng's lips brushed her cheek, and she sighed a sound of surrendered longing. She called him softly Lin Ai, then corrected herself and said his name with gratitude. Her voice was hurried, shy, and earnest. Li Feng, thank you for saving me. Promise you will cherish me and keep me safe. The pragmatic necessities of survival returned with the morning chill. They spoke of Tong Ming's body and the weatherproof lighter he still carried. It was a trivial object elsewhere, but on this island it was indispensable. If we can find his body, we can take the lighter, and it will make keeping a fire far easier, Lin Ping observed. Li Feng agreed securing the lighter would ease many tasks and raise their chances of withstanding the island's harshness. As they planned, desire and fatigue vied with practicality. Lin Ping rubbed her aching side and admitted that her body felt spent. She massaged her thigh and thought of her daughter and of the raft of bodies claimed by the sea. The memory of that sudden savage swell thousands swept away hung between them like an accusation and a lament. Tomorrow we will search the island for Lin Ting, she resolved. I will go with you, Li Feng pledged. They slept near the fire, the surf's cadence lulling them. Hours later, Li Feng was roused by soft, agonized sounds escaping Lin Ping. He reached for her and found her forehead burning. She mumbled and turned feverish and restless. Lin Ai, what is it? He cried, panic displacing the night's weary calm. Her skin was scalding beneath his hand. He shook her and called her name, but her eyes fluttered and her words were ravaged by heat and delirium. Guilt pricked him sharply. He reproached himself for the intimacy they had shared, afraid that her weakened state, since being washed ashore, had been worsened by the shock and exertion. Lin Ping, half in fever and half in dread, whispered that she felt as if she was dying. Tears tracked hot down her cheeks as pain and fear took hold. Promise me one thing before I go, she begged in a voice thin with suffering. Li Feng gathered her to his chest, smoothing her brow, and clung to the desperate wish that he could stave off the sickness. Li Feng gathered her with urgent tenderness and vowed that he would find Lin Ting. He soothed her with steady assurances, but Lin Ping's mind remained restless. She feared for Li Feng if he were left alone on the island, picturing a solitude so profound that it might consume him. The thought of him enduring endless nights, facing the boundless sea in isolation, filled her with agony. Her kindness made her worry more about others than herself. When her breathing grew thin and fragmented, Li Feng's anxiety deepened. He checked her feverish skin and felt a burning heat beneath his hand. Recollecting lessons from his grandfather, he had been raised in a remote village and apprenticed in both medicine and martial arts. Li Feng judged the fever to be perilously high, likely near 40 degrees Celsius. He knew that without prompt cooling and treatment, her brain might suffer irreversible damage. The sea's distant hush and the rhythm of the waves made the night feel unbearably fragile. Determined to buy time, Li Feng heaped stones into a crude hearth around Lin Ping to shield her from sparks, while the fire also served to ward off prowling beasts. He pressed a brief benediction to her brow and promised to return quickly with herbs. Grasping a torch and a stout branch, he hurried toward the tree-line. The fire behind him burned like a solitary beacon in the darkness, a fragile sentinel against the vast, indifferent night. The forest closed upon him in a chill that seemed to seep into his bones. Under his torchlight, the trunks and roots wore grotesque silhouettes. The air acquired a metallic tang. He followed the scent of blood with mounting unease. Nearby lay the body of Tong Ming, propped against a rock, his eyes grotesquely wide, as if he had died staring. A terrible puncture marked the spot over his heart. No other wounds marred the corpse, yet the single injury had evidently been fatal and swift. The thought of a predator with such formidable power unsettled Li Feng greatly. Recalling his grandfather's counsel to meet fear with boldness, Li Feng barked curses into the darkness. The raw, angry words were like a challenge, and though he did not indulge in superstition, the tactic steadied him. He rifled Tong Ming's pockets and found the lighter he had hoped for. With the new lighter, he kindled fresh tinder and fashioned a brighter torch from dry branches. There was neither time nor inclination to bury Tong Ming. The fire flared with urgent brightness, illuminating the forest and his own taut features. Confronted by the sudden savage movement, Li Feng braced himself. His heart hammered, but his limbs remained ready. The ambiguous menace of the island revealed itself in that moment, austere and unforgiving. The torchlight trembled as he prepared to defend Lin Ping and himself against whatever force had claimed Tong Ming. The forest closed in around that single desperate struggle. Li Feng snarled, "Even if you rose from the dead as a Jiangshi, I would still defeat you." The memory of what Yai once taught him steadied his breath. He forced himself to remain composed. He did not truly believe in the undead. When Tong Ming's body collapsed, something uncanny stirred nearby. A dark mushroom-shaped mass slowly lifted, a pallid silhouette against the night that sent a chill through him. As it reared, revealing the upper length of its body, Li Feng's blood ran cold. It was not a revenant at all, but a colossal king cobra. Its head flared like a grim banner. The serpent must have been 4 or 5 meters long, its lower coils knotted upon the ground, while its head and upper torso loomed, eyes locked onto him, like cold lanterns. Fear crawled along his spine. This creature was perilous and could eject venom that felled even the mightiest beasts. He retreated with a torch in hand, each step measured yet urgent. The king cobra advanced with deliberate menace, the air thickening with oppressing dread. Li Feng would have preferred wolves to such a predator. He suspected the snake had recently laid eggs and was now driving away intruders from its territory. Unwilling to engage at close quarters and risk being sprayed with venom, he stooped, plucked a pebble, and with practiced precision flicked it from his fingers. The stone struck the cobra's eye. Years of training under Yi had taught him many martial disciplines, among them a nimble flicking technique. With steady practice, one could make a playing card slice a cucumber. The serpent writhed violently, thrashing through the grass, twisting in agony. Snakes hunt by scent rather than sight. Their eyes are vulnerable. Having wounded it, Li Feng withdrew hastily and put distance between himself and the danger. Beyond the immediate peril, he cautiously searched the undergrowth for medicinal plants. Beneath a tree, he found chehu and several other herbs, a fortunate discovery that could quell a fever. As he reached for them, a sound from above made him look up. Coiled among the branches was a small, iridescently patterned viper. Li Feng did not hesitate. He rifled another stone and struck the snake's head. The creature fell, its skull grotesquely deformed. With the immediate area cleared of venomous threat, he gathered the herbs with meticulous care. These simples would cool Lin Ai's fever, and he cradled the fragile bundle before hurrying away from the forest. When he emerged onto the beach and saw the fire still burning, relief washed over him. He had been taught with tension all through the jungle. The sight of the blaze steadied him. Approaching the flames, he found Lin Ping still unconscious, feverish and burning. "Lin Ai, I found the herbs," he murmured, kneeling to feel her brow. The heat of her skin told him the fever had not abated. He kissed her forehead, then improvised a decoction. With no fresh water at hand, he used coconut water as a substitute, employing a half coconut shell as a pot and a folded scrap of paper as a basin. He arranged 3 stones into a makeshift hearth and simmered the herbs until the infusion was ready. After the brew cooled slightly, he returned to Lin Ping, propped in his arms, coaxing her to take the medicine. When she could not swallow, he held the liquid in his mouth and administered it, gently refusing to let her refuse what might save her life. He then sat awake by the fire to keep watch, listening to the tireless rhythm of the sea. Under the pale moonlight, the black forest and the vast ocean stitched themselves into a lonely, exquisite tableau. Li Feng felt the weight of solitude press upon him. If Lin Ai were to die, he would be utterly alone on the island. As he sat, Lin Ping stirred and half-dazed called out, "Husband." Her fever had retreated, her grip softened, but her mind wandered. She confessed in a fevered whisper a sorrow for a husband who had died 10 years before and the long nights of loneliness that followed. The words were raw and intimate, an ordinary woman's yearning laid bare. In her haze, she pressed close, believing Li Feng to be the man she had lost. He hesitated, aware of the gulf between duty and desire, yet he allowed himself to reciprocate her embrace. Beneath the moon, with the sea's surge swallowing their sounds, they surrendered to a mutual solace. Their closeness, born of exhaustion and longing, dissolved the cold vastness of the island for the night. Dawn found the two of them on the shore. Lin Ping, exhausted and warmly drowsy after their night together, murmured with genuine relief how fortunate she felt to have someone by her side. Her decade of longing for her deceased husband had left its mark. Sleep softened the ache, but did not erase it. Observing her pale, weary face, Li Feng brushed a tender hand across her cheek and vowed quietly to care for her, to spare her further weariness. He did not promise forever, only his steadfast presence in the hours and days to come. The sea thundered against the rocks, its ceaseless surge a solemn backdrop to the fragile intimacy between them. Li Feng kept watch through the long night, reluctant to let sleep claim him lest danger approach in their vulnerability. Hunger gnawed at him as the hours passed, but he suppressed it, determined to wait for daylight before seeking sustenance. When the eastern sky began to pale, a crimson sun rose over the limitless ocean, painting the horizon with such beauty that even sorrow seemed briefly stilled. Lin Ping awoke and for a trembling instant embraced him as if he were the husband she had lost. The spell of fever and grief broke around her. She realized with a fresh stab of sorrow that her husband's death had been true, not just a fevered illusion. Overcome, she sank to the sand and wept, laying bare the years of loneliness and reproach that had no witness. Li Feng, guilt and awkward tenderness mingling in his voice, apologized for the haste of the previous night. He confessed he should not have taken advantage of her confusion, even as he defended his intention to protect and comfort. Lin Ping's tears were bitter but honest. She insisted she bore him no blame. What had been given in the dark was given in the name of survival and solace. Her anguish softened into a rueful acceptance and then into a resolute composure. She reminded him with a faint smile that she had weathered storms before and was not so easily shattered. For all her hardships, she had been married only once and had known only Li Feng among men. Compared to many she half-yoked, she had been a sort of paragon of chastity. Their strange sudden intimacy felt to her less like transgression than a shared salvation. Their intimacy shifted from the private to the practical as day broke. Li Feng, still bound to duty and survival, reminded her that they must now search for fresh water and food if they were to endure. Lin Ping, newly resolved and tender, accepted his leadership with a soft summons that called him Lo Gong Uspan Din, a voice that was both warm and resolute. Together they rose to face the shore and the vast unknown beyond, two imperfect companions bound by circumstance and a fragile emergent trust. Dawn arrived with an ache in the chest. Lin Ping pressed her palm against her abdomen and admitted in a voice thin with hunger, "Li Feng, I'm starving." The two had not eaten since the calamity aboard the cruise the previous night's desperate exertions had drained them both. Li Feng surveyed the shoreline where waves rolled in with relentless force. He proposed calmly and pragmatically that they scour the beach for remnants of the wreckage. Objects from the stricken vessel might have washed ashore, and luck could furnish them with provisions or tools. They combed the sand for a long while, hope ebbing with each futile sweep. The surf offered nothing but detritus. Lin Ping, clutching her midsection as a dull pain flared, urged Li Feng to abandon the shore and try the forest. Catching fish without nets would prove difficult, and the hunger in her stomach demanded more sustaining fare than mere seafood. Li Feng agreed. The island's interior loomed dark and inscrutable, a primeval forest stretching to the horizon like an inky sea. The memory of Tong Meng's death at the hands of an unknown creature made Lin Ping hesitant, but Li Feng, drawing on a quiet confidence, said daylight would mitigate some of the peril. Lin Ping surprised him with acquiescence. She smiled, wry and affectionate, and joked about loyalty and marriage. Their light-hearted banter belied the gravity of their situation. When a brisk wind cut through the trees, Lin Ping shivered. Without ceremony, Li Feng took off his outer garment and draped it around her shoulders. She protested in mock outrage, fearful he would catch cold, but he only insisted that he could not bear the thought of her suffering. She kissed his forehead in gratitude. The moment of tenderness slid into mischief when Li Feng asked how she would repay his kindness that night. Lin Ping replied with playful coquettishness and a denial that she was a novice. Their laughter chased away some of the island's chill. Before they entered the forest proper, Li Feng handed Lin Ping a stout wooden staff. He warned of venomous serpents and stinging insects that lurked within the undergrowth. The staff could prod aside hidden threats and serve as a brace through the uneven terrain. They set off together close enough that neither could be lost from the other's sight. Lin Ping pressed her palm to the grass and swept aside foliage as they advanced, a small ritual to prevent a surprise strike from whatever might slither beneath. They pushed deeper into the wood, guided by that practical instinct when the forest offered no obvious landmarks. The air grew cooler and an undercurrent of unease threaded through the trees. Suddenly a distant roar rolled toward them and the vegetation ahead trembled. Li Feng moved instinctively, planting himself between Lin Ping and the sound. He told her not to panic and to stay as close as possible. She gripped her staff, attempting to steady her rising fear, but the noise swelled until a shadow bolted from the greenery with the speed and ferocity of a gale. Lin Ping cried out. Li Feng braced for confrontation, every sense alert to the shape hurtling toward them. A shadow streaked from the reeds, charging toward them like a diminutive tank. For a moment Li Feng thought the world had tilted, then the beast revealed itself, a wild boar, black as soot and easily 2 to 300 jin in weight. Its flanks were streaked with blood, countless crimson lines scoring its hide. It had clearly been mauled by some predator and, panicked, had fled into the open. "Get out of the way," Li Feng cried, thrusting Lin Ping aside with reflexive urgency. She tumbled into the grass, face pressed into the damp blades, disheveled and terrified. The boar wheeled tusks, gleaming white and lethal. If one of those ivory crescents met flesh, it would leave twin gaping wounds. Li Feng sprang up, a roll in the air and a swift downward strike with his staff that landed hard upon the creature's spine. The blow did not slay it, for he had no blade, but it made the boar howl and hurl itself deeper into the meadow. Sensing vulnerability, the animal's fury intensified. It charged for Lin Ping, whose legs trembled and whose breaths came sharp and shallow. She scrambled toward a tree as if to climb, shrieking that the boar meant to gore her to death. Li Feng could not bear to see her struck. He surged forward in a single sweeping bound, and with both feet launched like an iron battering ram, delivered a crushing kick to the boar's flank. The creature spun and collapsed in a thunder of rolling body and splintering dirt. As the boar staggered, Lin Ping made for a lofty trunk, desperate to escape the beast's renewed onslaught. In her haste, she grasped a brittle branch that cracked beneath her weight. A trailing liana looped around her throat, catching as she fell. For a breathless instant, she hung there, swaying, her face flushed and eyes rolling, as if the world had narrowed to a single terrible point. Li Feng's heart seized. There was only one woman on the island. He could not imagine such a fate for her. He vaulted to the tree with feline agility, clutching a stout limb and using his core to hook his legs upward over the topmost bough. Suspended head downward, he hauled Lin Ping up and into safety. She coughed and sobbed, ribcage heaving as air returned to her lungs. Embarrassed and trembling, she scolded him for patting her chest rather than his hands. Searching her back, he apologized with a sheepish smile, chastened by the narrowness of their escape. Tears streaked her cheeks. She confessed she had nearly hung herself and vowed never to repeat such a folly. Below them, the boar thudded against the trunk with brutish persistence, wild with pain and anger. Li Feng leapt down from the canopy like a striking hawk, declaring that if the ancients had sung of heroic tigers, then he would be the man to fell this boar. He concentrated every ounce of his weight and the force of his descent into the staff. The strike cracked across the animal's skull with a sound like splitting timber, and the stick snapped in two. The creature reeled, dazed and disoriented. Abandoning the ruined staff, Li Feng pinned the boar and hurled himself atop it. He seized stones and beat the head until the savage thrashing ceased. Each blow landed with violent finality. The earth seemed to quake beneath the exertion. When the frantic struggle ended, the boar lay still. Lin Ping watched with a cocktail of fear and admiration, whispering that he was so formidable she felt compelled to worship him in that moment. The sight of the subdued beast, its carcass cooling, brought a hard, immediate relief. Li Feng, desirous of learning primitive skills, attempted to butcher the boar with a shard of stone, but finding a suitably thin and sharp rock proved elusive. As he searched, a faint and intermittent cry carried on the forest wind, a timbre unmistakably feminine. Nearby, Lin Ping fretted aloud about the absence of a cleaver and her hunger. She longed for the roasted meat. Li Feng hushed her and listened more intently, certain he had heard a human voice pleading for help somewhere deep within the trees. The plea was sporadic, dispersed by gusts through the canopy, as if swallowed, and then spat back by the jungle itself. Lin Ping at first dismissed the notion as fanciful, perhaps a symptom of désir, but when Li Feng rose abruptly and insisted he had heard a woman, her bravado gave way to alarm. She allowed herself a sliver of hope that the cry might belong to her daughter Lin Ting, though the thought quickly mingled with apprehension. They moved without hesitation. Where there is peril, there must be swift aid. Li Feng did not allow sentiment to paralyze him. He charged forward with a stout stick, every motion swift and uncompromising, and struck the serpent's eye with a single precise blow. The python convulsed in pain, thrashing its immense body. Its head rolled, and its tail whipped across the clearing with catastrophic force. Lin Ping, who had rushed forward to assist, was knocked down and flattened by the thrashing coils, tumbling onto the earth as her weapon skittered away. For a breathless instant, all three stood vulnerable beneath the serpent's spasms. The wounded python, maddened by pain, opened its cavernous maw and lunged once more toward the girl. Its teeth, arranged in serried rows, gleamed with lethal promise. A single bite could maim or destroy. She screamed, pleading with desperate childlike sorrow that it spare her face, and her chest lamenting that to be eaten would deprive her of the life she had scarcely begun. Li Feng, fury and purpose hardening his expression, surged forward. He meant to end the threat and prevent the cruel consummation of her fearful plea. A python reared its heavy head and lunged down toward Yu Zili's shoulder. Li Feng intercepted with a horizontal swing of his club, delivering a blow of such force that the serpent's skull fractured and it recoiled, slithering hastily into the undergrowth. The reptile fled. Li Feng did not pursue. It was but one snake, and tracking it offered little advantage. Yu Zili collapsed to the ground, breathing in ragged, frightened gulps as she checked herself for injuries. She worried the snake might have taken a piece of her flesh. Li Feng stepped forward with the offer to examine her, but she flapped her hand over her chest and refused, embarrassed. When she finally reassured herself by checking her body and finding no wound, a tremor of relief passed through her. Yu Zili explained that she too had been aboard the cruise, a third-year student at Yanjing University who had intended to travel abroad for the summer before the ship met the storm. She recounted the calamity between breathy interruptions and sobs, and Li Feng listened with a practical calm that reassured her. Aware that there were others who had suffered the same fate, she felt less adrift. Hunger and thirst surfaced as urgent complaints. Yu Zili looked at them plaintively. She had been wandering for some time without food or water. Li Feng answered that they had recently brought down a wild boar, but had yet to discover a potable source. The prospect of roasted meat brightened her exhausted spirits. Lin Ping urged they first fashion cutting tools from sharp stones before preparing the carcass. While Li Feng jested lightly about Yu Zili's flustered exclamation earlier when the snake cornered her, the mood softened into a brief moment of human levity amid the crisis. Lin Ping offered a mild rebuke born of maternal protectiveness, but the banter settled their nerves. Li Feng, mindful of propriety, restrained his teasing and allowed the moment to pass without impropriety. Together they advanced toward the wreck, carrying purpose as their shield. Hunger and fatigue lingered at the edges of their thoughts, yet the possibility of salvage, tool supplies, or shelter within the ruined aircraft offered a tangible hope. Each step through the dense foliage carried them nearer to an uncertain discovery, into the fragile promise of survival born from solidarity. After traversing a stretch of dense jungle, the three of them emerged beneath the titan of a tree. Its trunk was monumental, requiring the linked arms of 2 or 3 adults to encircle it. Once a stately canopy, the tree now presented a barren left flank, while its right side remained lush with foliage. Embedded within the leftward boughs lay the remnants of an aircraft. The wreckage fused with the tree as if time had conspired to make them one, bore mottled green moss across its fuselage. The nose had been crushed into an unrecognizable mass, while the tail remained largely intact. Several trunks had pierced through the cabin and continued their ascent into the crown, lifting the crashed plane roughly 4 or 5 meters above the forest floor. The craft was a ruin, fragmented and grotesquely contorted. Lin Ping stepped forward to inspect it more closely, only to be checked by Li, who urged caution. Li Feng, squinting at the mangled cockpit, muttered in perplexity that the plane resembled those flown by Haikongua during the Second World War. It seemed impossible that such machines should appear on this island. Li suggested they might simply have strayed off course and collided with the tree. Li Feng found the explanation plausible. It was well known that many aircraft vanished during that turbulent era. This one appeared to have met such a fate and become lodged in the arboreal giant. Lin Ping hoped they might recover something useful from the wreck. Li, still trembling from a recent scare, recounted how a python had suddenly slithered from the cabin and nearly swallowed her whole. The memory left her visibly shaken. She counted herself fortunate to have met Li Feng and Lin Ping. As they spoke, a hissing sound issued from inside the plane, causing both women to blanch. The serpent had returned. The hiss chilled the air. The python had retreated into the fuselage, and Lin Ping urged that they must find a way to drive it out if they were to search the cabin. Li Feng, impulsive as ever, declared he would dash inside and kill the snake. Lin Ping gripped his arm and forbade such recklessness, warning of the cramped and hazardous confines of the cockpit. Li echoed the caution, anxious at the thought of Li Feng risking his life. The two women entreated him with a mixture of scolding and concern until he reluctantly yielded to their pleas. A sudden movement announced itself as half of the serpent's body slithered free of the cabin, its tail still concealed within the wreck. The exposed coils fixed them with a cold, malignant stare. A gust of wind swept through the clearing, bringing with it a prickle of frost that ran along their spines. Li Feng, as if affronted, strode forward with a wooden staff in hand. Lin Ping and Li blocked his path, reminding him that the snake's elevated position gave it a deadly advantage. When Li Feng ignited the tinder, dense smoke began to swell and the heat rose. The python writhed in agitation and at last abandoned its lofty station. It plunged several meters and crashed to the earth like a living boulder. For a few tense seconds it lay there, then rather than attack it recoiled and fled into the underbrush. Lin Ping exhaled with relief. Li Feng, with a brusque bravado, jest that if the creature had chosen to fight them, he would have turned it into a spicy snack. Li shuddered at the thought and confessed she would sooner starve than partake of such fare. Encouraged by the success, Li Feng announced his intention to climb into the cabin to search for supplies. Lin Ping and Li urged him to be careful, reminding him of the possibility of other snakes nesting within. Li Feng promised vigilance and propelled himself toward the wreck. With a deft kick against the tree trunk and a fluid spring of his legs, he vaulted onto a protruding bough and executed 2 nimble bounds to stand at the plane's open doorway. Li watched him with admiring eyes. Heart fluttering, Lin Ping praised his agility and martial prowess. Caught in a flutter of coquettish fancy, Li allowed herself a playful declaration about captivating him someday, then quickly pretended she had said nothing significant, anxious to preserve her composure. Lin Ping teased her, alternating between mock admonishment and maternal concern. The moment dissolved into gentle banter, and Li Feng, heedful of their pleading, climbed into the cabin. He called to them to wait by the tree and not to wander off as he vanished into the dim interior. Inside, Li Feng moved with cautious determination. Outside, Lin Ping and Li kept watch, palms tight on their wooden staffs, ears straining for the hiss of serpents or the sound of shifting metal. The forest seemed to hold its breath. The wreck above them loomed like a relic of a distant war, moss and tree and iron intertwined. For a moment, each of them felt the smallness of their lives against the weight of that collision between history and nature, and yet they waited, anxious and hopeful for whatever salvage might yield. Li Feng stepped into the fuselage and was greeted by desolation. The aircraft was mottled with rust, its skin rent and flayed by decades of wind and salt. The bulkhead between cabin and cockpit had sagged and collapsed, the entire interior a ruin, as if time itself had gnawed it to shreds. He had barely set foot inside when 2 skulls met his gaze, their hollow sockets fixed upon him with an uncanny, terrible stillness. Outside, Lin Ping and Li shrieked as the skulls rolled from the cabin. Alarmed, Li Feng hurried to reassure them. He told them the interior posed no danger and asked them to wait below while he searched. He feared for their safety, but the source of their terror proved merely the grotesque relics of war. He inspected the wreckage with care. Most of the contents had succumbed to rust and rot's heaves of useless metal moldering cloth fragments of equipment. Just as disappointment threatened to overwhelm him, he discovered a leather satchel frayed but intact. Within it lay a hardbound notebook whose pages had yellowed with age. The script upon its sheets was unfamiliar. Feng could not decipher the island tongue, but he resolved to bring it along. He suspected Li might read it. At first the hilt seemed encrusted with age, yet the moment he drew the blade it shone with an almost miraculous luster. It bore no rust, the edge gleamed keen and resolute as though fashion and metallurgy had been consecrated against time. The sword measured 3 chi in length and was wrought with exquisite craftsmanship. Along its flat a line of characters had been etched, but Li Feng could not read the island script. A dark wish crossed Li Feng's mind to return and consign the skeletal remnants to ash to deny them further mockery by the living, yet hunger and fatigue restrained him. He pocketed the notebook and slung the sword at his hip, resolved to keep it as both instrument and inheritance. Lin Ping suggested selling the blade once they escaped the island for its value. Li Feng scoffed, asserting that he would sooner degrade it than part with it. They laughed, the sound edged with desperation, knowing such trinkets might enrage enemies and embolden allies. Li settled on the ground, stomach protesting, and began to leaf through the notebook. Its pages were brittle and badly eaten by time. Only the first sheet bore legible script. She promised to read what she could, then once their curiosity was sated they would prepare the wild boar they had hoped to roast. The cabin fell into a hush as she concentrated on the island characters, the 3 survivors bound together for a moment by hunger, history, and the sharp gleam of a sword that belonged to another era. The notebook, sodden from the rain, lay mottled, and decayed. Its pages had yellowed with time. Only the first leaf preserved a few faint lines. Li scanned them, then tossed the book aside with a shrug. According to Zhua King's account, after the aircraft accident, there had been 7 of them in the party, 3 grievously injured. Li Feng frowned. As he spoke his doubt, he tried to reconcile the record with what they had found aboard the wreck. In the cabin, there were only 2 skulls. If there had indeed been 7 passengers, where had the other 5 gone? The absence of their remains suggested they might not have perished there. Li waved away his concern with a hard practicality. 30, 40, perhaps 70 or 80 years had passed since the crash. If those men had not died in the accident, time would have taken them long ago. Her remark felt plausible to Li Feng. He allowed himself to accept the somber arithmetic of decades. Lin Ping, however, was beyond such morbid musings. She clutched her belly and crouched, voice thin with hunger. The conversation fell away. Let's catch some wild boar and then look for water, she urged. They left the charred remains of the camp and soon came upon the beast, a large bristling boar that sent Li into delighted exclamations. The women fretted over waste. It would be a pity to let so much meat spoil, Li said, practical and fretful. Food was a scarce commodity on the island. Li Feng, however, insisted they eat first. He shouldered the heavy carcass with an ease that made both women stare. He handled its weight as though it were feather-light. I've trained since childhood. My strength is unusual, he admitted, and the image of him bearing them both made Li's mind wander into pleasant fantasies. They set the boar on the sand beside the still smoldering fire. Li Feng carved with a keen blade, removing 3 strips of lean meat from the hind leg, 1 for each of them. Lin Ping suggested rinsing the flesh with coconut water in the absence of fresh water, but Li Feng declined. The animal had been freshly killed, and provided the meat had not been fouled, direct roasting would be more flavorful, the pure, untampered taste of flesh over embers. As the meat sizzled, the sea murmured its constant lullaby. 10 minutes later, the aroma of roasting boar filled the air, its charred, crusted skin yielding a heady perfume that made the 2 women nearly weep with hunger. They ate ravenously. Each bite was a blessing, a reprieve from the slow gnawing ache that had hollowed their bellies. Li devoured her portion with theatrical enjoyment, while Lin Ping cleaned her fingers with relish. Li Feng watched them, half amused by their eagerness, half mindful of the necessities that remained. When the meal ended, Li Feng spoke plainly of plans rather than dalliance. They must find fresh water and shelter before nightfall. He pointed toward a distant ridge where the forest rose into a serrated spine that descended almost to the shore. Follow the ridge inland, he said. Water will be found above ground, and higher ground will offer a better vantage and some protection. The 2 women acquiesced without resistance. His calm confidence steadied them. This island harbored many dangers, not least venomous serpents. When Lin Ping asked whether he knew the deceased, Li Feng shook his head. He crouched and began to strip the dead man of his garments. Li protested at the impropriety, but Li Feng explained that on an island where rescue might be delayed, clothing and shoes were precious commodities. They could be indispensable if the rescue teams did not arrive promptly. Reluctantly, they accepted the practical necessity. Li Feng, mindful of the dead, apologized aloud as he gathered the clothing and provisions. He promised the man a burial and resolved to spare the body from scavengers. He fashioned a modest grave from stones, laid the corpse to rest, and erected a crude stone marker. Standing before the cairn, he offered a short, somewhat wry benediction. He did not know the man's name or origins, but wished him better fortune in another life free of ocean voyages and misadventure, then bowed and resumed the arduous trek with Lin and Uzili. High noon pressed upon them. The sun hung like a red coin in the sky, and heat shimmered from the rocks. As they ascended along the ridge, Li Feng thought he heard the faint murmur of flowing water. Both women were exhausted and irritable. Uzili complained of thirst and itching, and Lin Ping likewise felt the discomfort of salt and sweat on her skin. Li Feng hushed them with a raised hand and strained his ears, scanning the landscape with intent. Startled, the women crouched behind a rock at his signal. After a moment, Li Feng announced he could hear running water ahead. They exchanged awed looks, marveling at his acute perception. The terrain was fractured by rock strata and riddled with subterranean cavities, so the source of the sound remained hidden until they drew nearer. Eager to bathe and drink, both Lin Ping and Uzili rushed forward, only for Li Feng to halt them with a steadying gesture. Waterholes drew fauna as surely as iron summons magnetism. Predators could lurk in the brush or even beneath the surface. He instructed them to hold back while he surveyed the surroundings. Prudence, he insisted, must precede indulgence. After a careful sweep of the rim and the surrounding coppice, Li Feng judged the area free of immediate danger. The pool was clear and shallow, its current gentle, an encouraging sign of purer, safer water. He positioned himself as sentinel at the pool's edge, long knife in hand, watching the treeling. With the two women at his side, each holding a wooden staff, they crouched to drink and wash, grateful for the sweet, cool relief. Lin, what is wrong? Li Feng spun around at the cry, heart racing. For a moment he feared they were in peril. Relief flooded him when he realized it was Uzili's mischief. The young beauty had mischievously undone Lin Ping's button and splashed cool water across her fair décolletage. Li Feng arrived just in time to witness the prank. I'm fine, Xylee is terrible, Lin Ping cried as she hastily refastened her buttons. Her figure was ample and alabaster, a quiet allure in every curve. Xylee offered a wicked grin. Li Gu, I wanted you to see her silhouette, so I unbuttoned her for you. The impish tone made the offense almost flirtatious. Lin Ping feigned indignation. Humph, Li has seen me from head to toe already. If he looks at you, we'll have my revenge. Xylee clutched the fabric over her chest, protesting coquettishly, but Lin Ping lunged playfully to undo her restraint. Li Feng watched the two with an amused detachment, deciding not to intervene in such harmless antics. After washing their hands and sipping from the spring, Li Feng crouched by the pool and drank. The water was brisk and invigorating. He felt his weariness ebb. Xylee scratched at an itch and suggested with childlike frankness that she and Lin Ping take a bath together. Turn your back, Li Gu, she implored. We need some privacy. Li Feng consented with a grin. All right, they'll keep watch. He heft his long knife and turned to face the treeline, vigilant against wild animals and any other interruption. As he did so, he heard the rustle of zippers and the splash of two women stepping into the shallows. Lin Ping warned him not to peep, mock threatening to blacken his eyes if he dared. The two descended into the water, laughter rippling across the surface. Temptation tugged at Li Feng, but he remained motionless. Yet his sense of playfulness was not entirely subdued. He spotted a length of vine on the ground that resembled a black snake. With a mischievous impulse, he hurled it so that it fell into the pool with a resonant thud. Immediately the water stirred, and a ripple of alarm rose from within it. Lin, did you hear that? Xylee cried, stricken. Lin Ping peered at the surface and blanched. It looked like a snake, she whispered. Panic seized them. Xylee shrieked that she hated snakes and feared one might slither across her skin. Both women scrambled from the water in a flurry, breathless and terrified. Li Feng turned to find them transformed into flushed, alarmed figures. Explain yourself, Lin Ping demanded, eyes blazing. Li Feng offered an apologetic smile and a clumsy defense, claiming he only returned because he heard their cries. Xylee's eyes narrowed as she accused him of intentional mischief. Lin Ping fanned the flames, and Xylee's temper flared. She balled her small fists and lunged at him, words that betrayed how upset she felt. The confrontation turned playful and physical. Xylee swatted and even attempted to nip Li Feng, declaring she would rather risk a wardrobe mishap than tolerate his trickery. Lin Ping joined in, and the two women composed an affectionate assault. Li Feng stood amid their mock fury, both guilty and gratified to be the target of such boisterous affection. Lin Ping frowned. Li Feng, we have no buckets. How will we carry fresh water back to the beach? She intended to fetch water in containers, but found nothing suitable, no pails, no water skins. The prospect of repeated treks between the pond and their campsite filled them with dismay. Xylee stared at the water with reluctant longing. Li Feng felt similarly helpless. Practical tasks cannot be completed without tools, and they had none. Both women consented. Together they began the descent along the mountainside toward the sandbar. Minutes later, they came upon the old campsite. The hearth still smoldered, but the boar they had trapped was gone. Lin Ping scanned the sands in bewilderment. Where did the boar go? Yu Zili echoed her confusion. Li Feng spotted drag marks in the sand, and a sudden chill ran through them all. Li Feng chose a cleft in the rock where 3 stone walls converged a natural alcove, offering immediate shelter. He gathered timber and layered dry grass meticulously upon a wooden frame, creating a thatch roof that would repel rain. Inside, he spread soft layers of grass and dreamed, if time permitted, of fashioning an animal hide to serve as bedding. As the sun sank, the modest hut stood finished, sturdy, snug, and comforting. Relief warmed the 3 of them. For the first time that evening, they had a place to call safe. Be careful. There is danger. Li Feng's voice, taut with urgency, cut through the hush as an indistinct rustle ahead disturbed the forest's quiet. He gripped his weapon and warned the others. Lin Ping and Yu Zili tightened their hands around crude wooden stakes and peered into the thicket with cautious eyes. The woodland was dense, and verdant trunks and foliage concealing whatever lay beyond their sight. Lin Ping lowered her voice and asked Li Feng what made that sound. He replied, evenly, I cannot be certain. It might be an animal stepping on a dead branch, or simply the wind stirring the grass. Still, his senses were on edge. As a practitioner of martial skill, he possessed an instinctive acuity for peril. He motioned Yu Zili into silence, and the 2 women complied at once, breath suspended. A sudden gust swept through the trees, sending branches swaying and the underbrush trembling. From somewhere deeper within the forest came a sharp, intermittent cracking, as if something heavy moved among the leaves. Heartbeats quickened. The women's chests rose and fell with nervous energy. Li Feng's watchful gaze scanned for movement, aware that in such primeval woodlands danger often arrived in packs. A large gray wolf emerged from the shadows, its frame substantial, its presence imposing. It halted when it saw the 3 of them, and for a moment studied them with a wary intelligence. Then it shifted into a tentative posture, testing the air. Lin Ping and Yu Zili recoiled. They had never encountered a wild predator before, and their fear was palpable. Yu Zili's startled exclamation betrayed her panic, while Lin Ping instinctively clutched at her chest, fearful of what might happen. Li Feng showed neither derision nor alarm. He understood the creature's cautious temperament. Wolves seldom act alone for long. The lone wolf before them might be a scout. He tightened his grip on his long blade and scanned the surroundings, mindful that a single sighting often presaged a larger danger nearby. The wolf advanced a few steps in a probing gesture, growling softly, then readied itself to flee rather than engage. When the wolf turned to run, Li Feng struck with decisive swiftness. He hurled his blade and wounded its right hind leg, slowing the animal to a limp. Seizing the moment, he closed and clamped his hands about the wolf's throat, bringing it low. With a single merciless twist, he snapped the creature's neck. The wolf's cry cut through the air and then stilled. Yu Zili gaped in awe, her admiration effusive and unabashed. She idolized the raw courage she had just witnessed. Lin Ping, pragmatic and relieved, remarked on his prowess with a mixture of gratitude and wry humor. Li Feng hoisted the carcass and laid it by the fire, intent on preserving the hide and preparing the meat. The wolf's pelt would serve as a makeshift blanket, and its hindquarters the most palatable cut for tonight's meager repast. Yu Zili fussed over him with playful thanks, while Lin Ping cautioned restraint, wary of returning to a place ruled by wolves. Li Feng advised vigilance, noting that the entire primeval forest was fraught with unseen hazards. As the sun sank and the sky blazed with sanguine clouds, he resolved to find wild greens to temper the wolf's strong flavor. By the shoreline they worked together, the 2 women silhouetted against the burning horizon, as Li Feng scraped and stretched the hide on a slab of rock to dry. The scene, sunset sea, and the quiet forms of the women was unexpectedly serene. Though exhaustion weighed on them, the moment held a fragile beauty. Li Feng hoped for a calm night, longing to converse more deeply with Lin Ping and Yu Zili before help might arrive. He prayed that rescue would come soon. A sudden cry fractured the stillness. Li Feng spun around, heart quickened. Yu Shaoli, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hastily adjusted her clothing while pointing with trembling fingers toward the base of a natural stone escarpment. Behind the wall, the mountains rolled away into the darkness. Between shadow and rock, a black shape loomed, an indistinct silhouette against the night that fixed its gaze upon the 3 of them with an unnatural, patient intensity. The campfire cast only a meager pool of light. Beyond it, the night was absolute. Li Feng squinted into the gloom and could not discern the creature's form, only that its presence exuded a cold, oppressive aura, as though a fragment of the void had taken shape. It stared at them as a predator studies its prey, motionless and awaiting an opportunity. An instinctive shiver ran through Li Feng. Danger, unmistakable and imminent, thrummed at the edges of his senses. He ordered them to remain perfectly still. Any sudden motion, he warned, might provoke the creature into an instinctive frenzied assault. Beasts feed upon the scent of panic. Yu Shaoli anchored herself to the earth with a terror-stricken resolve. Lin Ping blamed herself for having ventured out for a moment's convenience, lamenting that her decision had imperiled them all. Li Feng soothed them with quiet authority, the sort of presence that calms the wildness in others and keeps fear from metastasizing into chaos. When the shadow finally shifted and withdrew into the deeper darkness, relief rolled through the camp like warm light. Breaths exhaled in unison. Lin Ping smoothed the fabric at her chest, as if to reassure herself that she was still whole. Li Feng urged them to finish and return to the shelter quickly. The island's dangers were too numerous to linger in the open after nightfall. They obeyed, moving with careful haste back to the safety of their modest refuge. Once they were gathered beside the fire, the mood loosened, gratitude and residual trepidation intertwined. Yu Shaoli spoke of her youth and inexperience with men, half in jest, half in earnest, confessing that to die before ever tasting love would be a loss. Li Feng, half-playful protector, offered himself as both guardian and potential companion in a teasing, gallant manner. Lin Ping, pragmatic and unexpectedly fierce, declared that if anyone mistreated Yu Shaoli, she would join in administering retribution. To emphasize her point, she planted a quick, startling blow upon Li Feng's chest, jolting him from his reverie. They retreated into the thatched hut, which was ensconced with stone upon three sides and fortified in front by a low barricade of piled rock. Firelight bled through the ventilation holes, painting the interior in amber. Lin Ping lay prostrate upon the straw pallet, her posture composed and strangely languid in elegance even in repose. Yu Shaoli curled against the wall, small and alluring, her silhouette a contrast of fragile youth and full-bodied warmth. Their quiet companionship felt like balm to Li Feng after the tense encounter outside. Drowsiness crept over him like a gentle tide. He lay upon the straw, senses still alert but surrendering to fatigue. The night outside held its mysteries. The shadow and the rocks had vanished, but the island remained an inscrutable, unpredictable place. For the time being, they were together, sheltered from immediate peril, each one taking his or her place in the fragile order they had constructed. With that fragile assurance, Li Feng permitted himself to drift into sleep, guarded by the resolute vigilance of the women at his side and by the thin ring of flame that warded off the dark. Li Feng awoke with a strangled cry, his body slick with sweat. He had been plunged into a nightmare in which the island itself seethed with peril. In that dream, a band of feral men descended upon them, seizing Lin Ping and Yu Shaoli as though they were spoils, intending to force them into servitude and childbearing. Li Feng had given chase, brandishing his long blade through a forest thick with spectral fog, but the mist devoured all trace of the two women. Their plaintive voices, "Li Feng, save me, brotherly," had threaded the gloom and driven him onward until the terror broke and he awoke, shaken to the core. Lin Ping greeted him with a warm smile and an explanation. She and Yu Shaoli had prepared breakfast early so as not to wake him. The kindness of the gesture, the soft concern in her eyes, swept through Li Feng like balm. He gathered Lin Ping into his arms, and with the awkward tenderness of a young man sheltering what he loved, ruffled Yu Shaoli's hair as well. The two women regarded him with gentle reproach and fond amusement at his sweating brow. The conversation slid back into tender mockery. Lin Ping ladled scorn upon Yu Shaoli for jesting about abandoning them to such creatures, calling her a graceless ingrate in a tone full of affection. Yu Shaoli pretended to nurse an injury when Lin Ping tapped her on the head, and both erupted into laughter that chased the last of the nightmare's chill from the air. They ate the roasted meat by the fire, grimacing at its rank flavor. After breakfast, they set out into the woods to hunt and gather greens, intent on bolstering their food stores. The days since the wreck had crept by, rescue had not yet come. Worry shadowed theme if the rescuers were lost, every passing hour deepened their isolation. Counting from the first day of the disaster, the third or perhaps fourth day had dawned, and uncertainty pressed upon their spirits. Lin Ping's voice carried a grave reproach as she admonished by Jiaomei about the squandered coconut water. She reminded her companions that such provisions were precious on an isle where few luxuries could be bought. Once they had been forced to waste fruit for lack of tools, now that they possessed a long blade, such carelessness should not recur. Bai Jiaomei bristled at the rebuke, returning sharpness for sharpness. She insisted her haste, not malice, had caused the spill, and resented the implication that she would willfully waste scarce sustenance. The old grievance between them, the rupture after Bai left Lin Shijichuan and later founded a flourishing enterprise through an elder's patronage, surfaced again as a flashpoint. Li Feng intervened with cool authority, forbidding further waste and threatening to deny her any more coconut water if she persisted. Bai dismissed his admonition with ostentatious largesse, claiming the fruit was cheap outside the island and promising to compensate them handsomely once they returned to the mainland. Her brazen offer earned only Yu Shaoli's scorn. Li Feng's severity did not abate. He warned her once more to refrain from flattery and empty promises. By realizing her schemes would not buy his loyalty, lowered herself in contrite tones and entreated forgiveness from Lin Ping and Yu Shaoli. They accepted her apology with varying degrees of indulgence. When one is famished, hands tremble, and mistakes are forgivable, Yu Shaoli remarked. sated and comfortable by the embers, stretched and sighed with pleasure. Yet the relief was transient. Lin Ping urged they make use of the remaining daylight to scavenge for food and wild vegetables. The forest's nights were perilous. Li Feng agreed, but proposed they let Bai rest for a while, mindful that someone who had just eaten should not be overexerted. Bai resisted, preferring to lounge upon the sand and await rescue in idle luxury. She fancied herself entitled to comfort and pleaded to be left behind. Such division unnerved Li, who feared wolves and other dangers might take advantage of an isolated camp. Li Feng, impatient with her indolence and the threat she posed to group cohesion, decided he would take the other two into the forest rather than argue further. When Bai attempted to regain his favor by coquettish display, lowering her neckline to entice him, Lin Ping recoiled with disgust, and Li offered a pointed, derisive remark. Old habits, it seemed, did not die. Bai still relied upon petty seduction where earnestness might serve better. Li Feng hardened his resolve against such distractions. The sun climbed toward noon, and the jungle exuded an oppressive warmth. Li Feng deliberately skirted the sector where wolves might gather, mindful that an encounter would force them to confront whatever danger lay ahead. The primeval forest was luxuriant in expanse of venerable trees, whose canopies unfurled like vast parasols. Ferns and moss clung to trunks, ancient roots knotted the earth, and where the giants rose tall the undergrowth thinned, and the path was manageable. In the gaps between the elders, brambles choked the ground and roots vanished into thorn and tangle. Bai Jiaomei trod cautiously at the rear, a crude wooden stick gripped in both hands. Li Feng considered hunting small game and foraging for wild greens, items that could be preserved by sun and dehydration for months to come. Each step through the dense wood was laborious, and her face flushed from contact with harsh leaves. She voiced her discontent without restraint, declaring the island unbearable and threatening to halt the march altogether. Lin Ping answered with restrained vexation. She reminded Bai Jiaomei that both she and Li were not as delicate, yet had borne the same hardships without complaint. Bai Jiaomei responded angrily, claiming persecution, dredging up old grievances from their past corporate lives. She boasted of earnings she had siphoned years before, suggesting she had been singularly targeted out of envy, and offered flippant promises to make amends later if necessary. Lin Ping, fatigued by quarreling, dismissed the argument as pointless and warned that such attitudes would endanger them all. Li, pragmatic and unsentimental, interposed with a level voice. Survival on an uninhabited isle left no room for petty factionalism. She confessed that her only preoccupation was to stay alive, not to engage in intrigue. Bai Jiaomei attempted to curry favor, seeking allies in Li, but you had no appetite for alliance building. Her mind was fixed on endurance and the immediate necessities of living. Li Feng finally addressed Bai Jiaomei with firm patience. He accused her of malingering, noting how frequently she demanded respite within barely an hour of walking. Bai Jiaomei pleaded that 2 days of hunger had sapped her strength, that her body had not recovered. Moved by the plausible explanation, Li Feng granted her a reprieve of 1 day, stipulating that afterward she must labor alongside the others without special indulgence. Relieved, Bai Jiaomei bestowed an insincere, coquettish gratitude, while Li Feng cautioned that tomorrow would reveal whether she could match the group's fortitude. They paused beneath a spreading pine. Li sat with her back to the trunk and drank in the unbroken sea of green, the forest a subtle rolling tide. Lin Ping wiped sweat from her brow and perched upon a stone, vexed by the malaise Bai Jiaomei had introduced into their small company. The island's beauty offered scant consolation for anxieties of trust and temperament. For Lin Ping, the mere presence of Bai Jiaomei had become an irritant, a recurring source of tension as they navigated the ordeal together. Bai Jiaomei, undeterred, resorted to the only arts she deemed effective. She widened the neckline of her garment in a deliberate theatrical effort to solicit attention. Her enhancements were apparent, the result of past surgical interventions intended to augment allure. Lin Ping bristled at the display, proud of her natural appearance and resentful of what she perceived as an attempt to seduce and manipulate. Li, quick to diffuse nastiness, complimented Lin Ping, instead praising the quiet, increasing charm that age had bestowed upon her. The brief exchange only deepened the fault line between vanity and authenticity. Before the argument could escalate further, a sudden breeze carried something through the branches. Li Feng's gaze caught the drifting object, and he hushed the others with a raised hand. The mood shifted instantly from petty rivalry to taut alertness. They held their breath as he examined the thing borne by the wind, his expression hardening with a seriousness that silenced every complaint. A gentle breeze stirred the air, and Li Feng saw a single leaf flutter toward him. The leaf drifted like a small green boat before it finally parted from its tree. Li Feng reached out and caught it. "A bamboo leaf," he murmured, and a faint smile curved his lips. Li peered at him with curiosity. "Li Ji, why are you smiling?" she asked. "It's only a leaf," Lin Ping remarked, puzzled. By Jiaomei, ever extravagant in speech, scoffed at the notion of its worth, promising that once they left the island, she would buy as many bamboo leaves as they wished. Li Feng's expression remained calm. If bamboo grows nearby, we can make bamboo tubes, he said. They can carry water, and after we bring down a wild boar, we could store meat inside them. The thought brightened his mood. The question of preserving provisions seemed suddenly manageable. He explained the method with a practiced clarity. You roast the pork until cooked, stir it into the hot fat, then pour the mixture into a bamboo tube. When the oil cools and congeals, it seals the meat, allowing long-term preservation. The women listened in admiration. That's a clever solution, something not taught in books, Yu Zili praised. Lin Ping frowned. But we have no pot, she objected. Li Feng replied with quiet resolve. Solutions are for people to devise. We will solve each problem in turn. The two women, mollified by his confidence, followed obediently as he walked toward the direction the breeze had come from, convinced it would lead them to a stand of bamboo. Bai Jiaomei sighed, rubbing her waist with weary entitlement. If we were in a big city, I could just buy these things, she complained. Lin Ping shot her a withering look. Stop talking about money, as if you owned the world, she retorted. Even Ma Dayan's fortune would be of little use in this place, Lin Ping thought. They pushed onward through a tangle of undergrowth until they emerged into a small pine grove. The trees were compact but vigorous, their trunks gnarled and full of life, and the air carried a clean, resinous perfume. Yu Zili stooped and gathered a handful of pine needles, letting them scatter like green confetti. She appeared childlike amid the pine's light and innocent. Lin Ping picked up a pine cone and squeezed it with a pleased grin. Alas, the seeds were gone. Lin Ping uttered a small cry, and Yu Zili's face drained of color. Even Bai Jiaomei, who rarely showed fear, pressed against Li Feng and clutched his arm with a trembling hand. He felt the pressure and perceived an odd firmness beneath her touch, like a large piece of silicone. He tried to ease his arm away without alarming her, but she held on as if comforted by his presence. Let go, he said softly, attempting to reassure her. It is only bones. There is no danger. He extricated his arm carefully, and Bai's expression shifted from terror to mild disappointment. Her attempted coquettish ruse had failed. Li Feng crouched to inspect the skeleton more closely. The bones were robust and large, the frame suggesting a powerful, broad-shouldered individual. He frowned at the anomaly. Let's go, Lin Ping urged, shortly, unwilling to linger in a place that exuded such chill. Yu Zili agreed, shivering. Yet Li Feng remained engrossed puzzlement, knitting his brow. These cannot be the islanders from the crashed plane, Lin Ping ventured, recalling the notebook they had found in the wreckage, which mentioned 7 islanders who perished. Only 2 skeletons had been discovered in the cabin. Li Feng shook his head. No. The islanders are of smaller stature, their bones would be light and narrow. This skeleton is massive, he observed, then paused, selecting his words. Besides, he continued, the crash happened 70 or 80 years ago, but these bones look far more recent. He judged their coloration and condition with the detached certainty of someone who had seen the ravages of time on organic matter. At most 5 years, he estimated. The others absorbed his conclusion with mounting unease. Yu Zili, summoning what courage she had, knelt to peer more closely and asked, where are the clothes? Under normal circumstances, she reasoned, garments rot slowly but do not disappear entirely in a few years. There are no remnants of clothing on this skeleton, Lin Ping added, puzzled. Li Feng's face hardened. Only one possibility explains that, he said, drawing the 2 women's attention as they leaned in, voices trembling with apprehension. The 3 of them lingered there, the pine needles whispering in the breeze, as if reluctant to reveal the island's secrets. Questions hung in the air, unanswered, heavy and unresolved, while the bright white bones sat mute beneath the trees. When Lin Ping asked what kind of monster could be so lethal, Li Feng confessed his ignorance. He did not know the creature's nature or strength, and he would not feign confidence. Yet he resolved with dead serious resolve to exert every ounce of effort to protect the women. If these savages or beasts threatened them, he swore he would fight relentlessly. The forest atmosphere pressed upon them, eerie and uncanny. A cool breeze sifted pine needles to the ground like a slow rain of shadows. The 3 of them hurried away from the grave under the pine, feeling its darkness linger behind them like a held breath. They turned toward a swath of bamboo that rose ahead, a vast undulating sea of green. Sunlight poured through the culms, setting the grove aglow with a crimson warmth that transformed the scene into something almost holy. Yu Zili brightened instantly at the sight, her fear momentarily washed away by delight. Lin Ping, smoothing back her hair, allowed herself a wistful smile. The spectacle dispersed the gloom that had gathered over them. Bai Jiaomei, ever the contrarian, scoffed at their wonder and spoke of plantations and ostentation as if ranks and possession mattered among castaways. Li Feng warned them to mind the undergrowth, for bamboo pit vipers, small as they were, their poison could imperil a life. Grateful, the women adopted caution as they entered. Li Feng selected sturdy culms, severing and trimming them with the long knife so they might fashion containers for water and provisions. The three remained close to him, unwilling to stray an arm's length from his side in such a precarious place. The grove's cool air and soft carpeting of leaves invited them to linger, and Uzili indulged in a fleeting fantasy of cooking bamboo shoots with meat, an image that elicited playful teasing from Lin Ping and a snide remark from Bai Jiaomei. Their banter eased tensions until Li Feng midwork felt a sudden prickling of danger. He halted, alertness snapping into his posture as he warned the others in a low voice. The three women rose swiftly, the lightness of their laughter abandoned to a taut, expectant silence. Li Feng's warning snapped the three women to their feet like startled birds. They scanned the bamboo grove anxiously, but found nothing at first. Li Ji, there's nothing here, Uzili insisted, peering into the swaying green. Lin Ping and Bai Jiaomei likewise saw no beast and could not discern the source of alarm. Li Feng made a shushing gesture, his expression grave. Though no creature had yet revealed itself, his instincts honed by years of training with his grandfather in the remote mountains prickled with foreboding. He trusted that subtly fatal sense that heralds the approach of large predators. Lin Ping's face grew pale with sweat at his seriousness. Bai Jiaomei scoffed at his caution and mocked the notion of danger beneath the clear sky, refusing to be cowed. Uzili urged her to be quiet, but Bai Jiaomei dismissed the warning as petty fuss. Li Feng, however, could feel the hairs along his arm rising. Without wind, the forest itself seemed to brace. He pointed toward a towering tree within the bamboo and instructed them to climb. A venerable tree stood like a sentinel amid the bamboo, its many branches offering refuge if they could reach them. Lin Ping and Uzili moved cautiously toward it, forbidding themselves to scream or bolt, understanding that panic invites an attack. Bai Jiaomei lingered defiantly at the edge, too proud to comply, until sudden gusts stirred the grove and birds fled in alarm. A black silhouette loomed between the stalks, obscured by dense bamboo, yet unmistakably massive and upright. Its roar rolled through the grove like thunder, the air tasted of menace. When Bai Jiaomei finally recognized the shape, her contempt evaporated into a scream of genuine terror. Li Feng's eyes hardened. It's a black bear, he said, infusing his voice with a lethal calm. On this isolated isle, injury too often meant death. As Lin Ping and Uzili scrambled for the trunk, Bai Jiaomei lurched in terror and shoved them aside, desperate to reach the branches first. Fear had stripped her of compassion. Uzili and Lin Ping were aghast at the betrayal. The bear surged forward, nearly 2 meters tall on its hind legs, a crushing presence, like an avalanche. Li Feng noted the old scars along its belly. This animal had fought before. Li Feng lunged, driving his blade toward the bear's flank with swift precision. The beast intercepted with a massive paw, but the knife found flesh and drew blood. The bear's roar deepened into a frenzy as it swiped and crashed through the bamboo. Li Feng vaulted, bracing his legs against a stalk to evade a crushing blow. When bamboo split beneath the bear's strike, he spun and slashed across its skull, sending a torrent of blood. Blinded by pain and rage, the animal redirected its assault toward the three women. Seizing a chance amid the tumult, Bai Jiaomei shoved Lin Ping to the ground as the bear bore down. Lin Ping's scream pierced the grove. Uzili cried out, helpless and frantic. The bear's paw descended with appalling force, threatening to obliterate the woman beneath it. Amid the chaos, Lin Ping's last frantic plea urged Li Feng to survive and safeguard Uzili, a desperate hope offered in the face of imminent doom. At that moment, Lin Ping, steadied by a cane, approaches in a fragile procession and confirms Li Feng's suspicion. She was pushed and nearly killed. Bai Jiaomei continues to protest, tears welling as she casts herself as the aggrieved party, yet her performance has no purchase. Li Feng condemns her conduct in austere terms, denouncing her malice and declaring that someone with such a calculating, ruinous temperament has no place among them. Cornered, Bai Jiaomei collapses to her knees and entreats for mercy, swearing it was accidental and beseeching another chance. She promises extravagant restitution, even pledging to give Li Feng her company if he spares her, but her entreaties ring hollow. Uzili voices approval of Li Feng's decree. She feels no sympathy for a woman who thrives upon duplicity. Lin Ping remains silent, acquiescing to Li Feng's leadership and the sentence he has imparted. As the three prepare to depart, gathering a bamboo tube and whatever provisions they can carry, Bai Jiaomei clings to them, trailing at a measured distance and begging to be escorted to the sandbar so that she may leave their company thereafter. Li Feng, resolute, tells her that her fate no longer concerns him and turns away. Still, Bai Jiaomei persists, contriving stumbles and punctuated cries of pain to attract sympathy, but the trio rebuff her and quicken their pace. On the march, Li Feng contemplates foraging and the prospect of hunting along the path. Uzili frets openly about the return of the black bear, and Lin Ping, shaken still from the earlier assault, follows closely. Bai Jiaomei lingers behind in strained proximity, neither bold enough to rejoin them nor willing to abandon her scheme. Her presence unnerves the others, who fear that her treachery might yet imperil the fragile truce of their small band. As they traverse a copse, a sudden rustle in the undergrowth arrests them. Instinctively, Li Feng shields the women and calls for vigilance. Anxiety ripples through the group at the possibility that the formidable black bear has returned. Each of them feels the island's unremitting threat press in, and their tenuous camaraderie shudders under the weight of that shared peril. Li Feng became aware of movement in the surrounding jungle. The grass rustled, as if breathing. A sudden gust carried the musk of beasts. Lin Ping's voice, taut with apprehension, asked whether they were in danger, and Li, drenched in nervous sweat, mirrored her anxiety. Both women would accept his verdict without question. Li Feng gestured toward the great tree beside them and urged caution. The two women scrambled up the trunk with agile haste. Lin Ping, tall and lithe, ascended swiftly and pulled Li up after her. They implored him to join them in the branches, but Li Feng, preferring to remain on the ground for now, tightened his grip on his long blade and peered into the foliage with measured vigilance. From some distance, Bai Jiaomei shouted inquiry about the threat, but Li Feng dismissed her. He felt little inclination to intervene for a woman he considered treacherous. Then a lupin cry rent the air, and 5 gray wolves materialized from the woods, each emerging from a different quarter. They were muscular beasts with green glinting eyes and razor-sharp fangs and claws. Lin Ping cried that this was merely a fraction of the pack. Li Feng, recalling that he had already slain one earlier, suspected there might be a dozen or two in total. The jungle's abundance could easily sustain such numbers. Li begged him to climb the tree for safety, but Li Feng declared he had designs on their pelts. One wolf's hide was insufficient. He intended to harvest more. The wolves, emboldened by their numbers, advanced cautiously, testing the two-legged strangers. Bai Jiaomei, terrified, entreated Li Feng to rescue her. Li, perched above, snorted with scorn at the thought that he might betray them. Suddenly, a wolf lunged at Bai Jiaomei. Panic-stricken, she fled, pursued by 2 of the wolves. Li urged her from the tree to run for her life. Li Feng watched the woman vanish into the undergrowth and, after a moment's hesitation, chose not to pursue. Her fate would be left to providence. With 2 beasts gone in pursuit, 3 wolves remained, attempting to flank and encircle Li Feng. They tested him with tentative advances, then retreated, unnerved by these unfamiliar two-legged adversaries. Frustrated by their indecision, Li Feng suddenly roared and surged forward. His blade descended in a single merciless arc, cleaving the throat of the nearest wolf. The creature collapsed, its cries ending in convulsions. The surviving 2, frightened by such ferocity, fled howling into the thicket. Li Feng addressed the departing wolves with a savage admonition, ordering them to warn their companions to give his path a wide berth or suffer the same fate. Li praised him exuberantly and quizzed whether the slain beast was male or female, to which Lin Ping reacted with bemused confusion. In her excitement, Li lost her footing and tumbled from the tree. She landed amid a cushion of fallen leaves, bruised and embarrassed, but unhurt. Li Feng set about skinning the fallen wolf, salvaging both pelt and the choicest cuts of meat. The 2 women were relieved at the prospect of a warmer bed and sustenance, though the thought of wolf meat disgusted them. Li Feng reassured them to endure this discomfort for a short while they must conserve their strength. He warned that the wolves that had fled would likely summon reinforcements, and they needed to depart before the pack regrouped. Lin Ping peered into the silent forest and wondered anxiously whether Bai Jiaomei had met a dire end. Lin Ping wanted to go and see for herself whether Bai Jiaomei had perished. Li snapped, reminding her that Bai had almost killed Lin Ping moments earlier, and her anger was raw at the thought of that woman. Li Feng judged that she was likely alive. If wolves had torn her, there would have been screams. Unmoved, he shrugged on the wolf pelt and hoisted the meat, deciding to leave the matter to fate. Even if Bai Jiaomei had died, it would not be his burden to bear. By the time the 3 returned to the shore, dusk was falling. The tide heaved and the surf foamed, and above the boundless sea hung a bank of red clouds, as if the heavens themselves bled. Lin Ping tilted her face toward that strange firmament. Li shivered at the apocalyptic sight. Even Li Feng felt a subtle unease, though the companionship of the 2 women eased the weight of it. He found some comfort in their presence and conversation, for solitude in such an hour would have been oppressive. Li Feng set about arranging the wolf hide by the fire and barbecuing the meat, while the 2 women frolicked on the stretch of sand. They kicked off their shoes and walked barefoot, laughter trailing behind their footprints on the soft shore. They beckoned him to join their promenade, but he smiled and answered that he would tend to the food. The women praised his efforts with teasing affection. Lin Ping flushed, and content leaned into the warmth of their small domesticity, as if newfound affection had renewed her energy. Night deepened, and a pale moon rose round and serene above the sea. The trio gathered around the fire for a meager supper. The wolf meat was far from appetizing, and Li Feng resolved to hunt again at dawn. Without a decent meal, the 2 women would lack vigor. From the edge of the dark forest came uncanny cries and the whisper of wind through trees, sounds that suggested loneliness and fear for anyone lost within. Lin Ping voiced a fleeting curiosity about Bai Jiaomei's fate in the woods, but Li scorned the mention. Li Feng concurred, insisting they let the matter fade. Weariness crept in after a long day. Li stretched and suggested returning to the hut for sleep, and Lin Ping gleefully proposed they resume their playful reprimand of Li Feng once inside. They tugged at him, half teasing, half determined, and he turned the tables, seizing the initiative and dragging them toward the shelter. They protested, then surrendered to the mirth. The forest beyond murmured and wolves howled into the night, but within the snug hut the three of them tangled, laughing and stubbornly alive, prepared to sleep, the night's strange red sky and the evening's careless tenderness lingering in their minds. Li was hauled into the rickety hut and folded herself into a pitiful, defeated bundle in the corner. Only moments before she had brimmed with insolent bravado and mischief, now she sat shrunk and meek, like a small gray rabbit quelled of spirit. "We of you, Li Feng is mean," she whimpered, voice trembling with contrived grievance. Lin Ping, amused, rapped her companion gently on the back and teased, all right, stop crying." Li sniffed, protesting that her barbs had been purely verbal, whereas he had responded with force. The scene was a practiced performance of coquettish distress and disarming charm. Li Feng, arching a brow, joked about having just unleashed a cascade of martial arts exaggerated blows and spectacular techniques, prompting Li to flusteringly decline any further demonstrations. Lin interposed, chiding him to be gentler. Li leaned into her role as the aggrieved ingenue, knowing precisely how to elicit protective sympathy. Lin Ping soothed her, advising only that she refrain from provoking him in future. The exchange was playful and intimate, colored with affection and teasing. After their frolic, the three prepared for rest, mindful of tomorrow's hunt in the forest. The night required vigilance on the exposed beach, and although the hut offered little security, the two women insisted that Li Feng not shoulder all the watch. Li volunteered for the first half of the night, declaring she would repay the earlier indignity in her sleep. Lin Ping applauded her pluck. Li Feng feigned an exaggerated sigh and teased her about the prospect. He spun a comic, half-sinister yarn about a bygone night in the village when he claimed a pretty girl had foolishly struck him while he slept. Returning the jest, he said he had reacted by pinning her beneath him when he awoke. The village bell had been left disheveled and scratched. The tale, delivered with mock menace, froze Li into fearful denial. She hurriedly recanted any thought of nocturnal vengeance, and the two companions laughed softly, the sound a thin veil over apprehension. Some time later, Li's urgent voice stirred them. She shook them awake, breathless and anxious. Lin Ping, rubbing her eyes, scolded her for the disturbance. She would rather preserve Li Feng's rest, but Li insisted she might have glimpsed a change by the shore. She had the sense that the sea was inching inward, though she feared it was only imagination. Her vigilance was earnest, and tender. Li Feng did not chide her. They rose and peered through the hut's ventilating slit. The bonfire beyond still burned bright, and the moon hung clear and cold, painting the beach in frosted silver. At first all seemed ordinary, but Li pointed out a wooden stake half a dozen paces seaward that should have stood well above the tide. Now it lay nearly submerged. Lin Ping first dismissed the sight as mere gust and drift, yet Li Feng felt something deepen in his gut. A low mounting rumble reached them, auditory swell, like the thunder of armies or a great wave in motion. The sound approached with an inexorable gravity. Fear supplanted dismissal. "Run!" Li Feng barked, seizing his long blade. There was no time for explanation or hesitation. He thrust open the weathered door and urged them out into the night flight, the only recourse, as whatever menace that thunderous advance bore closed fast upon the beach. The roar swelled into a cataclysmic crescendo. The sea rose like a living wall, waves towering and relentless as pillars of liquid thunder. The shoreline vanished from sight, devoured by the advancing water. The very ground trembled as if the earth itself had been unmade. Sand dissolved beneath the onslaught, and the world contracted to the elemental terror of water and sky. Li stood frozen, eyes wide in stupefied horror, while Lin Ping's face taut with dread. Before nature's fury, human will seemed wafer-thin and futile. A sudden unorthodox tactic yielded result. In a desperate gambit, Li Feng tugged at Li's trousers to shift her weight and free the trapped foot. She shrieked in indignation and surprise, protesting fiercely even as the stone yielded. To their astonishment, her foot slipped free. Relief flooded them like sunlight through storm clouds. Lin Ping's voice, breaking with gratitude, urged them onward. The tide now loomed only a few dozen meters behind. There was no time to tarry. Li's ankle was wounded, and she could not sprint. Mortified, she implored them to leave her. Li Feng refused. With grim determination, he lifted her onto his shoulders and sprinted for higher ground, Lin Ping racing beside him. The sea behind them roiled and foamed, closing the distance with terrible speed. Suddenly, as Li Feng bent to hoist Li once more after she slipped, something vast and hulking was borne upon the surgia, colossal shape, driven toward the shore by the merciless tide. Lin Ping's gasp answered Li Feng's own stunned exclamation. The trio, already at the brink of disaster, now faced an even more unfathomable threat. Heavens, what is that so vast and ink-black? Lin Ping cried out as a hulking shadowed shape was borne toward the shore by the surging tide. The sea heaved and pushed a monstrous silhouette forward, and for a moment the three of them stood transfixed by its terrible presence. That looks like a great shark, Li Feng murmured, then, without hesitation, hoisted Yuzaili into his arms and fled. The trio scrambled upward along the mountain ridge, racing against an advancing wall of water. Moonlight cast the night in an almost diurnal clarity, yet the flood pursued them, mercilessly pounding the rocks into a spray of icy droplets that drenched them through. In their panic, they found themselves trapped beneath a sheer bare cliff rising 5 or 6 meters. Lin Ping tried to climb, but the rock had been slicked by the sea and offered no purchase. After several failed attempts, she cried out in alarm. Li Feng surveyed their surroundings. The water closed in fast. There was no time to seek another route. I will toss you up, Li Feng said, gathering his strength. He flung Yuzaili upward. She clung to the rock and hauled herself with difficulty to the ledge. From above, she reached down, calling for them to follow. Li Feng urged Lin Ping upward, while Lin Ping, unwilling to waste the opportunity, insisted he go first. Yuzaili strained to pull them both, and with a final desperate effort, Lin Ping managed to scramble to safety. Below, the tide rose to Li Feng's knees and continued its furious climb. Both women leaned over the edge, desperately drawing him up. Li Feng moved like a gecko, employing every limb to ascend with astonishing agility. When he finally reached the top, his limbs trembled, and he felt the aftershock of near doom. They lay gasping upon the damp ground, grateful beyond words to have survived the onslaught of the sea. We must find dry wood, Li Feng said. In the jungle at night, there were venomous snakes and prowling beasts. They had to be cautious. The trees swallowed the moonlight and made the forest interior oppressive and dim. Yuzaili suggested returning to the beach for better visibility, but Li Feng warned that the sand was still sodden and would not furnish dry fuel. Reluctantly, they followed him into the thicket, each clutching a stick and moving with guarded steps, senses sharpening to every sound. Beneath the bright moon, a patch of crimson cloud drifted across the sky, lending the night an eerie cast. The three of them felt watched, as if unseen eyes tracked their passage. Li Feng instructed them to sit back to back and to keep their wooden staffs facing outwards. He forbade speech. Even the slightest noise might steal his concentration. As he crouched to gather tinder, a sudden menace brushed over their heads. A black shape hurtled past with such velocity that it sliced the air like a blade. Both women screamed and dropped to the earth. Li Feng stood, knife in hand, his gaze sweeping the gloom. He was certain the thing would strike again. Li Feng commanded the two of them to lie flat on the ground and remain motionless. Pressing themselves to the earth was their only defense against that thing's sudden assaults. He stood sentinel beside them, eyes sharp and fierce as he scoured the surrounding gloom. Yuzaili's voice trembled on the verge of tears as she whispered, asking what the creature might be. Her fear was palpable. The thing had moved with unnerving swiftness and radiated an oppressive, malevolent aura. Li Feng hushed them both. He insisted on silence, for only in stillness could he anticipate danger and react without delay. The forest lay suffused with an uneasy quiet. Whatever had sprung upon them moments before seemed to have vanished into shadow, yet Li Feng's instincts told him it was still near, its unseen gaze fixed upon them. He crouched, slowly scooped up a handful of small stones and flicked them toward the patch of trees where the creature had disappeared. Leaves stirred as the stones struck the undergrowth, but no immediate reply came from the darkness. Li Feng remained alert. Complacency could be fatal. When the black silhouette finally reappeared, it struck like a flash. The shadow was compact and cold dark, its limbs tipped with cruel, glinting claws. In the dim canopy, he could not discern a face, only the menace of its shape. Li Feng roared and slashed with his long blade. The thing met his steel with those needle-sharp talons, seizing the edge and testing his strength. He propelled himself with a powerful kick, his boot meeting the creature's flank and sending it tumbling back into the thicket. A chorus of shrill squeals followed as it fled, the foliage trembling in its wake. When the forest fell still once more, relief washed over him. He had no wish to press any further tonight. Rising, he told them it was safe for the moment and helped them to their feet. Yuzaili shivered and complained of the cold beneath her, while Lin Ping felt every muscle taut from the ordeal. Li Feng questioned them gently about their condition. Both affirmed they were unharmed but shaken. They debated their next move. Li Feng admitted he had not seen the creature's features clearly, only that it was a formidable and unwholesome adversary. The notion that it might return worried them, and Li Feng's immediate priority became a fire. Once flames brightened the woods, their visibility would improve, and the threat would be less daunting. They scavenged dry wood, and with a lighter kindled a brisk blaze. The dry kindling took quickly, and soon a generous fire burned, casting warm light through the trees. The two women pressed close to the heat, wringing numbness from their hands, and letting the warmth seep through their damp garments. Li Feng warmed himself, as well grateful for the comfort after being soaked and chilled. By the firelight, they praised Li Feng's quick reflexes and skill. He demurred, cautioning them about the island's dangers and proposing they relocate come morning. He did not want to rebuild on the vulnerable beach where a rising tide could yet threaten them. Yu Zili favored shelter in the woods, but Li Feng argued the forest offered little protection against prowling beasts unless a structure was made exceptionally sturdy, which their hands alone could not accomplish. Lin Ping, however, could not still the ache in her heart. She was tormented by thoughts of her daughter Lin Ting. Each creak of the dark and each shadow rekindled her dread. Yu Zili and Li Feng offered what comfort they could, urging patience and faith that fate might yet be kind. Lin Ping pressed her gratitude into a fragile, grateful smile and allowed a single tear to fall. 3 figures ascended the ridgeline, the cliffs along their path, jagged with grotesque stones. From the depths of the mountain came the intermittent cries of unfamiliar birds, which set Lin Ping and Yu Zili on edge as they furtively scanned the slopes. This was a remote primeval wood, its ravines and crags announcing isolation and latent peril. They feared a sudden animal ambush. Li Feng, unconcerned beneath the broad daylight, offered them quiet reassurance that they need not be afraid so long as he remained with them. Both women were soaked with sweat from the exertion. Li Feng noticed their fatigue and suggested a rest, but they demurred until they found shelter. They were unwilling to squander time. They continued onward, the heat and toil clinging to them, Lin Ping's damp garments clinging to her form, Yu Zili likewise exhausted, yet determined. Their resolve showed itself in the way they pressed on despite their weariness. After traversing a chaotic field of fallen stones, the trio arrived beneath a sheer cliff that opposed an open plateau. At the foot of the precipice was a dark, modest aperture in the rock, its mouth rising about 2 meters above the ground. Li Feng pointed it out with a lift of his hand. The 2 women brightened at the prospect of shelter. The entrance was shadowed and silent, a little unnerving, but promising respite. Li Feng instructed them to climb up onto a rocky ledge a few meters high and remain there while he investigated. From a raised position, their view would be safer and more expansive, less vulnerable to surprise from the valley below. Both wanted to accompany him, but he implored them to wait for their own security. Reluctantly, they obeyed, voices hushed with anxiety, urging him to be careful. Approaching the cavern, Li Feng discovered a clear rivulet trickling nearby, its water unspoiled and pure. Relief lit his expression. Water paired with a cave would make life within the mountain far more manageable. Yu Zili clapped her hands with delighted anticipation of not having to trek for bathing water, while Lin Ping clasped her hands in a silent hope that the cavity might serve as a safe dwelling. Li Feng's spirits rose at the practicality of their find. When the bird attempted to flee, Li Feng acted with rapid precision. He flicked 2 small stones in quick succession, striking the bird's legs as if with bullets, then administered a single clean stroke that severed its head. Yu Zili looked upon his decisive motion with admiration, calling him fierce yet dependable. Li Feng told the women to remain where they were. He sprang to the cave lip and peered inside. The sight of the bones unnerved them all. Li Feng admitted the presence of the remains, and after a moment of consideration preferred not to leave the 2 women outside while he inspected further. He beckoned them in. Yu Zili grasped his hand readily, declaring that with him by her side, she feared nothing, not even apparitions. Lin Ping, more superstitious, murmured that a place where death had occurred felt ominous and inauspicious, yet she followed with visible unease. Together they stepped into the cave to examine the skeleton and to determine whether the hollow could truly become their refuge. Li Feng prodded the decayed regions and estimated the remains to be at least 7 or 8 decades old. Lin Ping, studying the skeleton, recalled the wrecked aircraft they had encountered earlier, a fighter from the island nation dating to the wartime era. From a stray notebook recovered among the debris, they had learned the plane carried 7 men. When it went down, 2 perished immediately and 5 were injured. This skeleton might well be one of those survivors. To their surprise, Yu Zili found a notebook trapped under the bones. Li Feng gave the skeleton a kick to roll it aside, and the notebook emerged intact. The cave's dryness had spared it from rot. Its pages were filled with the island script, indecipherable to Li Feng. He and Lin Ping deferred to Yu Zili and watched her read. The notebook recounted the crash. 7 men, including a commander, intended to fly to the mainland to lead operations, but an inexplicable force diverted and wrecked the aircraft on the island. The commander and another soldier died outright. The remaining 5 were wounded. In desperate need of water and food, they left the wreckage and were set upon by creatures. Songzia He, ambushed in the night, suffered grave wounds and was abandoned by his companions. Alone and grievously hurt, he had dragged himself into the cave and endured the darkness, the solitude, and pangs of longing for his mother. They cooperated with brisk efficiency. Li Feng stacked stones to fashion a rudimentary door and set a single stone slab as a barrier. Inside, he lined the floor with dry straw and a wolf pelt for bedding, imagining a simple rustic comfort. By the creek they rinsed rice and plucked the fowl. The pot steamed with a fragrant yellow braised chicken that promised warmth and contentment. Surrounded by modest provisions, fresh water, and the company of two resolute companions, Li Feng allowed himself the rare sentiment of triumph. In that modest cave with food on the fire and laughter at their side, they felt for a fleeting moment like the victors of fate. Li Feng resolved to eliminate the huabao before the venomous serpent could close the distance. He moved with lightning swiftness, closing on the beast with every ounce of resolve. The huabao lunged at the two women, its intent a feral frenzied tearing. The women raised their wooden clubs in unison and struck toward the animal's skull with desperate force. The impact landed. The huabao reeled, but furious snapped toward Lin Ping's exposed thigh. She screamed, frozen by shock and the suddenness of the attack. Yu Zili cried out in alarm as the animal's jaws descended. At that instant, Li Feng seized the leopard's tail and hauled it backward a full meter, wrenching it off Lin Ping's limb. The beast whirled and aimed at his arm. Without hesitation, Li Feng drove his blade into its neck. Blood spouted like a fountain. The creature collapsed, convulsing weakly on the ground. With the huabao finally dead, Li Feng allowed himself a momentary breath. He knelt and began to skin the animal, remarking that the leopard pelt would prove far more useful than ordinary wolf hide. Yu Zili, mischievous and irreverent jest about the idea of using the beast's more intimate parts as a tonic in old superstition, couched in body humor, prompting embarrassed laughter. Lin Ping protested playfully, and Li Feng, rugged and pragmatic, declined any such remedy while preparing the pelt for later use. When the serpent slithered away into the undergrowth, Li Feng checked on the two women. Both declared themselves unhurt and spoke of how Li Feng's courage had spared their lives. He wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken by the intensity of the encounter, but more concerned for their safety than his own. The leopard pelt was hung upon a nearby tree branch, drying in the cool air as a testament to their narrow deliverance. As they prepared to move on, Li Feng discovered fresh droppings amid the grasses, clear signs of wild mountain goats. His face brightened. Goat meat, especially roasted whole, promised a rich and satisfying meal. He tracked the subtle imprints across damp soil and led the two women along the faint trail. Soon they peered into a small copse where several dark-coated goats grazed placidly, unaware of the hunters who had come close. Li Feng signaled for them to wait and slipped forward, swift and silent. A rain of stones followed, and one struck true against the hind leg of a goat, crippling its stride and slowing its flight. Triumph surged through him at the thought of a roasted goat to sustain them. He dashed into the thicket to close the distance and secure his prize, certain he could manage the chase without wandering too far. Li Feng lunged with his long blade, fury lending speed to his arms, and struck the tribesman with the harpoon. The weapon rang against the blade, the man staggering but recovering swiftly as he attempted to stab Li Feng in the ribs. Li Feng sidestepped the harpoon, grazing past him, and then sealed the encounter with a decisive slash that cut the man's throat. The savage crumpled, clutching his wound, and collapsed lifeless to the forest floor. For better or worse, mercy had been sacrificed to necessity. He plunged into the woods, branches slashing across his face, the foliage thick and the light dim, yet his pace was unrivaled, driven by a single desperate purpose. Out of breath and exhilarated, he pushed forward until the cries of Lin Ping and Yu Zili pierced the verdant gloom. There, deeper in the copse, the two remaining tribesmen were carrying the women like spoils, their voices high with exultation as though they had retrieved some treasure. The weight of the captives slowed their stride. Sensing Li Feng's approach, panic flickered across their features, and they abruptly tossed the women to the ground. The first feral tribesman lunged with his harpoon. Li Feng met the thrust with the sweep of his long blade, parrying and diverting the blow with practiced precision. The second assailant followed in rapid succession, spearing forward with ugly speed. Li Feng spun half a turn, bringing his blade down in a crushing arc aimed at the intruder's crown. The man scraped the haft across his forehead to halt the descent, only to be felled by a sudden kick that sent him sprawling like a felled sapling. While one lay prone, the other struck from behind, aiming his spear at Li Feng's nape. Li Feng arched his body. Just in time, the weapon nicked empty air. In the same motion, his blade reversed, cleaving through the man's throat with merciless efficiency. His movements were sharp and uncompromising. In the city, he might have hesitated to take a life, but on this island, among those who bore no mercy, compassion would be a fatal indulgence. The surviving tribesman, seeing his comrade dispatched, fled into the undergrowth, screaming in a tongue Li Feng could not decipher, urgent, threatening cries that promised reinforcements. Li Feng called back a curt warning to Lin Ai and Xiao Li to remain safe, and immediately gave chase. He could not permit a witness to vanish and carry alarm to the settlement. The fugitive ran with astonishing agility, weaving between trees as if born to the jungle. His bare feet devoured the uneven ground. Li Feng hurled his long knife in an attempt to pin the man to the trunk, but a sudden dodge sent the blade whistling past and lodging in the bark of a tree. The tribesman lunged for the embedded weapon, intent on turning the blade against its thrower. Like a predator, Li Feng closed the distance with a single bounding leap and drove a brutal kick into the man's back, flinging him face first across the leaf litter. Spears and weapons were discarded. The combatants were reduced to bone and sinew. The tribesmen sprang up and charged a furious, desperate force. Li Feng answered with a soaring scissor kick that landed squarely upon his chest, yet the man's resistance was unnerving in its animal ferocity. When raw strength failed to topple him, Li Feng seized the man's wrist and exploited his momentum with a backward pull that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. Li Feng's knee struck his sternum with kinetic finality. The tribesman gasped, his breath foul and reeking of decay. His teeth were encrusted with filth, an odious testament to his savage existence. For a moment, Li Feng staggered from the nausea, and the man writhed impotently beneath him. The tribesman clung to Li Feng's waist like a maddened bull, pressing his weight and emitting guttural bellows. Li Feng braced against a tree and rained elbow strikes down the man's spine, but each blow barely budged the hulking figure. He was not weakened by pain. He seemed almost forged from some implacable core, unusually dense and enduring against assault. Fury and frustration flared in Li Feng's eyes. He remembered the old master's counsel to remain composed in the face of danger, to let discipline govern action rather than panic. Drawing on decades of training begun at 3 years old, he seized the man's throat, driving a final savaging knee into his chest. With a thunderous impact, the tribesman was hurled several meters, leaves and soil scattering in his wake. Terrified, he scrambled and rolled deeper into the thicket, seeking sanctuary among the shadows. Li Feng retrieved his blade from the tree and plunged after the fleeing silhouette into a denser copse, where foliage thickened and sightlines vanished beneath a tangle of branches. The trail dissolved into silence. The tribesmen had melted into the vegetation like smoke. Li Feng pressed on, acutely vigilant, every sense sharpened to the slightest rustle. He would not allow this predator to slip away and raise an alarm to its comrades. He scoured the perimeter with hawk-like attention, convinced the man remained hidden nearby, ready to strike from concealment. Steady and resolute, Li Feng murmured a promise of blood and launched himself upward into the trees to gain a vantaging, elevated perspective from which to unmask and extinguish the threat before it could imperil the two women or bring the horde down upon them. Li Feng vaulted onto a branch 2 meters above the ground, and with lithe ease climbed another 4 or 5 meters until he could command the clearing below. From that elevated vantage, he swept his gaze across the undergrowth and caught sight of a figure curled low in a luxuriant tangle of grass. The foliage was dense enough to conceal a person completely. He leapt down and moved briskly toward the concealed man. The wild man, having been discovered, erupted into furious motion, an animal cry tearing from his throat as he lunged outward with desperate strength, seeking to seize Li Feng about the waist as he had intended before. In a deliberate gesture, Li Feng planted his long blade into the earth, announcing that he would finish the encounter with his bare hands. The attacker attempted brute force, once more hurling his body forward to grapple. Li Feng retreated 2 steps, and the assailant sailed past, striking only empty air. With precise timing, Li Feng struck the back of the man's skull with the flat of his hand, and the bewildered savage reeled, stars dancing before his eyes. Grasping the head as one might twist a stubborn gourd, Li Feng wrenched until a sickening crack announced the end. The wild man slumped, life extinguished. Without hesitancy, Li Feng dragged the corpse away, intent upon concealing the remains. He knew that if the tribe discovered a fallen comrade, they would scour the forest in vengeance. Better these bodies be hidden than provide fuel for a bloodthirsty pursuit. He resolved to inter them where no vigilant searchers would find them. When he returned, Lin Ping and Yu Zili were trembling with relief. Lin Ping's eyes brimmed with tears at the sight of him hauling the body closer. Yu Zili, voice shaking, related how they had nearly been taken. If the raiders had succeeded, the women would have suffered unspeakable violation. The horror of that near-certain fate left them pale and trembling. Li Feng soothed them, assuring them that the threat had been eliminated. Agreeing on a plan, the 3 labored together to move the bodies from the underbrush. They found a vertical shaft nearby, its mouth narrow, and its descent swallowed by impenetrable darkness. Li Feng tossed a stone into the abyss and listened. The long delay before it struck bottom confirmed the depth. Methodically, they lowered each body into the chasm. When the echoing thuds signaled the end, Li Feng sealed the opening with heavy stones, an unyielding lid upon the grave. Let the missing men remain at the bottom forever, he thought, and let no trace draw the tribe to them. Exhausted, the trio sat upon nearby rocks as the sun began its slow decline. They had no time left to hunt before dusk. Grateful for the leopard meat they already possessed, they would not go hungry that night. Lin Ping confessed her lingering fear that the tribe might be nearer than they suspected, while Li Feng, scanning the surroundings, found no evidence of sustained activity to suggest a settlement close at hand. His observation calmed them for a while, and Yu Zili, effusive with admiration, pressed herself against him. Li Feng dismissed the flattery, gathered the leopard's pelt and meat, and prepared to retrace their path homeward. As daylight bled into dusk, Li Feng watched the horizon and breathed a long, restrained sigh. The island's dangers were many. His thoughts turned anxiously to the rescue party they awaited. If help did not arrive soon and the primitive tribe should encircle them, their plight would be desperate and the odds grim. Night had fallen when the three returned to their encampment. They found a little of the braised chicken rice left from that afternoon. Li Feng fried the leopard meat and mixed it with foraged greens and mushrooms. The meat carried a strong, unfamiliar odor, but the wild vegetables tempered it, making the meal passable. Around them the forest was an impenetrable black, and only the campfire radiated a warm crimson glow that lit a 10 soft-meters radius. In the suffocating hush beneath the canopy, Lin Ping and Li felt the weight of their predicament keenly. They had been stranded for days, and no rescue had arrived. Their appetites had vanished. Li Feng noticed their reluctance and, concerned for their health, urged them to eat. Li's voice was almost a whisper as she asked whether the rescue would ever come, and both women were visibly heavy with worry. Li Feng, hoping to lift their spirits, proposed to tell a story. They pleaded with him not to recount anything terrifying, for the memory of the skeletal remains in the cave still haunted them. Reassuring them that his tale would not be one of horror, he settled himself by the fire and began. He spoke of his grandfather's wartime experience, a story passed down as family lore. In 1962, his Yi and several comrades had crossed a snowbound mountain to engage the enemy, only to lose their way and their contact with the main force. The younger recruits who had become separated were despondent and ill at ease. By nightfall, they could barely eat. His grandfather, calm and resolute, insisted on filling their bellies no matter the circumstances. Such a small act of pragmatism, Li Feng suggested, carried weight beyond immediate comfort. That night proved decisive. At dawn, the enemy launched a sudden attack. The sleep-deprived, fasting soldiers were exhausted and could not mount an effective defense. Li Feng's Yi, however, fought with ferocious resolve. Single-handedly, he slew several adversaries, rescued his comrades, and earned commendation. Lin Ping and Li listened in reverent silence, awed by the image of the elderly hero whose courage had preserved lives. Both pledged that if fate allowed them to return, they would pay their respects to the man they now imagined as a living legend. Bolstered by the story, the three ate with renewed purpose. Li Feng devoured the food vigorously, determined not to go hungry, for he knew that in such a hostile environment, the slightest weakness could be fatal. To encourage them, he reminded Lin Ping and Li that survival required fortitude and a readiness to endure. Their earlier despair eased, they adopted a pragmatic calm. As long as we live, we can wait for rescue, they resolved, and the firelight reflected hope in their faces. After the meal, they returned to the cave, a shelter of some 30 square meters that promised relative safety. Li Feng had lined a cleft in the stone with dry straw and animal hides, transforming the space into a makeshift bed that would ease the night's chill. They wedged a stone slab across the entrance, bracing it from behind with 2 stout timbers. Even a large beast would find such a barrier formidable. Li sighed with relief, delighted by the prospect of a secure night's sleep after the sleepless vigils they had kept by the shore. A brief, playful moment passed as Li Feng teased Li, who protested coquettishly and feigned embarrassment. Their laughter was sudden and fragile against the vast hush of the forest. Then a low, menacing growl rolled from the primordial darkness beyond the cave mouth, a sound so unnerving that every hair on their arms rose. Startled, the two women sprang to their feet, while Li Feng moved to the aperture and peered into the night. Pulse quickened. The sound was primeval and inexplicable, leaving them poised between caution and dread as they strained to discern its source. In the pitch-black heart of the primeval forest, a strange, high-pitched cry cut through the night. The sound was acute and grating, a noise that made the scalp prickle and stirred a cold dread deep in the soul. Li Feng and the two women froze, listening as the alien call reverberated from the darkness beyond the firelight. Li and Lin Ping's hairs rose. They exchanged terrified looks. Though the source lay far away, the cry unnerved them deeply. Li Feng furrowed his brow, admitting softly that he had never heard anything like it before. The cry was simply unnatural, an almost metallic keening that suggested both fury and acute distress. Through the cave's ventilation shaft, the campfire still blazed, its glow washing a few dozen meters into the forest and blurring the surrounding trees into dim silhouettes. Beyond that faint halo, the jungle became an ink-black void. From that impenetrable dark, the inexplicable cry continued to issue, beckoning dread with every repetition. The sound returned sharp and insistent. Li fled to Li Feng in a panic, while Lin Ping came close behind. Together they clung to his arm, seeking the shelter of his presence. Li Feng held them both, trying to quiet their racing hearts, promising protection and projecting an assurance he did not entirely feel. The sound had terrified his companions, and he could not bear to let it show how uneasy he truly was. The piercing calls multiplied into a chorus. From the deeper forest came the sound of chaotic movement, as if a multitude of animals stampeded in panic, trampling branches and crashing through undergrowth. Li Feng peered into the night, but the darkness swallowed every outline. Whatever had voiced that cry had set the entire jungle into a terrified flight. Uzili whimpered that the beach where they had first stayed had felt safer. Nothing like this had happened there. The newcomers lamented their misfortune in their very first night in the ancient wood they faced this uncanny terror. Li Feng reasoned that though they could not go back to the shore, the cave provided refuge. If they remained within its walls, even packs of predators or bands of wild men would be less likely to find them. Gradually, after a prolonged cacophony, the forest's commotion subsided. The strange cries faded and night regained its ordinary stillness. Through the vent the three peered into the black and found only silence. Relief spread through them like a warm current. They breathed more easily and promised themselves a night of rest while keeping watch in turns. As the hour deepened, Lin Ping stirred. In a quiet, decisive motion, she turned cupped Li Feng's face and kissed him. When he started to speak, she placed a finger to his lips and whispered thanks for his protection, suggesting she wished to repay him. Her voice was soft and beguiling. The night closed around them like a velvet curtain, and the cave's hush cradled the fragile intimacy of the moment as they lay there cautious and tentative in the darkness. A sudden crack in the darkness drew Li Feng to his feet. Holding his long blade, he moved to the cave entrance and peered through the ventilation slit. The campfire still glowed the night above an ink-black canopy. For an instant, a dark silhouette flashed across the firelight, impossibly swift, then vanished. He rubbed his eyes and frowned. With the embers dwindling, he considered venturing out to replenish fuel, but the primeval forest beyond was dense and oppressive, and the thought of stepping into that black mass chilled him. He returned to the pallet, unsettled by the cave's hush and by a sense of old lingering sorrow that seemed to haunt the stone. As he lay watching the ceiling, Lin Ping murmured in her sleep, voice soft and achingly tender. She spoke of Lin Ting, of maternal longing in the dream. She clung to memories and to a phantom embrace. Li Feng wrapped an arm around her and let the warmth of human comfort dispel some of the night's cold. She whispered words of affection for him, and he moved, kissed her forehead. Sleep turned treacherous. In the next vision, a band of primitive savages descended upon them. Outnumbered and wounded, Li Feng saw himself bound to a tree, while the leader, hulking and wild, approached wielding a stone axe. The women were seized, stripped, and terrorized, their cries drowning in a language he could not understand. As the axe fell toward him, a strangled shout ripped him from the dream, and he woke in a cold sweat, heart racing, the nightmare's images lingering like bruises. Dawn found him frantic until he realized the women were gone from the cave. He called out Lin Ping. Uzili and hurried outside to find them among the embers preparing breakfast by the dying fire. They greeted him teasingly about his sweat-dampened forehead, but concern softened their jests into genuine care. Relieved to see them unscathed, Li Feng confessed the nightmare. Seeing them safe steadied him, and he chastised himself for letting fear rule his sleep. His relief gave way to stern resolve. He forbade them from leaving the cave without waking him, insisting that they must not wander alone into the forest for safety's sake. Uzili protested in mock indignation, hurt that his tone had been so severe, while Lin Ping answered gently, understanding the wisdom of his caution. Li Feng framed his command not as dominion, but as protection. He urged equality among the three of them, a mutual respect, and shared responsibility rather than obedience born of fear. They had just begun to eat when voices rang out from the foliage, exclamations of surprise. Someone else was ahead of them in the forest, perhaps another party sharing the morning meal, perhaps a threat. The sound carried a mixture of relief and menace, and the three of them stiffened, forks still in their hands, as the woodland revelry blurred into the uncertain hush of what might come next. A skirmish of loyalties unfolded, and Wang Qiu found himself unnerved. Li Feng had once been his captain. Lin Ping had once served as his employer. Now, however, he followed the two lay brothers, and he could not decide where his allegiance properly lay. Uzili pierced the facade with a single scathing assertion. She accused Bai Jiaomei of shamelessly fabricating seduction to curry favor with Li Feng, insisting that he had scarcely deigned to glance at her. Bai Jiaomei retorted with feigned indignation, and then with theatrical melodrama reiterated a lurid tale of attempted violation, professing instead that she had preserved her purity at all costs. Li Feng's expression hardened. He was a man who appreciated women but abhorred opportunism, and Bai Jiaomei's insinuations repelled him. When she pressed the point, insinuating he had once sought to force himself upon her, he rebuked her with cold composure. Her response was insolent and mocking, a spiteful mixture of coquettishness and perfidy. Sensing the volatility of the moment, Lei Lahu attempted to render the tension into conciliation. He joked with a cavalier air that if Li Feng desired Bai Jiaomei, she might as well acquiesce. In his view, a single liaison between consenting adults was trivial. He even suggested with irresponsible levity that she should merely bathe afterward. Bai Jiaomei simulated modest refusal, while craving indulgence. Her posture bespoke a cultivated reputation, but her conduct suggested the opposite. Lei urged, incensed by Li Feng's reticence to submit, brandished a wooden club and threatened violence. Li Feng responded with implacable resolve, his long blade a measured and lethal deterrent. Wang Xiu, nudged by Jiaomei to intervene, fumbled for words, and then attempted to mediate with an appeal to shared lineage, invoking the notion of being descendants of Yan and Huang and urging peace. His entreaty was met with derision and vitriol from Jiaomei, who berated him as a coward and a sycophant. He endured her invective in silence. Lei Lahus' authority defused the immediate confrontation. He ordered Lei Urge to stand down and counseled that old grievances be buried, embracing a veneer of harmony for the sake of pragmatism. Li Feng, wary of the Lei brothers' duplicity but perceptive of the strategic advantage their presence offered against the inevitable threat of the wild tribes, agreed outwardly to an uneasy truce. As the tension loosened, the group discovered a cavern stocked with provisions. Jiaomei and Lei Urge eagerly moved toward it, envisioning comfort and indulgence. Li Feng, however, planted himself before the cave with sword in hand and forbade anyone to enter without his consent. Lei Urge erupted in fury and issued a lethal ultimatum, warning Li Feng to depart or be slain. Lei Lauer gripped his wooden club and stepped forward, a grin of expectancy on his face. He declared that the cave was common property and that any man had the right to enter. Jiaomei egged him on, confident that numbers would cow Li Feng. Li Feng, however, drew his long blade with a calm, lethal precision. He warned them plainly that if any of those brutes dared to set foot inside, he would split them down the middle. Tension sharpened into a knife edge. Jiaomei lashed out at Wang Xiu, slapping him rudely as she berated him for failing to support Lei Laho. Her words were venomous. She painted a picture of boundless prosperity should he pledge loyalty to the Lei brothers once they left the island. She promised factories, contracts, and mountains of money, the kind of fantasy that makes the dispossessed dream of instant elevation. Wang Xiu, poor and hungry for a way out, found himself seduced by those gilded promises. He had once served under Li Feng, and Li Feng, remembering old ties, tried to warn him against being exchanged like a tool. Yu Zili and Lin Ping added their cautions, advising Wang not to be blinded by ephemeral favors. Yet each counsel was punctured by another slap from Jiaomei, who mocked his gratitude toward Li Feng and scornfully urged him to choose the path of expediency. She painted images of opulent cars and adoring companions of a life transformed by association rather than merit. The picture proved irresistible. Wang Xiu's poverty had long taught him to clutch at any ladder that promised escape. A quarrel ignited at the mouth of the cave when a loud-voiced woman Jiaomei declared the cavern theirs by right of numbers and force. She strode forward with imperious confidence, intent on evicting Li Feng and his two companions. Her brazen assertion provoked Li Feng, who met her challenge without hesitation. When Jiaomei thrust herself between them, Li Feng reacted swiftly and decisively, delivering a single cold slap that sent her sprawling. Outraged and clutching her face, she cried foul and implored her allies to intervene. As two of their men advanced, Li Feng unsheathed his long blade and warned them to retreat if they valued their lives. Yu Zili and Lin Ping, though small in stature and armed only with crude wooden staves, planted themselves beside Li Feng and vowed to defend the cave. Their appearances belied the determination behind their eyes, yet the intruders paid them little heed. The air grew taut with threat and fragile resolve. Sensing the danger of escalation, Lei Lihu stepped forward to mediate. He had already tested Li Feng's limits, and calculating the man's temperament, chose to restrain his faction for the moment. With nothing more than a look from their leader Lei Lauer, and Wang Xiu stepped back and allowed the tension to subside. Jiaomei, resentful and unwilling to swallow her humiliation, accused Li Feng of striking her and demanded retribution. Wang Xiu attempted to offer assistance only to be slapped aside by Jiaomei, who insulted him bitterly for daring to touch her. His embarrassment was palpable as he retreated in silence. Faced with rejection, Jiaomei urged theft, but Lei Lahu softened his tone and offered a compromise. He promised to repay Li Feng by joining him on future hunts and restoring what they consumed. Li Feng accepted the conditional truce and led the two women into the cave to rest, reserving the right to deny future intrusions under stern warning. As the intruders withdrew, Lei Lahus' gratitude concealed a darker purpose. Jealousy and resentment fermented at the sight of Lin Ping's tenderness toward Li Feng and the women's deference. In private, he admitted to his brother that he had restrained him earlier because brute force against a long-bladed opponent would be reckless. Lei Lauer scoffed at Li Feng's past title as a security chief at Lin Shigongxi, while Jiaomei mocked it as insignificant. They resolved to probe Wang Xiu about Li Feng's true capabilities and to scheme further. The promise of repayment was merely a pretext for the violence they now contemplated. Lei Lihu fixed Wang Xiu with a searching gaze and said apologetically, "Lei Zong, forgive me, I do not truly understand Li Feng's capabilities." The admission brought a flush of shame to Wang Xiu's face. He remembered serving under Li Feng as a security man for a year, yet could not attest to his former superior's prowess. A long, exasperated sigh escaped Lei Lihu. He found Li Feng inscrutable and longed to know the extent of his ability, yet lacked any real opportunity to observe him. Beside him lay Lauer, muttered with braggadocio that 3 hands could surely overcome 4 fists. He refused to believe Li Feng possessed genuine skill. Yet the narrative bore contradictions. An unspoken narrator noted that Bai Jiaomei was adept at falsehoods. In truth, Li Feng had driven the beast away, and it had been Bai who pushed Lin Ping down. Nevertheless, Bai swore before heaven that she had feigned death and thus survived unscathed when the bear sniffed her and moved on. Lei Lahu interpreted the tale as proof of fortune and quick thinking. Bai Jiaomei continued fabricating to cement their resolve. She described a later encounter with 3 wolves in which she alleged Li Feng panicked and fled, leaving her to be chased until she escaped and met Lei Lahu's party. The story stirred Lei Lauer into contemptuous derision. Convinced that Li Feng lacked skill, the brothers felt emboldened to act without restraint. Hunger interrupted their plotting. Lei Lahu insisted they eat before anything else. Wang Qiu, cornered into preparing food, fumbled with the skewers, while Bai Jiaomei berated him, mercilessly slapping him and chastising his incompetence. He endured the humiliation, for Lei Lahu's rare praise, feigned or not, meant everything to him. Lei Lauer clapped him on the shoulder and promised protection beyond the island if he remained loyal. Wang Qiu swore fealty with tearful earnestness. He declared he would abandon his former allegiance to Li Feng in pursuit of advancement under Lei Lahu's favor. The brothers, reassured by his obeisance and by Jiaomei's tales, reaffirmed their plan to strike Li Feng together, convinced that united they would prevail. In the quiet of his cave, Li Feng sat upon his straw bedding and tried to steady his mind. The nightmare from the previous night still clung to him like a chill. Its brutality left him unsettled. Yu Zili peered nervously toward the entrance, alarmed by the voices outside. Li Ji, they are likely planning how to deal with you. You should not have shared our rations with them, she warned, anxiety etched across her features. Lin Ping's tension tightened when she heard Lei Lahu's voice at the mouth of the cave, asking if he might enter. The prospect of violence made her pulse race. Li Feng, recalling the bloodied visions of his dream, braced himself. The men outside were preparing to move, and the sharp air of impending confrontation fell over the hollow like a drawn blade. Lin, I do not worry, they will not make a move for 2 or 3 days, Li Feng reassured Lin Ping. He was certain the Lei Lahu party would not act rashly just yet. Human instinct favored caution. From beyond the cave came Lei Lahu's loud voice. Brotherly, may I enter your cave? Li Feng looked toward the entrance and refused with cold resolution. This cave is my private domain. Besides Lin Ping and Zili, no one may enter. Lei Lahu's tone shifted to supplication. Brother, do not misunderstand me. I mean no harm. I only saw some grains of rice in your camp. We are hungry and asked to borrow a little rice to stave off our hunger. The audacity of the man appalled Li Feng. He could scarcely believe they would expect to be handed his provisions. Li Feng had hoarded every grain. There was no question of generosity. You can forget the rice. Do not presume upon my kindness, he said firmly. Lei Lahu tried to tempt him with promises. If you spare us some rice once we leave this island, I will offer you a construction job that could make you rich. His words were a grand, empty pastry. Li Feng answered with disdain. Only Wang Qiu would believe such a golden promise. I do not covet your projects. Do not press me, or you will regret it. He did not trust that Lei Lahu would keep his word, even if survival itself remained uncertain. After a pause, Lei Lahu relented with an exaggerated sigh. They made no attempt to force entry. Inside the cave, Yu Zili pressed her palm to her chest and trembled. I was terrified. I thought they might barge in. Lin Ping, her resolve hardening, whispered that they should strike first and eliminate the threat entirely. The notion chilled the air. Yu Zili, almost in tears, echoed the fearful thought. She had never killed an animal, much less a human. The idea of slaying another filled her with dread. Li Feng considered their words for a long moment and dismissed the suggestion. It was unnecessary to spill blood now. He weighed his options carefully. If he killed Lei Lahu and his brother, the secret they shared might still be exposed unless he silenced Wang Qiu and Bai Jiaomei as well. He could not bring himself to murder Lin Ping and Yu Zili. To keep a secret once a man began to kill without restraint, control was easily lost. He had seen it before on a fishing vessel where a small purge escalated into a slaughter from which the perpetrators never retrieved their humanity. Li Feng feared that if he gave in to killing, the compulsion would overtake him. When Lei Lahu and his companions were fed, he became jovial and proposed a shared hunt. Brother, let us go hunting together. We will repay your hospitality with more food as soon as we find prey. Li Feng agreed, but kept his guard. As they set out toward the forest, the matter of dividing any spoils ignited a dispute. Lei Lauer demanded a larger share, arguing their greater number entitled them to more. Bai Jiaomei coldly suggested a 6-4 split in their favor. Li Feng refused outright. We will not accept such terms. 50-50 is the only fair division, he said. A tense exchange followed with threats and bluster on both sides. Li Feng's hand on his knife reminded them that hunting required skill and courage. It was not merely a numbers game. Lei Lahu raised a finger to the heavens and swore by the sky that he would never betray Li Feng. As his oath hung in the air, an abrupt peal of thunder rolled across the cloudless firmament, an impossible clap that fell like a rebuke. The sudden sound froze the circle. Embarrassment rippled through everyone present, and the atmosphere constricted with awkward silence. Where Lei Lauer saw only appetite and violence, Lei Laihu envisioned utility. Killing Li Feng outright would be wasteful, he argued. Far more advantageous would be to seize Li Feng's weapon and, by threatening him through Lin Ping and Li compel him to confront the wild men and serve as their expendable vanguard. His scheme was pragmatic and ruthless, shaped by a man who masked malice with a genial smile. Across the narrow gap between the two groups, Li Feng remained composed. He had sown the rumor of savages precisely to instill prudence and curb rash aggression. When Bai Jiaomei confirmed the finding of bones, Lei Lahu's suspicion softened into belief. Beneath the surface civility, however, each party kept its own counsel and guarded intentions. The conversation turned to tactics as they entered the trees. Lei Lahu proposed dividing into search parties to increase the odds of catching game. Lei Lauer suggested drawing lots to determine the teams. Li and Lin Ping rejected the idea of separation, refusing to be split from Li Feng. Their refusal was not mere sentiment, it was a clear refusal to cede control to Lei Lahu's plan. Lei Lahu pressed the point, invoking the need for discipline and collective obedience, but the women balked. They resented being told what to do by a man who was not their commander. For a moment the standoff seemed likely to fracture into outright defiance on both sides. Tension braided with mistrust as each measured the other's resolve. They stood beneath the trees, voices low but charged. "Ha, brother Li Feng, you see reason. You put the greater good first," Lei Lahu said with a venomous smile when Li Feng agreed to determine team assignments by lot. Lei Lauer, fingers raking his bare scalp, imagined partnering with Lin Ping or Li and then finding a secluded thicket in which to consummate more intimate business. The crass scheming made the air thick. "If we split into 3 teams, the first 2 will be pairs, and the last will be a trio," Lei Lahu proposed, confident in his arithmetic. "There are exactly 3 of us, let us remain together. The 4 of you can sort yourselves out. I will not intervene." Li Feng's reply was curt and absolute. Lei Lahu's hopes of isolating them evaporated. Li laughed and gave eager assent, and Lin Ping raised her hand in agreement. The motion of Lin Ping's arm drew the eye. She was a woman of generous form, and the men around her watched with unhidden appetite. Lei Lahu's gaze lingered. He had once courted her in the city, lavish with attention and money, only to find that her affections were not purchased so cheaply. Memory curdled into desire. Lei Lahu smoothly adopted the language of propriety. "We are comrades. We must obey organizational arrangements and avoid individualism." Li Feng cut to the point. "If there is an organization, who is the leader? Are you our leader?" Bai Jiaomei seized the moment to suggest an election. Lei Lauer quickly nominated his elder brother Wang Qiu, seconded the motion in deference. The numbers favored Lei Lahu. "Minority must yield to majority," Lei Lahu said, confident that the vote would be his. Li Feng shrugged off the maneuver. "I have no taste for such puerile games. If you wish to be leader, I will not oppose it, provided you do not interfere with our little band of 3. He made it plain that he would tolerate a nominal hierarchy so long as it did not encroach upon their autonomy. Disappointed but unsurprised, Lei Lahu accepted the stalemate, and the party pressed onward into the forest. Further along, Li Feng noticed the soil had been recently disturbed. Small pits and overturned clods scattered the ground in a telltale pattern. "Wild boar have been rooting here," he explained. Skeptical, Bai Jiaomei scoffed, but Lei Lahu hushed her. Li Feng pointed to the fresh earth. "These are new digs. Wild boar push the soil with their snouts. If all is as it seems, they are nearby." At the news, Lei Lauer brightened with crude anticipation. "If we bag a boar, he'll have a feast tonight. Save the boar's pizzle for me," he crowed, patting his shining bald head. Wang Qiu begged for a share in meek tones, only to be derided by Bai Jiaomei as a lonely pauper unfit to enjoy such spoils. The men fell into the petty hierarchy of teasing and boasting until a sound ahead arrested them. Under a great tree, a hulking dark boar rubbed itself against the trunk shuddering under its bulk. It was a colossal specimen, long tusks flashing in the dappled light. Lei Lauer and Wang Qiu lunged forward at once, eager to seize the prize. "Wait, do not be rash," Li Feng commanded, stepping between them. The impulsive charge could scatter the beast. At this distance, it would flee into the undergrowth. An ugly exchange ensued. Lei Lauer sneered at Li Feng's authority. Li Feng, equally blunt, answered in kind, and the quarrel sharpened until Lei Lauer threatened violence. Their eyes locked in a challenge, and for a heartbeat violence seemed imminent. Then Lei Lahu, who lacked experience but respected anyone who planned, intervened. He asked Li Feng to explain his caution. Hidden amid the trees, Lei Lauer fumed. No one had ever dared to give him orders, and being directed by Li Feng rankled his pride. He spat curses under his breath and looked upon Li Feng with contempt, seeing the arrangement as an affront. Lei Lahu attempted to mollify his brother, reminding him that Li Feng's experience in the field exceeded their own, and that for the sake of capturing the boar, they would temporarily follow his lead. Yet Lei Lauer's resentment grew into a darker resolve. He mimed a slicing motion across his throat and whispered of seizing an opportunity to eliminate Li Feng, convinced that only Li Feng's death would free them to possess the two women. Lei Lahu tried to restrain his brother's bloodlust. Their immediate imperative, he argued, was to subdue the prey and to keep an eye on other island dwellers. A reckless brawl now could jeopardize both the hunt and their safety. Still, the thought of Lin Ping's voluptuous form set Lei Lahu's pulse racing, and he admitted privately that he too yearned to seize the advantage as soon as the hunt concluded. The brothers plotted in low voices, agreeing to bide their time and to attempt to disarm Li Feng when a suitable opportunity presented itself. At his signal, the trio sprang. The boar, sensing danger, bounded away with astonishing speed. Li Feng pursued with Lin Ping and Yu Zili close at heel. Yu Zili's slight frame belied a surprising engine of endurance. She ran with fierce determination. The beast veered left toward the woods where Lei Lahu's men lay in wait. The Leis burst forth with wooden clubs and voices that rolled like thunder. Startled, the boar attempted to flee toward the opposite side, but Wang Qiu and Bai Jiaomei emerged there as well, forming a human cordon. The panic-stricken animal charged forward, finding itself funneled toward the valley's entrance. The hunter's plan succeeded. The boar scrambled into the valley only to confront the two sheer cliffs and the enclosing mountain. It turned in desperation, baring its tusks and lunging toward the hunters in a frenzy, intent on breaking through or dying in the attempt. Bai Jiaomei laughed with triumph at the success of the trap, while Li Feng and the others pressed on, their presence dominating the ravine as the terrified boar screamed and thrashed. Confronted with the enraged animal, fear flared among the group. Bai Jiaomei shrank back, warning that the boar's tusks were perilous and urging caution. She thrust Wang Qiu forward, ordering him to stand as a shield. Wang Qiu's reluctance was palpable. He feared being gored by the beast. Yet Bai Jiaomei's derision, calling him a penniless coward, left him no choice. Li Feng moved instinctively, positioning himself to protect Lin Ping and Yu Zili. With muscles coiled and senses honed, he braced for the boar's charge, resolved to hold the line and prevent the creature from trampling the women he guarded. Reacting with swift precision, Li Feng ordered Lei Lahu and the others into action. They seized lengths of vine as improvised ropes and braced themselves across the boar's charge. The creature struck the cords like a charging destrier, its short, powerful legs snagged, and for an instant it seemed destined to somersault. Yet the animal's low center of gravity and furious momentum refused collapse. The ropes strained, the hunters teetered on the verge of being dragged, and a collective groan rose as muscle and will were tested to the brink. "Hold on!" Lei Lahu cried, his knees buckling under the drag as the boar lunged forward. Lei Lauer and Wang Qiu nearly pitched forward, only the stubborn grip of their hands kept them from being overwhelmed. With nothing left to hesitate about, Li Feng surged through the confusion and drove his long blade into the beast's throat. The boar bellowed, blood spouting, then convulsed before crumpling into the dirt. The immense weight of the carcass made the task arduous, but the group prevailed through sheer numbers and courage. Relief and triumph rippled through the camp. Yu Zili clapped with delight, and Lin Ping's face brightened into a radiant smile. Yet celebration quickly curdled into contention. Bai Jiaomei, who claimed the greatest share of effort, declared the spoils should be divided 70-30 in her favor, prompting heated objections. "We agreed on 60-40, Yu Zili countered, voice hard with indignation. Lin Ping insisted the rules stand immovable. Accusations of ingratitude and opportunism flew like sparks, tempers flared on both sides. Behind the quarrel, darker designs whispered among the brothers. Lei Lauer, chafing at perceived slights, was mollified only when Lei Lahu hinted that patience would yield greater rewards. If when the cunning hour arrived they could isolate Li Feng, then the boar, the women, everything might be theirs. Lei Lauer relaxed, suddenly willing to let the immediate dispute pass. The promise of future advantage soothed his pride. With that uneasy truce, Li Feng permitted the men to shoulder the carcass and carry it back to their encampment. As they readied themselves to transport the carcass, a new threat announced itself from beyond the valley, wolf howls, distant at first, and then swelling into unmistakable chorus. The sound sent a frisson of fear through the group. "Wolves," Yu Zili whispered, alarm palpable in her voice. A pack had materialized on the ridge like a shadowed tide. Li Feng stepped forward, urging the two women behind him, his posture protective and resolute. The wolves multiplied in the gloom, and for the first time since the hunt the small company tasted real peril. The forest seemed to hold its breath as the predators closed in. A chorus of wolf howls rose from beyond the ravine, and a dozen or more gray wolves materialized along the ridgeline. Their numbers were far greater than the pair of earlier encounters Li Feng had endured. This time the pack had mobilized in force, evidently intent on vengeance. Bai Jiaomei shrieked and lunged toward the ravine in blind panic. Don't run if you wish to live, Li Feng warned urgently, not out of gallantry, but from tactical necessity. Flight would invite a brutal preemptive assault from the predators. Tension crackled among the group. Lei Lahu, trembling yet resolute, gripped his wooden staff and obeyed. Lei Lauer wore a feral scowl and emanated a dangerous coldness born of past violence. An episode in Yunhai, where he had once eliminated a rival's family and concealed the crime as an accident, remained a dark testament to his ruthlessness. Wiang Xiu, pale and quaking, pleaded futilely for pity, only to be derided by Bai Jiaomei, who mocked his poverty and deemed him the most expendable among them. Such cruelty exposed the brittle alliances in their fragile circle. Bai Jiaomei, in a moment of bewildered cowardice, implored Li Feng to step forward and explain to the wolves an absurdity that provoked Yu Xiali's scathing rebuke. Lei Lauer, meanwhile, contemplated using the chaos to settle his own score with Li Feng or to seize the great blade by force. The wolves, somber at first as though mourning their fallen kin, resumed their measured approach. They were cautious predators, unwilling to rush into a risky attack against a defended group. Perched on a narrow ledge several meters above the canyon floor, Bai Jiaomei crowed triumphantly. She had scrambled to a high rock outcrop and laughed, confident that the wolves could not reach her. Beneath her, Wiang Xiu flailed and implored, begging to be hauled up. Bai Jiaomei's retort was venomous and mercenary. She scoffed at his poverty and invoked Ma Deun as the hypothetical incentive that might have secured her help. Her indifference inflamed the scene, revealing a selfishness that sank like a stone into the other's morale. As Lei Lauer began his climb, Li Feng sprang forward with decisive force. I saw it first, he snapped, blocking the route. A brief, ugly confrontation erupted. Lei Lauer brandished a club, teeth bared, but Li Feng's kick sent him sprawling. In the chaos, a gray wolf lunged at Lei Lauer's rear. Bai Jiaomei from her perch mockingly warned him of the imminent danger. Lei Lahu swung at the beast and missed. The club struck stone and nearly splintered. Lei Lauer landed a brutal blow on the wolf's skull, momentarily driving it back. The moment of distraction gave Li Feng the chance to vault to the ledge. Above, Li Feng extended his leg, and Lin Ping clung to him, hauling herself up by strength and trust. He strained to hoist her bodily to safety, then reached for Yu Xiali. As Yu Xiali reached out, two swift wolves bounded in, closing like clockwork. Panic seized her. Her club glitched against rock and slipped from her grasp. The wolves attacked with feral speed. White-faced and trembling, Yu Xiali teetered on the cusp of doom. Li Feng dropped down in a blur of motion and with a single thunderous kick blasted one wolf aside. A second wolf lunged, and he met it with a flash of steel. His blade slid across the creature's skull, drawing a spray of blood and sending it howling into retreat. Bai Jiaomei shrieked encouragement to the pack, urging them to unite and tear the women apart, her malice unmasked. Yet despite her jeers, the immediate crisis had been averted for the three on the ledge. Li Feng steadied his companions and promised safety, though the valley still trembled with the approach of other wolves. More beasts converged, scattering toward Lei Lauer, Lei Lahu, and Wiang Xiu. Lin Ping from above implored Li Feng to save himself, but he would not abandon them. As the pack closed in, he readied himself to ferry the remaining friends to the rock terrace, each movement measured by courage and grim necessity. As the five gray wolves surged upward, Li Feng sprang from the ground with a single powerful movement. He vaulted, seized a protruding rock with one hand, and using that precarious purchase hauled Yu Xiali by the leg. Drawing upon tremendous core strength and raw upper body power, he hauled her up beside him. Barely had they clambered to safety when the wolves reached the cliff base and began to pace and prowl like a circling menace. Yu Xiali, still trembling from the ordeal, pressed herself against the stone and let out a shuddering exhale. Fear clung to her voice as she confessed how close she had felt to being torn apart. Li Feng answered with a wry, calming smile, teasing her with quiet affection to dispel the terror. Lin Ping reached out to soothe Yu Xiali, patting her back with gentle assurance. From a short distance, Bai Jiaomei spat contemptuously and muttered words that betrayed her deep-seated malice and envy toward the three who had already escaped the wolves' reach. The wolves prowled beneath them, restless and irritable after missing their leap. Li Feng pried loose a fist-sized stone from the cliff face and hurled it downward with measured force. The rock struck a wolf upon the skull with a bone-jarring thud. The animal yelped, blood staining its fur, and retreated with a grievous limp. It was wounded, not slain, but the impact bought precious seconds and demonstrated Li Feng's resourcefulness under pressure. Perched high on the ledge, Lin Ping watched the pack with mounting apprehension. Li Feng cautioned the two women to brace themselves and avoid any misstep that might send them tumbling. Below, two rough, boisterous men, Lei Lauer and his brother Lei Lihu, brandished wooden clubs and bellowed threats at the pack. Their crude bravado, combined with the weapons they wielded, made the wolves wary predators in the wild. Avoid unnecessary injury, and an adversary that fights back is a deterrent. Bai Jiaomei, sensing opportunity, called to the brothers and pointed to a nearby patch of flat stone that could accommodate another pair of feet. Lei Lauer and Lei Laihu accelerated toward that spot after intimidating the wolves with vigorous swings of their clubs. Meanwhile, Yang Qiu found himself flanked by two hungry wolves, one to the left and one to the right, each seeking an opening. He beat at them with his stick breath ragged and strength waning, his exhaustion plain to see. When Yang implored Bai Jiaomei for help, her response was merciless. She spat at his pleas, belittled his poverty, and declared his entreaties worthless. Humiliated, he groveled and promised servitude if she would only pull him to safety, yet she met him with scorn. In the chaos of his desperate bargaining, a wolf clamped down on Yang's thigh with savage force. Pain flared white and blinding. He clutched at the wound and staggered, but managed to strike the predator on the skull with a stone. The blow made the animal recoil, but it had already torn a chunk of flesh from his leg and left him bleeding profusely. As Yang's cries of agony pierced the air, Bai Jiaomei's irritation grew rather than her compassion. She dismissed his suffering as trivial, sneering that even a severed head would amount to nothing more than a small scar. Her words were cold and dismissive, revealing a cruel indifference. At that moment, Lei Lauer and Lei Lahu strode in, forcing three wolves to retreat with their assertive presence. The brothers' arrival afforded a fleeting reprieve. They ascended toward the ledge with Bai Jiaomei's assistance, leaving the injured man below with assurances and hollow platitudes. The cry tore through the air as the pack surged forward. Yang Qiu's voice trembled with genuine terror while the wolves closed in. The three women on the narrow ledge paid him no heed. There was scarcely room for three. A fourth would make the precarious perch intolerable. They would not risk themselves for him. As Yang Qiu's pleas grew more frantic, Lei Lauer spotted a slim fissure beneath the vast boulder nearby. The crack, just wide enough to admit a person, offered a slender hope. Yang Qiu scrambled toward it and forced himself into the narrow crevice as the wolves lunged. Pressing himself as far back as he could, he removed his shoe and wedged it against the opening, using its sole to block the snapping jaws that probed for him. In such a cramped sanctuary, one man might hold against 1,000 beasts. The wolves paced and howled, their frustration echoing through the canyon, but the gap held. Amid the argument, a tender moment softened the edge of fear. Yu Zili gripped Li Feng's hand, gaze affectionate and unwavering, whispering that she would rather die beside him than survive alone. Li Feng brushed a strand of hair from her face, rebuking such romantic fatalism and imploring them all to live. Bai Jiaomei jeered at the sentiment, but Yu Zili's devotion only strengthened the resolve around her companion. Then suddenly an ominous crack sounded beneath their feet. The stone under the three of them groaned. Li Feng's face hardened as he realized that if the ledge failed, they all might tumble into the wolves' clutches. Lin Ping's face drained of color as she realized the peril. Yu Zili's composure broke. Tearful and trembling, she pictured the wolves' teeth and the inevitable merciless tearing that would greet anyone who fell. Both women contemplated sacrificing themselves to spare the others. Yu Zili shut her eyes and prepared to leap, determined to redeem a debt she believed she owed. Lin Ping, though older, likewise resolved to give her life so that the remaining two might live. Their adversaries watched in stunned silence. Lei Lahu could scarce conceal his astonishment. Bai Jiaomei, who had earlier insisted Li Feng lacked skill, protested with manufactured grievance, yet the grim proof lay at her feet. The surviving wolves, spurred by grief and vengeance, howled and surged forward, their cadence like a tide of fury. Li Feng did not linger. He angled toward a lone, hulking boulder that rose like a small knoll from the valley floor. With a lithe, practiced motion, he vaulted for purchase, catching a fissure with one hand and somersaulting onto the rock in a movement that was both hawk-like and balletic. From the precipice above, Bai Jiaomei's outrage at the miscarriage of her hoped-for retribution reached a peak. In answer, Li Feng plucked a pebble and sent it skittering with unerring aim. It struck Bai Jiaomei's cheek and unbalanced her. Her startled cry became a ragged gasp as she lost her footing and tumbled from the ledge. Those who had rejoiced at the trio's plight now found their triumph curdled into horror. Li Feng remained poised on the boulder, eyes clear and resolute amid the echoing howls and the tumult of the valley. A distant howl split the forest air as three ashen wolves surged toward Li Feng. The moment he stepped between them and the stricken wild boar. Unfazed by the feral charge, he moved with the composed ferocity of a seasoned warrior. When the first wolf lunged, Li Feng's blade struck with ruthless precision, silencing it with a single throat-severing stroke. The remaining two recoiled, panic in their eyes, yet he pursued them without haste and dispatched each with equal efficiency. Their cries soon echoed into silence, and crimson pooled where the beasts had fallen. 12 wolves remained, some wounded. The pack's morale shattered when the Lang Wang uttered a mournful cry and fled with the others in shame. Seeing their comrades mangled, the gray wolves scattered into the underbrush, their cohesion broken. Relief washed over the small group of survivors. Had the predators not retreated, there would have been grievous harm, perhaps even death. Lei Lauer exhaled in visible relief, while Lei Lahu approached Li Feng with gratitude that tasted faintly of contrivance. His words of thanks were florid and excessive, as though he were performing an obligation rather than feeling it. Bai Jiaomei, however, wore resentment like armor. She muttered that fate had been unfair, because Li Feng had escaped with no bite marks, a sentiment she wished had been theirs. Wang Qiu attempted to commiserate only to receive a sharp, indignant slap from Bai that betrayed her capricious temper. When Wang Qiu, stung, asked why she had struck him, Bai spat a scornful rebuke and dismissed him as a pauper unworthy of comparison. Wang swallowed his indignation. The air between Li Feng and Bai grew taut. When she taunted him, his expression cooled into a warning, and he struck her with a single swift palm. Bai howled in outrage, clutching her face and threatening confrontation, but Li Feng's cold gaze silenced her. Lei Lahu feigned concern and called for calm, while Lei Lauer clenched his teeth in simmering frustration. Bai, undeterred, cried to Lei Lahu that she had been wrong. The man offered hollow sympathy and promised retribution only when removed from the immediate danger. Wang tried to soothe her, and by grasping at any comfort struck him again and rejected his cheap consolation. Li Feng moved to help the women down from the rocky ledge. Yu Zili slid into his arms as she descended, wrapping her legs around his waist and pressing her cheek against his in an intimate, teasing display. Her warmth and the smoothness of her skin were immediate and disarming. Lin Ping's face betrayed embarrassment. She admonished Yu Zili for the public display, urging her to maintain decorum. Yu Zili, unabashed, continued to cling, and Ku promising to be affectionate to Li Feng alone. Li Feng acknowledged her with a gentle pat on the back, and Yu Zili giggled and feigned possessive devotion. Lin Ping, mortified, fought the urge to protest and tried to steer matters back to prudence. Amid the light banter, Lei Lahu returned with a more pressing concern, his smile now edged with scheming. He informed Li Feng that Bai Jiaomei and Wang Qiu had sustained leg injuries and could not assist with carrying the boar, and he implored Li Feng to lend his strength. Li Feng declined flatly. He had no obligation to shoulder their burdens. Lei Lahu persisted, adopting a syrupy tone that thinly veiled his impatience. Li Feng advised that simple bandaging would suffice for leg wounds. Yu Zili chimed in, insisting the injuries were not fractures, but mere bruises. Bai's temper flared at the implication that she was feigning. She snapped at Yu Zili, who retorted without hesitation, daring her to act. Rejected, Lei Lahu soon conceded and organized the party to transport the boar themselves. Lei Lauer fashioned slings from vines and lashed the carcass to poles, and the group set off with the animal borne awkwardly between them. Bai Jiaomei protested loudly as she was forced into labor more befitting men. She sweated and whimpered, her complaints ringing hollow against the strain of the task. Wang Qiu adopted a piteous demeanor to elicit sympathy, but Li Feng remained unmoved. He regarded him as lacking resolve. The procession trudged forward through the forest, Bai's breath ragged and her leg bleeding, yet she pressed on amid complaints and theatrics as the party wrestled the boar along the path. Night fell as the small party staggered back into the camp. Bai Jiaomei collapsed and began to wail, her exhaustion spilling out in ragged sobs. She had not endured hardship before the strain had nearly broken her. Lin Ping and Yu Zili, by contrast, walked with an easy grace hand in hand, with Li Feng admiring the wildflowers and the breeze as if on a leisurely promenade. Wang Qiu lay panting on the ground, chest heaving. Though equally spent, he could still manage a facetious sympathy that irritated Bai Jiaomei beyond measure. Bai Jiaomei, don't be so miserable, Wang Qiu gasped, trying to sound consoling. I'm as tired as a dog too. She flared at the insult. Too weary to summon the force to strike, she nevertheless slapped him when fury overcame her. The camp fluttered with low murmurs as the small quarrel dissolved into the dusk, a brittle moment of human vanity and resentment. Nearby, the wild boar they had felled was brought back and laid upon the stream's pebbled bank. Li Feng squatted at the water's edge, the long blade in his hands, moving with practiced economy as he carved the meat. Lin Ping and Yu Zili busied themselves with helping, their movements deft and silent. The sight of Li Feng at work stilled even the most talkative of the men. Lei Lahu and his younger brother Lei Lauer lingered a short distance away, forced smiles masking their unease. They had hoped to seize the long knife and their adversary in one stroke, but Li Feng's earlier engagement with the wolf pack had dispelled any illusions about an easy victory. If we had attacked, Lei Lahu admitted, wiping sweat from his brow, I doubt the three of us would have stood a chance. Lei Lauer's jaw tightened as the memory of Li Feng's merciless efficiency pressed on him. They had thought possession of the blade would ensure dominance, yet the man wielding it moved through danger as though born to his task. For a moment, the brothers contemplated desperation. The prospect of securing Lin Ping and Yu Zili's favor was a temptation too vivid to dismiss. Their hands curled into fists at the thought of claiming the two women by whatever means necessary, yet prudence held them back. Violence would be folly without cunning. What if Lin Ping or Yu Zili share the meal? Lei Lauer fumed, his mind darker at the thought of losing the very prize he desired. Bai Jiaomei, unperturbed, promised control an insultingly small dose that would cause stupor and muscle failure rather than death, a temporary collapse that would leave Li Feng at their mercy. In that promise was cruelty honed into an instrument. The brothers' imaginations raced with visions of domination and indulgence. They rewarded her with eager approval and barely concealed leers. He admitted a deeper, more gnawing apprehension on, not for the bluster of Lei Lahu and his brother, but for the presence of the island's primitive tribe. He had seen track signs left by hands not wholly tame. The thought of those tribes' people stumbling upon their camp, of facing a foe born to the island, tightened his vigilance. He planned to keep the schemers nearby. They could serve as a buffer against that greater danger, their usefulness turning to advantage in the face of a larger threat. As the men and women argued beneath the drifting stars, Lei Lahu came forward with a bold claim. He approached Lin Ping with a grin that made her name catch in her throat. "Lin Ping," he said, "I have information about your daughter Lin Ting. She was on the ship. I can tell you where she is." The revelation landed like a thunderclap. Lin Ping's composure shattered into urgent fear and desperate hope as she demanded to know where her child might be found. Lin Ping's voice trembled as she implored Lei Zong, "Do you know where my daughter is?" Ever since she had been cast adrift and washed ashore on the island, her single consuming desire was to find Lin Ting. Nights were haunted by dreams of her child. By day, she searched the horizon of every rumor. Yet Lin Ting remained vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Lei Lahu offered a predatory smile. His gaze slid over Lin Ping, with brazen appraisal lingering on the curves of her figure. The look in his eyes betrayed a man who delighted in power and in the prospect of indulgence. "Lin Zong, I know where Tinger is," he purred, but his words were wrapped in calculation rather than comfort. When Lin Ping begged him to tell her plainly, Lei Lahu gestured toward a small copse of trees at the clearing's edge and urged her to follow him there. Li Feng's expression hardened immediately. He stepped forward, his voice low and dangerous. "Lei Lahu, if you dare take advantage of Lin Ping, if you deceive her, I swear I will make you regret it." Yu Zili spat a scornful rebuke. "You don't know where Lin Ting is, Lei Zong. You just want to trick Lin Ai into the woods, either to take advantage of her or to defraud her of hope." Her accusation, blunt and honest, cut through the false charity like a knife. Lei Lahu feigned wounded dignity and swore his truthfulness, insisting he meant no harm. "In time we will be on the same side," he coaxed, but his voice carried none of the repentance he pretended. Lei Air approached, glare sharpening his features. "Don't you insult my brother," he snarled toward Yu Zili. Li Feng shot back with icy composure, warning the man to temper his threats. The debate spiraled, accusations and counter-accusations jostled in the humid air. Lin Ping stood at the center of the storm, trembling yet resolute. She had sworn to herself that she would find her daughter at any cost, alive to clasp in her arms, or dead to have a burial and a truth. Even the slenderest glimmer of hope was a light she could not refuse. With tears prickling and a single droplet slipping free, she confessed, "Even if there is only 1 in 1,000 chance, I must follow it." Li Feng watched her with fierce sympathy. He recognized the animal desperation of a parent bereft of her child. He understood that grief could drive a person to clutch at any rumor as if it were a lifeline. "Lin Ai," he said gently, "don't act rashly. Don't let his words mislead you." Yu Zili added her own counsel and comfort, but both could feel the gravity of Lin Ping's longing. It was not reason they were confronting, but a hunger that swallowed reason whole. Moved by their concern, Li Feng embraced Lin Ping with protective tenderness. He promised, "So long as you do not abandon your search, I will not abandon you." Yu Zili echoed the pledge, sealing it with a simple, heartfelt promise. Lin Ping clung to them with a sob that shook her whole frame. Tinger was all she had, and fear and love braided together in her sorrow. When she had thanked them and retreated to a solitary crouch upon a boulder, her long hair, cascading to the ground like a dark waterfall, the wind carried away her soft, grief-stricken sobs. Her silhouette, small and forlorn against the open landscape, mirrored the depth of her isolation. Li Feng's eyes burned with indignation at the sight of her desolation. He vowed to make those who had humiliated her pay. Tension among the camp flared later that day over the distribution of a wild boar they had taken. After the meat had been eaten, only a few scraps of bone remained. Bai Jiaomei scowled at the meager portions and accused Li Feng of seizing more than his fair share. Lei Air, equally affronted, took a darker tone, swearing and taunting the man who had saved Lin Ping's honor. Words escalated into something more violent. Li Feng, provoked by the insult and by the sight of men willing to prey upon the vulnerable, stepped forward with the intention to strike. The camp held its breath. Bai Jiaomei, panic rising, interposed herself, questioning whether he would truly attack Lei Air. The standoff left the clearing trembling with barely contained hostility, a small war born of greed and cruelty, and set against it the fragile determination of a mother who would not be cowed. When Wang Xiu reached impulsively for a piece of roast, Bai Jiaomei struck his hand away with a disdainful slap. He looked bewildered and hurt. He had neither insulted nor offended. Bai Jiaomei scorned him for his singular appetite and accused him of thinking only of food. Wang Qiu pleaded that hunger had driven him, that he had not intended betrayal, but only sought to quiet the gnawing in his belly. His hands extended in supplication resembled those of a beggar. Bai Jiaomei derided him for his penniless habits, asserting that a few missed meals would not be fatal and belittling his dignity. Lei Lahu offered mock magnanimity, claiming the need to economize for the group, while he himself chewed through the wild boar with abandon. They preached thrift even as they ate with greasy relish. Li Feng sat between the two women, casual and untroubled, enjoying the convivial luxury of being flanked by admirers. Desperation drew Wang Qiu back to the cavern mouth. He implored Feng and Lin Ping and Yu Zili for a portion, casting beseeching looks to stir their mercy. Yu Zili dismissed him with contempt. Lin Ping refused to indulge him, fearing that satiating him would only enable a future conspiracy against Li Feng. Li Feng, firm and uncompromising, told him to leave. The chill of that refusal curtailed Wang Qiu's reach. He withdrew, chastened and dejected. At last, belching and indulgent, Lei Lahu rose and proffered the leftover victuals to Wang Qiu, shrugging off waste as charity and an investment in goodwill. Wang Qiu accepted with effusive gratitude, tears of appreciation nearly welling. Bai Jiaomei reminded him that he should be grateful for Lei Lahu's benevolence. The brothers' largesse was calculated, and the gratitude it engendered was a currency they wished to cultivate. Li Feng, perceiving the falseness in Lei Lahu's civility, brusquely admonished him to speak plainly if he had business. Lei Lahu, his tone oily with civility, replied that he sought a favor from Li Feng. Left without the sword, Lei Lahu's second brother complained, convinced that without the blade they could not raise a hut. Bai Jiaomei, a smile of malice playing at her lips, indicated Wang Qiu, standing nearby. "We have a more useful resource than a long knife," she purred. "With him, there's no need to soil our hands." The brothers' eyes glinted. To them, Wang Qiu was not a man, but a beast of burden, ready and pliant. Bai Jiaomei beckoned with a coquettish curl of her finger. Wang Qiu responded with ingratiating cheerfulness, utterly unversed in labor and yet eager for promised riches. Pressed and taunted, he could not bear to appear unwilling. Dreams of fortune silenced his reservations. "If I cannot do even this, how could I hope to join you in future enterprise?" he stammered, and under their expectant gaze, he pledged to complete the task. Wang Qiu set to work with childish zeal, humming of hardships now for pleasures tomorrow. The men watched with satisfied amusement as their puppet labored, marveling at how little he ate and how obedient he remained. Hours blurred by dusk, the crude hut stood ramshackle, unadorned, scarcely sturdy, but shelter nonetheless. With sweat-streaked brow, Wang Qiu announced his achievement, longing for praise. Bai Jiaomei nodded with calculated approval, complimenting his diligence, even as the brothers whispered among themselves that his usefulness had been proven. Then, in a small cruelty clothed as pragmatism, they informed him that the three of them would occupy the hut that night, and he would sleep outside. Wang Qiu's surprise was stark. The shelter he had built belonged to others. He yielded with a rueful smile, unwilling to make trouble. The three took the hut, and in the intimacy of their cramped shelter made a ruckus that nearly tore the fragile roof apart. Night fell thick and black across the island. Within the cave, Li Feng, Yu Zili, and Lin Ping retreated and secured the heavy stone door, propping it interiorly with a sturdy stick so it could only be opened from the inside. The chamber was dry and warm in contrast to the windswept camp outside. Yu Zili and Lin Ping exchanged contemptuous glances at Wang Qiu, who crouched alone beside the fire in the open, shivering, but oddly gratified that he had contributed. "A man who does not respect himself cannot expect the respect of others," Lin Ping observed coldly. Li Feng drew the women close, sheltering them in a languid embrace. Their affection offered a quiet haven against the evening's hostility. Soon the three drifted into a deep, untroubled sleep. Dawn light smeared the eastern sky when Li Feng and the women emerged to prepare breakfast. The sight of Lei Lahu and his brothers surfaced with bright smiles that thinly veiled darker intent. Lei Lahu broached their true plan this morning. They would forage the forest for poisonous flora and use it to dispatch Li Feng by stealth. Li Feng's expression remained calm, yet his voice carried cold clarity as he confronted them. "If you are scheming to use poison, beware. Such treachery will bring ruin upon you." His insights startled them. Lei Lahu sputtered denials and a hurried, obsequious attempt to appear misunderstood. Bai Jiaomei shot Wang Qiu a suspicious look, convinced he had betrayed them, but he protested his innocence with wounded expression. The tension thickened as motives and blame ricocheted among the small group. Before explanations could conclude, Li Feng's instincts flared. He perceived peril as a sudden electric certainty and shouted an urgent warning, "Watch out!" Then threw himself upon the two women, flinging them to the ground. Arrows, few but swift, whistled through the air, dark shafts aimed with alarming precision. Yu Zili and Lin Ping yelped in terror as the barrage hissed past. The suddenness of the assault announced the presence of other dwellers on the island, archers from some wild band of men, not the quarrelsome villagers they had been arguing with. Li Feng scanned the perimeter with a composed rapidity, already calculating movement and refuge as the camp erupted into frantic commotion. A piercing cry split the air. "Oh, what is this? How are there bows and arrows?" Bai Jiaomei screamed, her voice a fragile reed in a gale. Her mind went blank. The island, which had seemed both remote and benign, had suddenly sprouted implements of hunting and war. Panic flickered across her features as she struggled to comprehend how such weapons could have appeared here. Li Feng, gripping his long knife, scanned the perimeter with a soldier's urgency. He had feared this moment might come, but its hastening chilled him nonetheless. It had been scarcely a few days since they had slain one of the island's feral inhabitants, and now a contingent had come. To flee blindly would be to stumble into an ambush. The ridge to the rear rose to a cliff face. Front and left were hemmed by dense woods. The right seemed the only route of escape, though even that held the threat of concealment. He could not risk a rash retreat without direction. From the woods ahead and to the left erupted a thunder of movement. 2 or 3 dozen wild men surged forth, a thicket of spears, fish spears, and crude clubs in hand. Vines coiled about their braided hair, skins cloaked their frames. They moved with the hungry jubilance of beasts. They stamped barefoot upon the earth and uttered joyous raw cries in alarm, and a celebration rolled into one. The sight stole the breath from the bystanders. What in God's name so many of them? Lei Lahu muttered, his swagger swallowed by fear. Just as the tension crested and the group prepared to move toward the right, Bai Jiaomei shouted, a sudden flare of inspiration in her fear. She had conceived in that split second a stratagem that might transform the feral tribesmen from enemies into détente, to spare them all an immediate bloodletting and grant a slender chance at peace. The camp paused, breath suspended on a knife edge, as the island held its own inscrutable council. A Yuan lunged forward, his harpoon thrusting straight into Wang Qiu's abdomen. Wang Qiu reacted with desperate swiftness, clutching at the shaft to stem the intrusion, attempting to reason even as pain flamed through him. Before he could form another word, a second harpoon struck his breast. He could not evade or defend. The weapon pierced him, and he let out a raw single cry as blood poured from the wound, bright and merciless, gushing like a fountain. He stared at the attackers in stupefied disbelief, unwilling to accept the finality of what had just occurred. Bai Jiaomei screamed at the sight, her voice shattering with terror. The tableau was savage and grotesque. Lei Lahu and Lei Lauer stood transfixed, their bravado dissolving in the face of the Yuan's ferocity. These assailants showed no pretense of negotiation, they butchered without parley. Even Lei Lauer himself, known for a hardness of spirit, appeared dwarfed by their brutality. He had once been cautious in his violence, careful not to leave incriminating traces, and often rationalizing his deeds. These Yuan were cold or utterly ruthless. Lei Lauer's temper snapped. He kicked and cursed, the blows landing with brutal finality. He accused her of being a conniving harlot who had deceived them for sex, scornfully denouncing her past lovers and her very nature. The crowd of violence closed in, and his cruelty escalated into a frenzy. The woman who had once taunted Wang Qiu now took her turn, receiving contempt and blows. Bai Jiaomei laughed maniacally through tears, refusing to release his leg, insisting that if she were to die, she would drag them down with her. Her laughter was a raw, broken thing, equal parts defiance and despair. The assault continued until she lay battered and bleeding, powerless to resist. On the cold earth, Wang Qiu's life ebbed. As the world dimmed at the edges, clarity rose in his mind like a bitter dawn. He thought of how foolish he had been, how he had humiliated himself for the promise of wealth and favor, prostituting his dignity for the possibility of future profit with Lei Lahu. In the last lucid instant before darkness closed over him, he was filled with contrition for having been a sycophant. The regret arrived too late to save him. "By God, I will fight you to the end." Lei Lahu pinned a wild man to the ground and strangled with all his strength. Lei Lauer struggled with another, but the hunter's sinewy power outmatched him. These savages, hardened by a lifetime hunting in the mountains, ran and struck with a brutality that modern men could scarcely match. 2 of the wild men charged with spears. Lei Lahu shouted desperately, "Li Feng brothers, kill them now." At the brink of being slain, the 2 brothers Li Feng moved with cold decisiveness. He surged forward and in a single clean stroke cut the throat of one attacker. When the second thrust his spear, Li Feng spun his blade in a practiced reverse arc and dispatched him in an instant. "Run to the right," he urged Lei Zong, "I will cover the rear." He hoped to extract every ounce of utility from the 2 scoundrels. Outwardly, they expressed gratitude and pledges of lifelong loyalty, brotherhood forged in blood, while inwardly each plotted treachery. If they survived, they planned to seize Lin Ping and use Xili; if not, their schemes would end with them. Such was the ruthless calculus of this island, where human selfishness revealed itself most plainly in moments of peril. Li Feng motioned for the women not to bolt ahead. They moved with trembling compliance, Lin Ping and Xili shadowing behind the brothers, who now ran selfishly to the front. Li Feng took position behind them, both to guard against pursuers and to appraise the dangers lying ahead. The two women trembled. Fear made their breath shallow and their limbs weak, but they obeyed his counsel. Behind them by Jiaomei, who had been beaten earlier by Lei Lauer, struggled to her feet and staggered after them. She cursed the two brothers for deserting Haroengo, and humiliation flared in her voice. A horde of 20 or 30 wild men closed in with bestial cries. Their sounds like a savage revel. Bai Jiaomei, wounded and barely able to run, begged desperately to be saved, promising riches to whoever would not abandon her. Her entreaties fell on the indifferent motion of fate. When she was seized by a man who pried at her clothing, she fought with the last of her strength and bellowed for help. At the sight of the archers, Lin Ping recoiled in terror. Yu Zili, inwardly resolved, steeled herself to take a shaft intended for Li Feng. She would rather perish than see him harmed. Lin Ping shared the same determination. Both women meant to use their bodies as shields at the crucial moment. Lei Hu, seeing the bows, faltered. His legs weakened with the memory of his second brother having been struck before, his body nearly riddled with arrows. He tried to fall back, fearful of being the foremost target. Silence fell for a breath. Li Feng turned to the two women with grave concern. Both trembled, shaken by the violence, but alive. Behind them, the wild band howled and surged forward like wounded beasts frenzied by the deaths of their kin. On the ground, Lei Hu writhed in agony, still breathing, still begging. He begged not only for life, but for future riches, promising to endow Li Feng with 10 billion if spared. Li Feng, intent only on survival, rebuffed him. Money meant nothing now. Desperate, Lei grasped at a final lever of hope. He spoke of Lin Ping. The name pierced Lin Ping's heart, and she turned stunned. Lei, lips curling with a sinister grin, even as blood slicked his shirt, claimed to know Lin Ping's whereabouts, and offered to exchange the knowledge for passage and deliverance. He demanded that Li Feng take him along as the price of that thread of hope. Lin Ping, tears streaming down her face, raised her voice with a trembling tenderness. Li Xianshen, since I was cast ashore, you have shown me nothing but kindness and care. You have given me a fragment of love. She tasted a bitter sweetness, and for the first time addressed him as Li Xianxing. In her heart, Li Feng was the man she loved most. He answered softly, resisting the farewell. There is no need for such solemn words. I want to take care of you for a few more years. He could not bear the thought of letting her go. Whether fate would grant them a future beyond those years was something none of them could know. Lin Ping smiled through her grief. I love you deeply. I would stay with you a lifetime or 10 more years if I could, but fate is cruel, and I cannot accompany you further. Her smile was genuine despite the despair. She had given him her gentleness and the best of herself. The age that divided them, he was more than 10 years his senior, remained an unbridgeable shadow. Yu Zili, irreverent as ever, attempted levity to ease the pain. In 10 years you will have long since passed menopause. How could you still keep him company? The attempted humor drew a sad little laugh from Lin Ping as she recalled the gulf between them. A dreadful request followed. Lin Ping, eyes burning with tears, beseeched him to end her life rather than allow her to be violated and tormented. Yu Zili echoed the plea, falling to her knees and begging him to kill them both so he might live on. The wild throng drew nearer, their approach unrelenting. Li Feng found himself paralyzed by the enormity of the choice. He could not bring himself to strike. In the pressure of that moment, Li Feng's grief turned to a bitter, fierce clarity. He remembered the tragic legend of Xiang Yu and Yu Ji, how the general, besieged and desperate, had slain the woman he loved to spare her from humiliation. The memory stung him into action. If he could not bear to kill them himself, he could yet stand and fight to buy them a chance, or to deliver a quick end if fate made it inevitable. As the savage cries swelled and the first figures breached the ridge, Li Feng tightened his grip. If there is another life for any of us, let us hope we meet again. With those words, he charged steel, singing resolve to cleave a path through the oncoming nightmare. Even if death awaited him, he chose to meet it in a blaze of defiance rather than an ignoble flight. A throng of wild men surged forward, their intent murderous. Li Feng's mien grew austere and resolute. He meant to fell as many of them as he could. If death were inevitable, it would at least be an honorable one. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Ping and Yu Zili were moved to tears and beset by guilt. Had they not delayed him, Li Feng's prowess would surely have secured his escape. Yet fate had contrived otherwise. As Li Feng prepared to charge, his eye caught a slender goat track winding up the sheer rock to the right. Beyond it, the mountains rolled like a coiling dragon, an endless ridge of stone. The narrow path clung to the cliff face, a fissure in the precipice that rose jagged and solitary toward the summit. A smile touched his lips. Providence, it seemed, had not abandoned them. If the two women could scale that precarious ledge, the savages could not follow. The passage was scarcely wide enough for one person at a time, and the chasm fell away in a 100-meter abyss. Li Feng resolved to hold the foe below long enough for them to gain the safety of the heights. He urged them without delay. Lin Ping, Yu Zili, there is a narrow path carved into the cliff. Climb to the summit along it now. Gratitude and relief washed over the women at the sight of the hidden route. Thank the heavens, Lin Ping whispered, pressing her palms together as if in prayer. The path was deceptively concealed. Without careful scrutiny, it would have remained unseen. Yu Zili turned back, fear and loyalty struggling in her chest. Li Ji were going. What will you do? Do not concern yourselves with me. Just go. He would not hear of them staying, but Yu Zili stubbornly refused to abandon him. We go together, she insisted. Li Feng, impatient and urgent, scolded, no time for sentimental farewells. Move and do not slow me down. Their farewell, though brief, was fraught with tenderness. Take care, Li Ji, Yu Zili called as she sprinted toward the crevice. Lin Ping's voice followed, trembling yet fierce. I will wait for you. If you leave us, I will not survive long enough to resent you. I will follow you even into the dark. Then with a single tear, the two women began the perilous ascent. The entrance to the cliff path rose about a meter above the ledge, and the rock there was polished and unyielding. Yu Zili tried in vain to clamber up until Lin Ping braced herself and offered a shoulder. With a heave and a grateful grip, Yu Zili hauled Lin Ping up in return. As they climbed, their voices drifted back down the gorge. Li Feng, we go first. We will wait for you. He cautioned them against peering over the abyss or grasping for withered vines and brittle leaves. A single misstep would mean certain oblivion. The women clung to the stone with trembling bodies and sweating brows, each footfall a gamble against gravity on that narrow vertical stairway. From below came the thunderous advance of two of the savages. Li Feng shouldered forward to intercept them. One wild man swung a crude club with prodigious force. The staff whistled through the air and struck the ground where Li Feng had been a heartbeat before. The impact reverberated like an earthquake, scattering dry leaves and rattling the ledge. Before the assailant could recover his rhythm, Li Feng's long blade flashed, severing throat in a clean, merciless arc. The kill was swift, the scream cutting off like a snapped cord. He had trained since early childhood under his grandfather's tutelage for more than 2 decades. Li Feng had refined empty-hand disciplined swordplay and the brutal economy of close quarters. With a keen blade in hand, the difference between life and death was made of inches. The second savage rushed him with a spear-like trident. Li Feng nimbly used a tree as an improvised springboard, planting his feet against the trunk and vaulting upward in a sequence of almost impossible strides. The spear impaled the wood, and while the attacker wrestled, Li Feng rolled through the air and reappeared behind him, driving his knife home. Lin Ping and Yu Zili, peering down, witnessed the killing and nearly toppled from the ledge in shock. Li Feng shouted down frantic instructions: watch the path ahead, keep the body close to the stone, do not look down, knowing that vertigo could be as lethal as any blade. A third savage reached the path's lip and began to scramble upward, eager to seize the fleeing beauties. Li Feng intercepted him with a horizontal slash that cleaved the climber as he lunged. No sooner had he dispatched that threat than 3 more appeared from the shadows. One raised his club and brought it crashing onto Li Feng's shoulder with such force that he collapsed to a single knee. Pain seared through him. The blow had nearly shattered bone. The attacker withdrew for a second strike, even as a spear thrust found its way between Li Feng's sword and hand. The trident's prong pinned him against the stone, the weapon's shaft pressing under his blade. He could not draw his sword without inviting the spear to pierce his chest. The 2 remaining savages, ravenous with triumph, surged forward with wicked cries, club and spear moving in savage tandem. Li Feng, though temporarily immobilized and reeling from the concussion, laughed in almost feral sound that masked his resolve. Today I will make you question your existence, he thought, steeling himself. His options were cruelly constrained. Any attempt to withdraw his blade would be met by the spear's lethal point. Yet surrender was not a language he knew. As the hunters closed in to avenge their fallen comrades, the precipice above still held his 2 charges, climbing inch by precarious inch. The narrow path and the hollowness of that abyss rendered every heartbeat a bargain between courage and catastrophe. As 2 more savages surged forward, Li Feng lashed out with his foot against the haft of a harpoon. The wooden shaft slid up along the blade of his long knife, the clash sparking like a flare. Both attackers lunged at him simultaneously. Pressing the sole of his foot against the stone wall, Li Feng vaulted forward with the swiftness of a great rock spreading its wings. One of the men, caught unawares, received the full force of his knee to the face and cried out. He fell backward, his skull striking the earth, and Li Feng drove his blade through the throat to finish him. The other combatants swung their weapons, but Li Feng rolled aside his long knife, sweeping low and upward. A thigh was cleaved. The wounded man collapsed, clutching a crimson wound and writhing on the ground. The remaining assailant fled, reluctant to risk the larger force still trailing dozens of meters behind. Li Feng spared no time for lingering. Once the last man turned tail, he sprinted toward the narrow path. Above, Lin Ping and Yu Zili had already climbed several dozen meters. The sinuous trail rose in a slow curve from the valley floor. As long as neither slipped, the pursuers could never reach them. Li Feng sprang to a low stone platform and prepared to follow, but an unexpected adversary vaulted into view, attempting to thrust a harpoon through his thigh. Startled, Li Feng stamped down on the shaft with his right foot, trapping it under his sole. The assailant struggled to withdraw the weapon. From his advantageous height, Li Feng struck with a savage oath and cleaved down into the man's skull. The creature lay broken and bleeding, grievously injured at best. As he resumed his ascent, a rain of stones, spears, and arrows was hurled from below. For a heartbeat, Li Feng's heart leapt. So many projectiles converging at once might pin him like a hedgehog. He seized a fissure in the rock with one hand while parrying flying missiles with the other, his long blade ringing as it deflected stones, javelins, and arrows alike. When the volley slackened, he sprang upward with the nimbleness of a monkey scaling the cliff face with remarkable speed. The women debated hurling boulders to break the attacker's ascent. Lin Ping forbade it, fearing a stray stone might strike Li Feng and condemn them all. Even a harmless miss would distract him fatally as he clung to the cliff. They resolved instead to wait and watch, hearts clenched, offering prayers for his fortune. Far below, the savages swarmed the cliff like ants, determined to pursue them to the death. Li Feng surveyed them with fierce contempt. He mocked their audacity to try scaling the stone, boasting of his own wall-walking skill. He was no illusionary acrobat of stage drama. His footwork and balance were hard-earned and lethal. The assailants climbed with surprising agility, bounding up the narrow trail like monkeys. Li Feng realized he had underestimated their speed and cursed as another savage scrambled close, thrusting a tumitra harpoon upward while clutching the rock with the other hand. Fury ignited within him. Seeing a weapon aimed at his flesh, he swore he would annihilate his adversary and prepared to answer the attack with savage precision. Li Feng, the name echoed hoarsely from Lin Ping's lips as she lay prone on the precipice, her hands beating the rock with frantic despair. When she had witnessed Li Feng's fall, pain cleaved her heart. For a fleeting, ruined moment, she felt the sky had collapsed and all desire to live had withered. Pushed to the brink of ruin, she murmured that if he were gone, she would not endure another breath. Terrified that her grief might drag her friend over the edge, she brushed away Yuzaili's trembling hand and forbade further restraint. Yuzaili, tears streaking her face, implored Lin Ping to listen, vowing that if Li Feng were truly dead, they would recover his body and bury him and then join him in death. Their lamentations rose sharp and pitiful, two women broken at the thought of losing the man who had twice saved them. Lin Ping, raw and desolate, agreed that only by burying him could they honor him before following him into oblivion. Their hope was vindicated. From below, Li Feng emerged, dragging a blade between his teeth and climbing like some tenacious hawk. His fingers found fissures in the stone and dragged his battered body upward. The wild men who had thought him finished were thrown into chaos, howling and circling in panic when they saw him ascend. Lin Ping flung herself to the ground in thankfulness, forehead pressed to the earth, while Yuzaili wept at the mercy of fate. They thanked the heavens with voices raw from emotion for his miraculous survival. Perched on the narrow path above, Li Feng asserted himself with theatrical menace. Feigning the intent to hurl his blade, he sent one of the wild men into a terrified stumble. The man fell from the cliff and was struck dead below. The precipice, a treacherous place where fright itself could cast a soul into the abyss, claimed another. Li Feng's laughter rang fierce and unbowed as he watched the disorder he had wrought among their aggressors. Two remaining savages stood quivering, unable to pursue and unable to retreat down the slender ledge. After a brief respite, Li Feng summoned his remaining strength and climbed the final stretch to safety. Lin Ping and Yuzaili rushed to meet him, their sobs morphing into clingingly tender relief. Lin Ping, through tears and coquettish complaint about ruined beauty, pressed closer, insisting that her love for Li Feng justified every vanity. Yuzaili, equally grateful and affectionate, embraced him as if to anchor herself to the world. Li Feng soothed them, both caressing foreheads and pledging that henceforth none would be parted. Surviving calamity had braided them together in an intimacy deeper than before. As they savored their reprieve, a commotion rose from the gorge below, a tumult of voices and unrest. The wild men stirred, and an ominous clamor swelled upward. Lin Ping and Yuzaili stiffened with fear. Li Feng steadied himself and rose to peer down from his vantage, intent on surveying the disturbance and gauging what new peril might yet await them. From their vantage on the precipice, the three peered downward and saw a cluster of feral men gathered at the canyon floor, their faces turned upward in anxious supplication. It became clear that two of them had attempted to retrace their path. One had nearly fallen, clutching at the exposed root of a cliffside pine, his body swinging helplessly as his feet scrabbled against nothing. The other pressed his back to the stone like a hunted animal, legs trembling and sweat beading upon his brow. The narrow goat track ledge they faced permitted ascent more readily than descent. It was easier to climb up than to reverse that perilous way. Those stationed below watched with mounting dread, fearing the slightest misstep would cast their companions into the abyss. The scene pulsed with raw desperation and the fragile calculus of survival. Li Feng, cold and resolute, hefted a great stone and sent it tumbling down the slope. The boulder found its mark upon the suspended man. With a wail that rent the air, the body was hurled into the chasm and reduced to a gruesome ruin upon impact. Lin Ping and Yu Zili shut their eyes, unable to witness the macabre aftermath of such brutal finality. The tribe below howled in fury, their cries mingling rage and impotence. They seemed on the verge of charging upward to enact savage reprisal. Undeterred, Li Feng toppled another stone. It struck the remaining man, and he too plummeted from the cliff to die, where the ravine swallowed him. Those at the bottom recoiled from the falling rocks, retreating in frightened confusion as Li Feng regarded them with fierce contempt. Yu Zili begged Li Feng to instruct them in martial skill, so they might defend themselves, but he rebuked the notion gently yet firmly. Mastery demanded years of foundation of patient discipline. Borrowed gestures learned in haste would be mere ornamentation, leaving them more vulnerable, not less. He counseled flight and concealment rather than futile dangerous training. They resolved to skirt the ridge and withdraw into the forest, intent on distancing themselves from the hunters below. The world beyond the cliff revealed an immense primordial wood of verdant ocean of trees that stretched to the horizon. Winds sent the crowns into undulating motion. The treetops rolled like waves, magnificent and terrible, imparting a sense of both grandeur and crushing solitude. No camps, no inhabited clearings presented themselves. The cavern they had used before was compromised, now too perilous to return to. Yu Zili fretted over the abandoned provisions, the salt, and the pot, the small comforts that made survival marginally more bearable. Li Feng, pragmatic, insisted their priority must be finding a secure refuge rather than recovering discarded goods. Lin Ping plucked from the branch a silk scarf as white and pure as a sheet of snow. Draped over her shoulder, it unfurled to more than a meter in length, its surface adorned with lotus motifs. The fabric, plainly mulberry silk, yielded beneath her fingertips with a softness and weight that bespoke fine craftsmanship and a price not easily won. She turned it over, bewilderment creasing her face. How could such an object appear on this forsaken isle? Yu Zili peered at the scarf, voice low with conjecture. Could there be other survivors, perhaps a woman who had left this behind in haste? The notion that they were not wholly alone kindled a fragile hope. Lin Ping's fingers traced the lotus embroidery, as if seeking a clue in the stitchwork. The thought that the owner might be alive and nearby would not leave them. Yu Zili defended the stranger's character, citing the scarf's pristine whiteness and lotus pattern as signs of a gentle temperament. Yet Lin Ping, imagining the island's peril, savages in the interior, venomous snakes and beasts, could not dismiss the possibility that the scarf's owner had met misfortune. Their sympathy deepened at the thought of an unknown woman lost to the wilds. They resolved for the moment not to pursue wild speculations. Li Feng suggested stowing the scarf and pressing on deciding later whether to search for its owners once they had distanced themselves from immediate danger. Lin Ping joked about using it as a washcloth. Yu Zili, darker of humor, quipped about more macabre uses. Li Feng scolded them for such talk, and Yu Zili promptly apologized with a coquettish promise of long life and offspring to come. They laughed, and Li Feng squeezed her cheek in mock admonition. As the trio resumed their march, Li Feng kept his eyes peeled, scanning the forest floor and the canopy for any sign. After several paces, he halted abruptly, for he suddenly saw something ahead that made him stop in his tracks. Li Ji, is there danger ahead? Yu Zili asked, her voice tight, as Li Feng came to an abrupt halt. She and Lin Ping scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Having accompanied him, their sense of security had markedly improved. Li Feng assured them calmly that the vicinity posed no immediate threat, yet his measured pause had already seeded unease in their minds. When Yu Zili questioned the reason for his sudden stop, Li Feng pointed to the undergrowth. At first glance, there was nothing unusual, only forest and tangled grass, but upon closer inspection, he squatted to examine the broken twigs. The branches and surrounding brambles bore clean, precise fractures, as if severed by a keen-edged instrument rather than torn by brute force. They scoured the vicinity for further clues. Lin Ping recalled the silk scarf they had seen earlier. Li Feng conjectured that its owner was likely a member of the same group who had fled in panic and lost it to the wind. Soon Yu Zili discovered a dark stain on a small clearing, crimson, dried into the earth and blades of grass. Li Feng sniffed and declared it unmistakably human blood, its odor and desiccation indicating the violence had occurred roughly a week prior. The knowledge sharpened their resolve to uncover more. A sudden gust swept through the old trees, and leaves fluttered down like fragile coins. They settled briefly upon the mound before the wind scattered them across the forest floor. When a veil of foliage brushed Yu Zili's shoulders, a tremor of unease ran through her. In the midst of this remote mountainwood, a solitary grave stood like an intruder, its presence casting a chill over them all. Lin Ping's thoughts spun toward her daughter Lin Ting. Her voice was thin with fear. Li Feng, I am so frightened. What if it is Tinger? Li Feng tried to calm her. Don't let your mind race, it's unlikely to be Lin Ting. Yu Zili echoed the denial. Lin Ping's pulse hammered in her temples, the world tilting with dread. Li Feng stepped forward to inspect the marker. The epitaph had been incised into a slab of rock with a blunt blade. The letters were shallow and uneven. When he read aloud, the inscription Tong Lan relief swept through Lin Ping. Thank heaven, she breathed, having been too terrified to look before. Thunder muttered and lightning flashed as the black clouds massed above, and the three, like small determined creatures within an indifferent world, hurried on. They left the little mound of earth behind, its occupants sleeping an eternal sleep. The forest swallowed their footsteps as they pressed deeper, the tomb growing more distant, until it was only memory and a few scattered leaves caught in the wind. A rolling tumult of thunder pursued them through the trees as the three raced beneath the dense canopy. The sky muttered with a heavy, vexing resonance that set their nerves on edge. Branches whipped at their faces, leaving stinging trails of pain. As they ran, Yuzili called out between gasps, asking how they might locate the group they had glimpsed earlier. Li Feng admitted he had no certain method, and so vast and primeval a forest chance would largely dictate their fortune. Lin Ping clung to the fragile hope that her daughter might be among that company, praying for her safety and for calamity to turn to blessing. Fine pellucid raindrops began to temper the air, each like a small bead striking the broad leaves above them. The wind carried a chill that ruffled their hair and sharpened the world into sudden clarity. The three figures' dark clouds, tangled foliage, and the disheveled hair framing their bewildered faces seemed for a fleeting instant indistinguishable from nature itself. Yuzili fretted about shelter. Li Feng warned that standing beneath a tree would invite lightning and make them vulnerable to prowling beasts. He pointed out that the forest harbored snakes and other predators without warning. Clouds congealed into a blackened mass, descending until the forest seemed to breathe in darkness. The atmosphere grew thick and expectant. The cadence of rain quickened, and the forest floor teemed with ants frantically abandoning their nests. After traversing a stretch of timberland, they came upon a squat, unassuming rise, a hillock shaped like a crouching toad, its belly turned skyward. At its base, Li Feng saw a small shadowed aperture about a meter above the ground. He pointed to it with evident relief and told the women he would approach to reconnoiter. The crevice proved too narrow to be called a cave. It was a pocket between stones, perhaps 2 or 3 meters deep and scarcely a meter wide. Still, it promised respite from wind and rain. Li Feng beckoned them in, and once they had squeezed into the cramped shelter, he set about stacking stones to seal the mouth. He left only a minute vent for air. The women protested, alarmed that he had barred himself out, but he explained with quiet gravity that the space would be safe through the tempest and that he needed to return to the encampment to retrieve essential supplies. He insisted those provisions were vital to their long-term survival on the island, and that the present storm offered the best cover for such a risky sortie. Panic overtook them as the realization that he might not return took shape. Lin Ping pleaded through the tiny breathing hole, begging him to reconsider. Yuzili's voice cracked with tears. They imagined the manifold dangers that could befall him alone in the open. Yet Li Feng's resolve did not falter. He believed that without the supplies they would be worse off, and that the rain would mask his movements and reduce the chance of pursuit. He turned away and walked back through the curtain of rain. As his silhouette receded, the two women watched with mounting dread, a suffocating blend of fear and helplessness pressing upon them, apprehensive that his shadow might never come back into their lives. Li Feng senses the approaching deluge as an opportunity. The raiders who chased them have likely left but a handful to guard the camp. Without the stolen supplies, they cannot survive on the island, so he resolves to reclaim them and return alive. Thunder rumbles as he retraces his path, the sound sweeping past his ears like a resentful beast. Rain begins as a scatter of pale beads, then thickens into a relentless sheet that soaks him to the skin. The cold drives through his clothing, a numbing reminder that haste and stealth must guide him now. He runs beneath wind and water, voice murmuring his vow to take back the provisions. After an hour or two, he recognizes the familiar mountain ridge's sinuous spine, like a giant python traversing the earth. Their cave camp lies amid the folds of that range. He halts at the sight, unwilling to approach rashly, even though the storm should have stalled the savage's movements. He steels himself and edges closer, cloak and stones offering concealment. The cave is narrow and ill-suited to open combat. He cannot storm it blind. He listens intently and discerns voices within, bird-like cries and guttural words he cannot comprehend. Careful counting tells him there are 5 men inside, armed with spears, clubs, and 2 bows. The ruse works. The men emerge crouched at the cave's mouth, scanning and snorting with feral suspicion. 2 of them move forward, done with a fish spear, the other knocking an arrow. The arrow strikes the decoy's head, but the faux wolf remains unmoved. Curiosity draws them nearer. Li Feng holds his breath, coiled and resolute, prepared to strike with ruthless speed at these first 2 before turning to the others. 2 figures closed in on the decoy. One released an arrow that struck the hulking mock of a Hui Lang, but the projectile found nothing but dried grass and stones within. The scare remained inert, impervious to further shots. The closer man prodded it with his trident, his fingers discovering the artifice, and a vague sense of triumph softened into the realization that they had been duped. The sudden slaughter sent the remaining pursuers into disarray. The man behind them, eyes widening as he recognized Li Feng, bared his teeth and nocked an arrow. Although the weapon's power was meager at such proximity, an arrow at 7 or 8 meters could still maim or kill. As he drew, Li Feng seized the collapsing corpse of the fallen and used it as an impromptu shield, taking the arrow meant for him into the other man's back. The hunter's cry of alarm echoed through the rain as he attempted to fire again, but Li Feng afforded him no second chance. He shoved the corpse aside and surged forward, closing the scant distance in less than 2 heartbeats. The long blade found its mark at the man's chest. The would-be archer frantically pressed his bowstring against the blade in a vain defense. The knife slipped, carving flesh and driving deep into his thigh. Blood spurted hot and furious. In a final feral reflex, the wounded man lunged with a sharpened stake for Li Feng's neck, eyes glassy with murderous frenzy. There was no time for ceremony. Li Feng's left hand intercepted the thrust, slapping the attacker's wrist aside, then curled into a practiced claw grip. With the brutal efficiency of a martial artist versed in lethal hand techniques, he crushed the man's throat as effortlessly as one might crush a brittle reed. The dying scream cut through the storm, raw, bewildered, and profoundly lonely against the patter of rain. When the assailants fanned beneath him, Li Feng moved with controlled violence. He dropped like a tiger from the branches and struck the archer before the man could recover. The blade shattered bow and bowman alike string and would split, and the long knife opened the attacker from sternum to belly. The dying howl that followed mingled with the wind, a mournful thread swallowed by the rain. The 2 remaining foes reacted with a coordinated jab of tridents. Li Feng evaded, tumbling into the underbrush to use the brambles as concealment rather than confront them in open combat. The pair bellowed in dialectal rage, their shouts indecipherable, but their intent clear. They debated whether to charge into the thicket. Prudence and fear kept them rooted under a great tree, backs pressed in mutual vigilance. Rain plastered their hair to their skulls, making them look smaller, more human than the raging beasts they pretended to be. Li Feng watched from the foliage, the storm masking the scrape of his breath and the shift of a branch. The 2 adversaries stood back to back, anxious and complacent by turns. He found a stone beneath his palm, cold and hard with river polish. He rose slowly, every movement deliberate, and prepared to hurl it at the crown of the nearer man. In his mind, the image of Lin Ping and the 2 women flickered, those they had sought to abduct, and the wound of that outrage fueling him with a precise, terrible resolve. If these brutes had thought to seize what was not theirs, they would now taste the relentless retribution he intended. Rain and wind scourged the ridge as 2 feral tribesmen shrieked their indignation. Li Feng seized a stone and cast it with precise fury. The missile tore from the underbrush and struck the man on the left squarely upon the skull. He crumpled, bleeding, and stunned, his howl swallowed by the storm. The survivor roared a raw animal sound and surged forward, trident raised, eyes aflame with vengeance for his fallen companion. Li Feng moved like a disciplined blade through chaos. As the spear lunged, he brought his long sword down, driving the enemy's weapon askew and sliding his blade along the haft to rend fingers from grasp. The tribesmen recoiled, panic overriding rage. Li Feng followed with a decisive stroke that bit into the arm and sent the spear clattering free. The wounded man, reeling, snatched at the weapon again. Li Feng intercepted his thrust with his foot and pinned the spear to the sod. When the desperate foe tried to wrench it free, Li Feng's blade tore a jagged scar across his face. Before the wounded man could rise to slug his vengeance, Li Feng spun a reverse cut that pierced the other man's heart. His cry was brief and swallowed by the unrelenting storm. The last tribesman fled in raw terror, vanishing into the wooded darkness with a speed born of panic. Exhausted and slick with rain, Li Feng returned to the cave to find the supplies untouched. The raiders had not had time to carry anything away. Stacked within the shelter lay an iron pot, a measure of refined salt, sacks of rice, leopard pelts, wolf skins, and cured boar meat. The tide must have swept this cache ashore in a furious surge. The sheer volume suggested a violent influx rather than any deliberate arrangement. Alone, Li Feng could not bear everything. He lashed a satchel of rice to his back with vine cordage, shouldered the iron pot and salt, and took a modest bundle of boar meat. Despite the chill and fatigue, the security of those provisions steadied him. The tribesmen swarmed the cave like hornets, calling to absent comrades. Their frantic voices braided into a single terrifying sound. One of the injured men, the survivor from the earlier skirmish, staggered back to the group and described the slaughter with frantic gestures. The recounting redoubled the mob's fury. The crowd split, organizing themselves into pursuit in 3 directions, left, right, and into the thick forest ahead, each band 10 or so strong. Li Feng watched them depart, a living tide that erased any hope of lingering. Had he delayed within the cave, he would have been trapped and overwhelmed. Instead, he melted into the trees, trusting the storm and the cloak of leaves to hide his passage. At last, he came to the slope from which he had departed, the place he had so recently called a haven. The sight stole the breath from his chest. A great section of the hill had sheared away. The earth lay in a broken yellow ruin of jagged stone and mud. The little shelter had been swallowed by the slide. Li Feng's cry tore from him, first incredulous, then a keening lament. He tore forward into the devastation, hands clawing at the slick loam, heart pounding with a dread that flattened hope into a single unbearable possibility. He called their names as he scraped the rain, answering him by erasing his tracks and mingling with the salt on his face. Kneeling amid the ruin, Li Feng felt as if all warmth had been leached from his body. He shouted up to a sky indifferent to human grief, demanding the return of Lin Ping and Yu Zili. The voice that answered was only the wind. Yet he would not relent. If they were alive, he would find them. If they were dead, he would bring them back, so that death would have a face and not become some nameless injustice. The storm drummed its relentless rhythm while he dug each handful of earth, a promise he was compelled to keep. Even utterly spent, even in despair, he refused to abandon the search. They ran to one another through the rain, and they embraced as though the world held no greater urgency. In that close, clinging shelter, Li Feng felt warmth unfurl through his limbs, as if something lost had been found again. He laughed with the fierce abandon of a man who had glimpsed ruin and been spared. Their clothes clung wetly to their forms, lending a vulnerability that only intensified the intimacy of the reunion. Lin Ping's smile and Yu Zili's bright mirth banished the last of his terror for a few trembling moments. They spoke in quick, breathless sentences what had happened, how they had escaped, each detail a small miracle that made his gratitude hum like a living thing. Yu Zili, perceptive as ever, had sensed the mountain's tremor and pulled Lin Ping from the cave. Just in time, the mass of earth and fractured rock collapsed where they had stood mere heartbeats before. Li Feng listened stunned and relieved, his hands reflexively holding them closer. He, for his part, had returned with part of the supplies after a brutal encounter. He admitted having slain several of the urine to retrieve what they needed. The revelation drew a worried frown from both women until Lin Ping softened and declared that Providence had spared them. They thanked him with gentle reproaches and tender laughter that undercut the day's peril with an intimacy renewed. As they pressed themselves into the damp concealment, rain drummed a steady drumbeat above them. Around the tree trunks, the Uran's calls swelled closer, voices like broken branches and distant thunder. Li Feng's mind raced with strategies and fears, every instinct attuned to detection and escape. He braced himself to protect Lin Ping and Yu Zili at any cost. A silent vow formed between his teeth. The three of them waited, poised between hope and dread, while the storm and the hostile calls wove a tense, uncertain night. In that fragile pause, they depended on one another, on courage, on guile, and on the slimmest mercy that might yet see them through. Lin Ping pressed her voice low. Li Feng, those savages are here. Have they found us? Yu Zili trembled beside her, her slight frame shuddering with fear. Both women recalled the grisly fate of Lei Lahu and his companions, murdered and displayed upon tree sand of Bai Zhomei, whose end had been even more harrowing. The memory tightened the knot of terror in their chests. The thatch swallowed them. Through narrow gaps, Li Feng watched three men advance, armed with spears and bow-like implements, grotesque with furs and vines, barefooted, hair unkempt. They were flanked by other figures, the whole party combing the undergrowth. Though Li Feng could have felled them with ease given his strength, he dared not act. To strike would risk alerting the rest. Even success would trade one peril for many, for the survivors would know their fleeing direction. One of the hunters thundered past within arm's reach, his weapon swinging as he struck at the grass. The spear hissed and embedded itself into the thatch, missing them by mere inches. Yu Zili bit down on her hand to stifle a cry. For a moment, the world narrowed to the pound of their hearts and the rasp of breath. The hunter moved on, grunting and calling, and the forest answered with echoey saw chorus that suggested this band was in contact. Only when the voices tapered and retreated did Li Feng allow himself to breathe. He signaled for them to remain prone until he was certain the danger had abated. After waiting several more minutes and listening for any sign of an ambush, Li Feng climbed a tree to survey the surroundings. The rain had been fierce and the trunk was slick. He reached the branches with difficulty, drenched and exhausted. From his high vantage, he confirmed the hunters had gone. Clambering down, he sank against the trunk and consumed a few hard bites of the cold boar he had salvaged from the cave. The meat had been roasted once, but now was stiff and icy. It resisted his teeth, yet he forced himself to eat to restore some strength. The women looked on with longing. Yu Zili's lips had turned bluish and Lin Ping's color was ashen. You must not eat that, Li Feng said quietly. He explained that chilled, previously cooked meat could cause grievous illness to the weak. Better to endure hunger for a little while than risk sickness. Despite their protests, he refused to relent. He promised to make a proper fire and thoroughly reheat the meat as soon as he could find a suitable spot. The rain-tapered droplets still clung to leaves and fell like cold pearls when buffeted by wind. Mist rose from the forest floor, thickening into a gray haze. The hour must be mid-afternoon. The light would fail in a few short hours. The wind subsided and the rain relinquished its hold. A primordial forest lay before them, shrouded in an oppressive rolling mist that clung to every trunk and bough like a living veil. Where the fog thickened, it curled and swirled like pale smoke. Guided by memory, Li Feng led the two women through the damp undergrowth, each step measured against the threat of unseen precipices and the promise of caves hidden along the mountain's flanks. He knew that in the coming days rain was likely to persist, and shelter within a cavern would be their only safeguard against fever and ailment. Their progress was deliberate and wary. After pushing through a dense stand of trees, the canopy thinned and the soil changed. Here the earth was stony and sparse, allowing only low shrubs to hold fast, denying the rise of towering trees. The proximity to the ridge left the ground strewn with pebbles and boulders, and a chill dampness seeped into their bones. Both women were drenched and trembling, yet they pressed on without complaint. They concealed their weariness from Li Feng, unwilling to burden him further. Their endurance was quiet and steadfast, the kind that has nothing to do with words. In an instant, a shadow burst from the forest, and Li Feng cried out a warning. Lin Ping and Li flinched and stumbled back. Li Feng raised his long blade and brought it down, only to discover the intruder was a single person, a woman disheveled and soaked through, her face stricken with terror. Startled by the sudden clang of steel, she fainted. Li Feng collected himself and retracted the blade in time, otherwise the blow might have been fatal. Panic gave way to concern as he knelt beside her, calling her name, slapping her cheeks gently, until it became clear she would not regain consciousness so readily. Though her hair was matted and her visage smeared with grime, her features remained striking. She bore the countenance of someone accustomed to comfort rather than the wilderness. Li Feng suspected she was a survivor from the cruise, not a feral dweller of the woods. Exhaustion and fright had undone her. Li and Lin Ping, despite their own depletion, drew closer. They examined her for recognition, but could not place her among their number. Li Feng took her pulse and found it faint. Her breath was shallow, and her energy dangerously low. To save her, they would need fire-boiling water and warmth without delay. Lin Ping and Li were themselves near collapse from hunger and cold, their limbs numb and muscles ravaged by fatigue. They could scarcely walk, much less bear another body for long. Li Feng, exhibiting both resolve and tenderness, fashioned a crude stretcher from two stout poles, a scattering of branches and lengths of vine. Before lifting her, he palpated her joints for dislocation, mindful that a careless motion might compound her injuries. There were no fractures, yet the assessment revealed only the fragility of her life force. With careful hands, they eased her onto the improvised litter while the mist lifted and fell like a slow tide. Assigning roles, Li Feng offered to travel ahead and scout, while Lin Ping and Li shouldered the burden of the stretcher. They resolved to alternate the labor as their strength ebbed and flowed. The forest around them remained mute and watchful. Every rustle suggested the approach of wild beasts or the threat of human malice. Li Feng moved forward with blade in hand, and nerves taut, praying that fortune would bend in their favor. Behind him, two exhausted women trudged through the cold drizzle, each step a testament to their will to protect a stranger whose life had momentarily become their responsibility. A torrential downpour had ceased, yet a thin, chilling drizzle persisted. The wind, sharp and cold, drove droplets across the faces of the three travelers. Li Feng and his companions shivered uncontrollably. Lin Ping and Li steadied themselves with remarkable fortitude, bearing the stretcher through sheer will. The young woman on the litter lay unconscious, her respiration growing fragile and her pulse weakening with each passing moment. Li Feng kept vigilant watch, aware that if they did not reach shelter, soon she might succumb to the cold. Suddenly, Li's legs faltered, she sank to her knees, and the stretcher slipped, nearly sending the unconscious girl tumbling free. Both Li Feng and Lin Ping sprang to steady the burden. Li, flustered, apologized and rubbed her bruised knee. Li Feng offered to take the load, concern etched on his face, but Li, stubbornly resolute, refused. She rallied, insisting she could continue as long as they reached safety. Lin Ping, depleted, begged them to stop speaking of fortunes and ghosts. She craved only rest and sustenance. Li Feng cast his gaze across the river and spied a dark cavity beneath a sheer cliff face, a cave tucked into a 100-meter escarpment flanked by forest on both sides. Its mouth faced the water, and the approach promised shelter from wind and rain. Li, recalling the earlier landslide that had nearly buried them, shuddered at the sight, but Li Feng studied the topography and judged the rock to be stable enough. They forded the river. The water rose to their knees and bit with icy cold. Sharp, polished stones studded the riverbed, glossy from the current and strangely beautiful, yet there was no time to admire them. The passage across was cautious, for unseen hollows or sudden drops might lurk beneath the deceptively shallow flow. Once across, they advanced to the cliff. The cave entrance sat above a sloping bank, the river some meters below. Even if the water swelled, the opening appeared safe from flooding. Deciding prudence demanded investigation, Li Feng retrieved his long knife and told the women to wait beyond the threshold. He would inspect the interior before risking their entrance. Lin Ping and Yu Zili relinquished the stretcher and gripped their walking sticks, watching his lone figure advance into the dim mouth of the cave. Behind them, the river murmured. Around them, the mountains lay hushed. As Li Feng stepped forward, his solitary silhouette moving into the shadow, both women felt a strange, ineffable emotion, a mingling of fear, hope, and helplessness settle upon them. The river's murmuring accompanied Li Feng as he advanced toward the cavern, long blade in hand, each step measured with caution. At the threshold, a faint warmth lingered. Someone had once kindled a charcoal fire here. The blackened timbers had long since crumbled to ash, and tufts of grass now grew over the old embers, betraying decades of abandonment. The mouth of the cave had been narrowed with stacked stones until only an aperture remained, scarcely a meter tall and half a meter wide, forcing any adult to stoop to enter. Peering inside, Li Feng judged the grotto to be roughly a few dozen square meters. The floor was level and scattered with detritus from past habitation. As his gaze swept the interior, a pallid fragment caught his eye. Bone. The remains lay scattered in disarray, a skull positioned to stare out from the darkness with empty hollow sockets that seemed to regard him with a chill that ran deeper than the mountain air. They bore the limp figure on a stretcher and set her down within the hollow. Li Feng checked her breath. There was life yet. While rearranging the interior, his boot struck a small phalange, producing a hollow clack. He muttered an apology to the dead as if to an absent companion, then set about clearing the bones to make space and kindle a fire. The cave, sheltered from the biting night, promised a brief reprieve from the elements. The sight inflamed something deep in Li Feng. He recalled a notebook recovered from a crashed aircraft months before, whose entries had spoken of invaders from an island nation and the dispatch of Zhou Qingmu by the Tianhuang to lead the campaign into Shenzhou. That misdirected flight had gone down on a remote isle. At the time, he had found 2 corpses among the wreckage and later another skeleton in a cavern. Counting the 3 skulls here and the 3 already discovered left one unaccounted for. Time could have claimed that final man elsewhere, or the years might have simply scattered his remains beyond recognition. Anger rose in Li Feng like living heat. He spoke harshly to the inanimate bones, decrying the affront they represented to his fallen kin who had perished in past conflicts. With forceful contempt, he crushed a skull beneath his boot, determined to deny any reverence to those who had once professed kinship with such aggression. Yu Zili and Lin Ping, weary and resolute, joined in the bitter ritual with stomps that were part defiance, part catharsis. They hated them, the invaders who would have come to Shenzhou as conquerors. Yet amid wrath there remained the need for prudence. Lin Ping suggested that if they could learn the cause of death, they might better avoid similar peril. Li Feng, impatient and scornful, nonetheless agreed that understanding the past could spare them danger. In the corner of the cave beneath the ruined packs lay a yellowed notebook. Li Feng, unable to read its script, handed it to Yu Zili. She alone could decipher the foreign characters. He asked her simply to translate, hoping that the words within might reveal how these men had perished and whether any menace of old might yet linger in the mountains. Lin Ping murmured to herself in the dimness of the cave, trying to summon courage. "I am not afraid," she insisted, though her voice trembled. She was consumed by anxiety for the unconscious girl and haunted by the memory of the scattered bones they had discovered. Outside, Li Feng and Yu Zili returned from the forest bearing a modest bounty. They had gathered an assortment of wild mushrooms and greens, and Li Feng retrieved a small cache of provisions from their earlier camp. The fresh, foraged food promised at least one hearty meal, and that brought a brief, fragile buoyancy to Lin Ping's face. Lin Ping forced herself into an upright posture beside the girl, straightening her back and lifting her chin in a deliberate attempt to appear composed. Yu Zili arranged the wood at the cave mouth, where a natural overhang shielded them from the rain, and allowed a fire to be kindled without dampening. The cave's interior was suffocating when a blaze burned within, so the sheltered ledge offered the only comfortable option. Li Feng and Yu Zili cleared the cave entrance of debris, even removing the scattered bones and other flammable refuse. Dry tinder caught quickly with a windproof, waterproof lighter. Li Feng coaxed a flame that leapt to life and consumed the kindling with eager hunger. Smoke billowed and drifted across the river toward the far bank, and Lin Ping's hands trembled as she worried it might draw unwanted attention from the predatory bands they feared. Li Feng assessed the situation calmly, noting the pervasive mists of the primeval forest and the persistent rain. He judged that the smoke would be largely lost in the fog and dismissed Lin Ping's fears, though neither could afford complacency. The 2 women crouched close to the fire, warming frozen hands and drying sodden garments as the embers softened the edge of their exhaustion. They moved the unconscious girl nearer to the heat and set about reviving her. Lin Ping insisted they give her water, convinced thirst compounded her fainted state. Li Feng volunteered to fetch water from the nearby stream and carried the battered pot down the slope. The river, clear and cold, ran bright and untarnished, a rare generosity in their isolated world, yet he planned to boil the water before offering it. At the hearth, Li Feng added a pinch of salt to the pot. He explained that the saline infusion would help restore the girl's depleted strength and that they would all benefit from its restorative properties. Rain intensified outside and the forest's fog swirled like slow-moving clouds. The three of them huddled quietly, trading nervous glances and tentative reassurances about rescue. A somber hush settled as Lin Ping allowed herself to consider the passage of time and the remote possibility that help had not yet come. She estimated they had been stranded nearly half a month. Uzili's voice broke with bitterness at the thought of abandonment and the terrible prospect of being discovered by hostile searchers. Li Feng, unwilling to yield to despair, urged calm and resolute endurance, promising that they would persevere until help arrived. Reinvigorated by his small victories and responsibility, Li Feng resolved to procure more fresh food. He proposed fishing and collecting more crabs once the rain eased. The image of him moving along the riverbank, youthful and unbowed, made the women smile despite themselves. Li Feng's spirited exclamation of affection for the wild landscape, the verdant hills, and clear waters that sustained them rang out, and for a moment lifted their collective mood from the brink of desolation. Uzili watched him with a softness that replaced some of her earlier dread. Lin Ping's anxieties, too, were tempered by this brief, shared respite. The immediate future remained uncertain, the cave was not safe for long, and every sound beyond the trees could be a threat, but for the present, they tended the fire, warmed the girl, and allowed themselves the fragile comfort of hope. Li Feng found a narrow point and stacked stones across the stream, fashioning a modest barricade. A small weir meant to gather whatever fish might be drifting downstream. After finishing, he snapped off several branches and cast them into the makeshift dam. Fish often sought shelter among grass and leaves. As dusk gathered and the light waned toward 5 in the afternoon, Li Feng returned to the cavern with armfuls of parched grass. He piled the straw at the riverbank to dry, intending to spread it on the ground at night. It was no substitute for hides, but it would do in a pinch. By the fire, Uzili crouched roasting strips of meat, while Lin Ping tended a pot of wild greens and mushrooms. The girl they had rescued was still feverish. Though her pulse had strengthened somewhat, her brow remained hot. Lin Ping and Uzili had gently cleaned her face, the grime gone. She looked more serene, large eyes, a refined nose, and a small mouth that together formed a striking countenance. Her presence had a quiet, compelling grace. The girl trembled and murmured in her sleep, as if still haunted by some fright. Li Feng rested his hand on her forehead to soothe her murmuring reassurances. Lin Ping held her hand tightly, trying to impart warmth and safety. Uzili whispered that they were kin and that she need not fear. The instinctive terror lingered in the girl's gestures, a reflex born of earlier shock. Li Feng frowned as he checked her temperature again. The fever had intensified. With no medicines on the island and supplies scarce, Lin Ping could only pray that the girl's constitution would carry her through. Reluctantly, Li Feng volunteered to enter the rain-drenched woods to seek medicinal herbs. He instructed them to bolster the fire and retreat into the cave if predators approached. Both women protested, fearful for his safety. The forest was treacherous, its pathways shrouded in mist. Yet Li Feng ate a little, regained some strength, and set out with his long knife over his shoulder. From the cave mouth, the cliff jutted outward and shielded the entrance from the rain. Beyond it lay a bank of white fog. He promised to be careful and marched into the haze. Once Li Feng's silhouette dissolved into the mist, Uzili felt a sudden unease and irrational dread tightening her chest. Lin Ping tried to soothe her, reminding her that the dense fog was a natural feature of the primeval forest. But Uzili could not shake a nameless apprehension. The earlier sight of scattered bones in the trees returned to her mind and made the hair on her arms prickle. "Don't speak such unlucky words," Lin Ping chided gently, though her own voice betrayed worry. They placed their trust in Li Feng, convinced that his presence was their safeguard. Yet as the fog thickened and swallowed his retreating figure, Lin Ping felt an ache of longing and a fear she dared not name, that perhaps he might not find his way back. She wished for nothing more than to have him return and to rest safe and warm in the refuge of his steadiness. Li Feng stepped into the adjoining forest. Rain still whispered upon the canopy, and beads of water cascaded from the leaves. He did not cross to the woodlands on the far bank. Primitive growth lined the flanks of the cavern as well, but here the trees were sparser for serried peaks and countless low knolls, miniature hills like those in Gilin Shinsha rose among the primeval trees. The rain had scrubbed the sky clean. The hills and trunks hewn by an invisible artisan lay before him, like a living painting, achingly beautiful under the washed light. Saturated to the skin and chilled by gusts that cut from crown to soles, Li Feng pressed on despite the cold that gnawed even a robust frame and a body tempered by training. Dusk approached. The undergrowth curtailed the light until the forest was gray and shadowed. He found the herb he sought to treat a high fever and gathered it with trembling fingers. The primeval wood was generous to those who could read its signs. Medicinal grasses and leaves proliferated, their virtues invisible to the unlearned. He had endured hardship for the sake of those comrades. He had braved wet, cold, and fatigue in the hope that when she awoke, she would not prove to be another by Jomaya, thankless ruin of a debt. As he turned to leave, a sound from the grasses made him halt. A subtle rustling like fingers combing dry silk suggested something sheltered within the scrub. One hand clutched the herbs, the other closed around his long blade. A prickle of alarm crawled along his spine. The sensation was too keen to be a mere rabbit. He could not shake the certainty that danger lingered. The undergrowth fell still, but instinct insisted the threat had not passed. Rain struck the leaves in steady measure, and cold beads fell onto Li Feng's head, each one like a shard of frost. He would not risk his back to whatever lay hidden. He watched the shrubbery as if it were a living thing. With a cautious step, he flicked a stone into the rank, testing the silence. The clatter came to rest among the stems, yet no reply followed. He allowed himself the thought that the intruder had fled, and then dismissed it. Time was a luxury he could ill afford, must return to the cave before night closed. Memories of the notebook and of 3 deaths he had unearthed tightened his prudence. This mountain bore treacheries in every shadow. He began to withdraw, aiming for the riverbed where the world would open and the peril of concealment would yield to sight. Before he had retraced many paces, the grasses shivered anew. Li Feng spun blade at the ready and cursed at whatever dared to conceal itself. The brush gave no answer until a pale silhouette erupted from the green, moving with a speed that blurred its contours. It was white-furred and walked upright, as if mockingly human. It hurled itself toward him with the instant violence of a hunting cat. He rolled aside the damp earth, greasing his palms, flipped to his feet, and met the onrush. The presence bore an unnatural chill, an exhalation of gloom that made the hairs along his arms rise. In the pinch of fear, Li Feng sliced with the long knife, aiming to sever the thread in one decisive stroke. His blade found flesh, and the creature shrieked a raw animal sound, then tumbled back into the undergrowth and vanished from sight. Blood speckled the tip of his blade, proof that his strike had landed. Yet there was little comfort in that evidence. The beast had not fled, but concealed itself among the roots, poised to renew its assault. He breathed shallowly, steeling himself against the wash of dread. In the gray rain, the wood seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the next move. Around him, the brush began to quiver, as though answering a phantom command. Li Feng felt cold sweat bead at his brow. Despite the chill of the air, the mountains were a repository of relentless peril. He retreated another step until his back met the rough bark of a tree, anchoring himself against a rear ambush. He planted his feet, blade horizontal, and challenged the darkness with a rough voice. He suspected the injured thing had kin nearby. The trembling of the foliage suggested more movement than one solitary animal could account for. Still, he dared not forsake haste. Night would make the forest an ocean of blackness in which even the keenest senses could drown. The rain intensified, fog knitting itself into low curtains that swallowed distance. Li Feng's every nerve sharpened. His thoughts were half for the 2 women left in the cave, Lin Ping, and the other comrade, and half for the immediate menace coiled within the brush. He wished only that they would remain where they were and not risk searching for him in this haunted hollow. For now, he leaned into patience and stillness, ready to strike, and watched the grasses, as if from within the observation of the world, he might steal a moment to return to them, to stand unwavering beside the unconscious comrade, and Lin Ping as sentinel against whatever the night might bring. Li Feng pressed his back to the broad trunk, eyes narrowed in cautious scrutiny. He felt with the instinctive certainty of a hunted man that the creature still lingered nearby. It had not entirely departed. The beast had not, however, renewed its assault. Around him, the understory was a tangle of brambles and rank grass. Towering trees were scarce. After a quick glance above the great bole, he launched himself upward, seizing a limb a little over a meter high and hauling his weight onto the trunk. Rain had slicked the bark, and he moved with the deliberate care of someone who feared a fall. From his elevated vantage, he surveyed the shrouded world below. Mists hung low among the shrubs, softening shapes and blurring distances. To his right, within the cloak of grass, a pale silhouette crouched, the white shadow he had half feared. The creature remained hidden, watching him, waiting for an opening. Emerging from the gloom along the riverbed felt like stepping out of another realm. The forest's oppressive atmosphere loosened, and the chill of menace receded. He could not, however, cast off the memory of that swift, savage thing. Its speed and ferocity had been unlike any ordinary animal. As he retraced his steps toward the camp, images of teeth and white fur replayed behind his lids. At their fire, Lin Ping and Yu Zili sat vigil beside a young woman whose fever burned so fiercely her face was a deep flush. She lay unconscious and fragile. Lin Ping's hand hovered over her brow, worry knitting her brow into a constant frown. Yu Zili peered anxiously toward the hush of the wood. Night approached, and the fog thickened, swallowing light. Their concern multiplied with each passing minute. If Li Feng did not return before darkness fully fell, the forest would be an unforgiving place. Yu Zili clasped her hands and offered an earnest plea to the heavens. Lin Ping whispered that they should not hurry into the wood. They feared that 2 inexperienced searchers would only become liabilities. Yet both secretly wished to go and be of use. Attention turned to the fevered girl. Li Feng probed her forehead, heat scorched beneath his palm. If this fever does not abate, he warned, it could burn the brain. Her life is at risk. They decided to cleanse the herbs and fetch water from the river. Lin Ping insisted on accompanying him, then yielded, saying she would remain to tend the patient. Yu Zili volunteered to go instead, eager to be of service. Li Feng entrusted Yu Zili with simple instructions and cautioned her to be alert. At the stream he had earlier dammed with stones there might be fish, he told her, a small hope for a restorative meal. Their laughter, tentative and bright, mingled with the fog as they walked together toward the water. For all the island's dangers, the small warmth of their companionship endured. A veil of mist lay over the river as Yu Zili's laughter drifted from the distance. Li Feng and she walked toward the water, while Lin Ping sat warming herself beside the fire. The sound of their mirth kindled a gentle warmth in Lin Ping's chest. On this solitary, companionship felt like fragile treasure. The river moved with a soft, persistent murmur under the ascending dusk. Its bed widened into open plain with no shrubs or reeds to hide danger. Li Feng noticed this advantage and felt reassured that any threat would be visible from afar. At the river's narrowest point, he had fashioned a low dam of stones 3 to 5 meters long and only tens of centimeters deep, appropriate for the lean season when the current was mild. While Li Feng fished, Yu Zili crouched to cleanse the medicinal herbs she had gathered. They were sodden and required the river's clarity to be made clean and safe for use. She worked cheerfully, teasing Li Feng that his presence kept her from falling. He admonished her fondly, and the two divided the labor with easy familiarity. He promised to catch fish while she prepared the herbs. Later, returning to camp with wooden skewers laden with fish, Li Feng felt the quiet assurance of home when Lin Ping welcomed him. She urged him to warm himself beside the fire and dry his clothes, fretting over his fatigue. He smiled and dismissed her concern, insisting he was strong enough. Yet beneath his stoicism lay the weary reward of a day spent in ceaseless effort for the small domestic comforts of the three. They tended the unconscious young woman by the fire while the soup simmered. Lin Ping and Yu Zili worked at the embers, preparing a broth of wild mushrooms and the fresh fish that Li Feng had brought. He fed the unconscious woman a spoonful of medicine from their boiling pot, hoping it would coax her toward waking. Rain began to fall intermittently, each drop like a pearl threading the night and spattering on the river, rendering the world at once alive and restless. The aroma of the mushroom fish soup soon filled the camp, drawing eager murmurs from the two women. Li Feng tasted the brew and surrendered to a brief, contented smile. Its warmth and umami settled into his bones. The three of them ate heartily until the ladle was dry for a night. Such simple abundance readied them for the looming uncertainties. The cavern was suffused with a gentle, comforting warmth. Li Feng arranged a bed of dried grass beneath a recess in the rock, knowing it would be preferable to sleeping upon the cold floor. Though they had gathered many animal pelts earlier, the haste of their flight had forced them to abandon those hides in another hollow. Outside, the glow of distant flames bled through the ventilation fissure, casting a dim amber wash across the chamber. The light within the grotto was muted, yet it was sufficient to discern one another's faces. In the hush of night, as the firelight filtered in, the two women seemed to acquire an added grace. The atmosphere was singular, once still and solitary, yet suffused with an intimate warmth that defied easy description. Yu Zili flung herself full length upon the straw, arms and legs splayed in unself-conscious relief. "I'm exhausted, I can finally rest," she declared, abandoning all reserve. Lin Ping, ever more discreet, chided her for her lack of modesty. Yet Yu Zili laughed it off, brash, frivolous, and utterly at ease among friends, refusing to make way, and sprawled as though the whole mattress were hers. Their banter took on a playful intimacy. They teased about sharing Li Feng's attention, speaking in terms of treasures and little heirs, feigning jealousy and affection in equal measure. Yu Zili, the youngest and most coquettish, proclaimed her devotion and even jest about claiming Li Feng as her own when safety returned. Lin Ping's mock reproaches and a light admonishing slap punctuated the exchange. Their laughter filled the cavern and chased the fatigue of the day from their faces. They made their way toward the cliff's left flank, pausing at a modest distance from the camp, where the fire's reach still offered some illumination. Yu Zili teased that she would be his in due course, and urged him not to be furtive about it. Her joviality lightened the tense night. Li Feng cautioned them to speak little and to watch their surroundings carefully, eyes scanning the gloom from his perch on a nearby rock. As they finished and prepared to return, a shadow suddenly erupted from the undergrowth nearby. Li Feng's warning came swift and sharp. He sprang forward without hesitation, positioning himself between the two women and whatever threat had emerged, every muscle coiled to defend them. A chill of alarm cut through the night. "Maya, what is that shadow?" Lin Ping cried, and both women spun to look. Beyond the tree-line, a silhouette stood upright, 2 legs planted like a sentinel. It was an inky shape the size of a grown man, perhaps nearing 1.8 meters in height. Motionless, it fixed its gaze on the three of them. It did not lunge, only stared. Li Feng's voice was low but urgent. "Do not speak. Do not panic. Retreat slowly. He urged them not to bolt recklessly. The figure stood some 20 to 30 meters away. Their camp lay roughly the same distance behind them. If either woman fled in blind terror, they might be pursued and overtaken before reaching the cave. Lin Ping peered toward the darkness. Li Feng, what is it? She whispered, voice tight. The campfire did not reach that far, and even Li Feng could not discern its nature. I cannot see clearly. I do not know what it is. For a moment, they thought of a black bear. Only bears and some large primates could rise on hind legs. But monkeys lacked such stature and bulk. It might be a bear or it might not. Stay calm and step back slowly. They edged backward as a unit, eyes never leaving the shadow. Lin Ping's legs trembled with fear. Yu Zili felt a weight of oppression on her chest. When they retreated, the shadow advanced. It was as if the thing matched their movements, moving forward when they backed away, pausing when they paused. Tension braided their nerves into a taut line. Li Feng warned them not to retreat haphazardly. The stranger in the dark let out a peculiar cry, a raw, resonant sound that sent goose flesh along their arms. The noise was sharp and strident, yet held a low undertone. Hearing it, both women shivered. Even Li Feng felt the cold press into his bones. Then unnervingly, the creature raised an arm and beckoned. Lin Ping recoiled. It is waving at us, she breathed, dread lacing her words. The impossible behavior made the encounter feel uncanny. There it stood like a towering man beneath the night canopy, calling them with that strange utterance, as if summoning them to approach. It wants us to come closer, Yu Zili said, attempting a forced, trembling levity. Maybe it wants a hug. Li Feng's response was grim. It wants to eat you, not embrace you. He tightened his grip on the long blade and bellowed a fierce command intended to scare the thing away. The black silhouette remained obstinately still. When he advanced, brandishing the knife, and swore, the figure hesitated and finally stopped its forward motion. Relief washed over Lin Ping and Yu Zili as they regained a measure of composure. They continued their cautious withdrawal until the warmth of the fire reassured them. Once back at the cave mouth and feeling the heat on their faces, they allowed themselves to breathe in deeper, steadier air. The shadow did not follow. It remained outside the circle of light, still making those unnatural calls and gestures, as if coaxing them to cross the invisible boundary. Yu Zili, trembling, darted into the cave. You go on inside. I prefer. Li Feng's arms to its embrace, she said in a stifled voice. Lin Ping hurried after her. Get inside the cave quickly, Li Feng urged. The two women complied. After they had secured themselves within the shelter, Li Feng lingered by the fire, unwilling to abandon his vigil. He kept his eyes on the silhouette, though the darkness rendered it a mere outline. From the mouth of the cave, the three could only watch as the thing outside became more insistent, its cries now urgent. After a few minutes of standoff, Li Feng decided it would be safer to wait until dawn before attempting anything more decisive. He sealed the small aperture with a flat stone and propped the wooden bar behind it to strengthen their barrier. Inside the cave, the light was dim and yellow, the atmosphere weighted by the night's ordeal. Lin Ping and Yu Zili sat on the bedding, gasping for breath. Sweat dampened their hairlines, and a cold numbness clung to their spines. Yu Zili leaned against Li Feng's knee, exhaustion folding her features. You scare me to death. She began, but did not finish. Li Feng soothed them with a steadying hand and a promise of protection. Their calm was fragile, built of shared fright and the small comfort of the fire. Then, as they began to settle, a knock sounded on the cave entrance. The sound cut through the brittle quiet like a new threat. The three felt utterly still. Outside, the creature rapped at their door. A furious pounding resounded against the cave's mouth, sending tremors through the stone. The island outside was smothered in ink-dark night, and the relentless knocking filled the hollow with an uncanny menace. Li Feng, Lin Ping, and Yu Zili pressed themselves into the shadowed interior, each heartbeat loud in the oppressive silence. Lin Ping's composure frayed, terror threatened to overflow into tears as the creature's assault on the rock grew more violent. Yu Zili cowered on the grass pallet, weeping in terrified whispers that the beast intended to break in and devour them. Nearby, the young woman lay unconscious on the bedding, tranquil and oblivious, an enviable surrender to ignorance at such a moment. Li Feng rose, gripping his long blade, fury burning in his voice as he cursed the intruder and vowed to drive it off. Determined to find an opening and strike, he crept toward the entrance while Lin Ping and Yu Zili armed themselves with crude wooden stakes to aid him. Anxiety and bravado braided into the space between them. The beast noticed them through the vent and emitted a peculiar cry that made Yu Zili recoil in fear. Lin Ping remembered passages from old manuscripts and whispered that this might be the Gui Shan Jing, a creature chronicled as prowling remote hills during the Ming and Qing dynasties and preying upon children. Such monsters had once plagued isolated hamlets until human expansion drove them into hiding. The name stirred old superstitions and the memory of vanished folksong warnings. The beast grew frantic at the barrier of stone and pounded with renewed vigor, as if intent on toppling the wall that separated predator from prey. Seizing a decisive moment, Li Feng thrust his blade out through the slit. The steel pierced true, and the creature reeled, howling in pain as it stumbled backward and in misfortune trod upon the dying embers of their small fire. Scorched and furious, it rolled and howled across the ground, its cries tearing at the night. For a fleeting instant, the three betrayed a savage delight at their reprieve. Yu Zili laughed and applauded, mocking the suffering beast, while Li Feng bellowed threats at its retreating form. The creature staggered away each step, throwing a backward glance at them, as though promising return. Its persistent, resentful gaze set a cold knot of dread in their chests. In the cave's hush, after the creature's departure, the companions tried to steady one another. Lin Ping fretted at the thought of a vengeful predator that would remember their faces. Yu Zili fretted that the beast's hatred might doom them if it came back. Li Feng, attempting reassurance, promised to keep them safe, though he privately knew that a single narrow victory had only delayed a deeper menace. Night pressed on, and fear made them practical. They reinforced the cave door with wooden props, bracing thick planks and jamming stakes to deny the beast easy access. Lin Ping divided the grass bedding into two makeshift pallets, offering a place for the unconscious girl and Yu Zili to sleep together, while she and Li Feng took the other pallet. Even in such dire circumstances, the simple acts of preparation and small consolations lent them a fragile comfort. As they settled, Lin Ping moved close to Li Feng with a tenderness that changed the cave's atmosphere from one of mere survival to that of human warmth. She held him and murmured promises of devotion, urging Yu Zili to sleep and not disturb them. For a moment, beneath the watchful darkness and the threat that lingered beyond the trees, affection and quiet companionship warded off some of the night's cold. Pale sunlight filtered into the modest cave, transforming its rough interior into something unexpectedly tender. Though scant in comforts, the shelter exuded a fragile warmth. Li Feng opened his eyes and realized he was cradled in Lin Ping's arms. They lay facing one another, embraced. From that angle, Lin Ping's figure seemed full and alluring, an embodiment of sensual grace. Lin Ping tucked his head closer to her bosom and whispered that he could rest there as long as he wished. Li Feng surrendered to the warmth and admitted through a tired sigh that he was bone-weary. Lin Ping's heart tightened at his confession. She knew Li Feng well enough to recognize that such a complaint meant genuine exhaustion. He buried his face in her embrace, and despite his fatigue, confessed that he felt blessed. She murmured encouragement and cradled him with unassuming tenderness. Their fragile peace ruptured when a terrified voice erupted from a nearby straw pallet. The two of them sprang up. A girl had awakened in a violent frenzy and was strangling Yu Zili with brutal force, her fingers clamped at the throat, as if oblivious to anything but the act. "You're killing me, my tongue is coming out." Yu Zili's words were strangled by pain and panic. The attacker, hair unkempt, eyes vacant, straddled Yu Zili and bore down as if animated by a relentless madness. Chaos ensued. Lin Ping scrambled forward, pleading for restraint, while Li Feng lunged to help. The girl's strength was unnerving. She seemed possessed by raw, frightened energy. Lin Ping feared the worst as Yu Zili's face paled and her tongue protruded, a ghastly sign that she teetered at the edge of life. Attempts to pry the attacker away failed. The situation demanded force, yet any roughness risked harming a woman clearly unwell. Acting with sudden decisiveness, Li Feng struck the assailant a measured blow that rendered her unconscious without inflicting serious injury. She collapsed with a muted gasp. Relief washed over the group, mingled with concern for both women. Lin Ping hurried to aid Yu Zili, who coughed and clutched her throat, still trembling from the near tragedy. She dramatized her ordeal with breathless theatrics, but the marks on her neck and the shock in her voice betrayed the terror she had endured. As they tended to one another, Yu Zili clung theatrically to Li Feng, exclaiming she had nearly been killed, while Lin Ping checked the fallen woman's pulse and temperature. The unconscious girl's pulse was present, and her fever had subsided, yet her heart raced. Li Feng's brow furrowed when he inspected beneath her sleeve something there disturbed him. The two women exchanged worried glances and asked what had troubled him, but Li Feng only hesitated, weighed whatever peculiar detail he had discovered, and prepared to examine further as the cave settled back into uneasy quiet. A young woman burst forth from the hollow, hair disheveled and demeanor unraveled, shrieking in abject terror. She fled with frantic haste, face contorted by panic. Lin Ping dashed from the opening and cried out urgently, imploring, "Seize her, do not let her escape." Yu Zili sprang forward, attempting to calm her with gentle assurances that they meant no harm, but the girl recoiled in greater panic and shoved Yu Zili away with desperate force. Yu Zili, slight and barely 1.5 meters tall, was knocked to the earth by the shove and rolled like a small child felled by sudden violence. "Brotherly, hold her. She is mad," Yu Zili cried as she scrambled up. Li Feng discarded the fish clutched in his hand and barreled forward to intercept the fleeing woman. Confronted by his barrier, she clutched her head and wailed, "Do not kill me, do not eat me," before crashing toward the adjacent thicket. Li Feng grabbed her arm, and she fought so violently that he feared breaking it and had to let go. But when she surged again, he captured her from behind in a desperate embrace, lifting her feet clear of the ground so she could no longer flee. She thrashed and screamed incoherently. Her pleas to be spared took on an almost animalistic cadence. Practicality overcame propriety as Li Feng, intent on preventing further harm, held her tightly about the waist with both arms, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Lin Ping produced the long scarf they had earlier found, over a meter in length and surprisingly resilient, and explained gently that she would tie the woman's wrist to hers for safety. She avoided binding the legs so as not to impair the woman's mobility or psyche further, preferring a measure that ensured security without inflicting additional distress. The girls submitted passively as Lin Ping looped the scarf and fastened their wrists together, the gesture performed more out of care than constraint. "Look, I am bound to you as well," Lin Ping said, lifting her own wrist to demonstrate solidarity. Despite the immediate relief of restraining a potential flight risk, anxiety lingered. Li fretted aloud about the possibility of marauders in the wild and how they might be impeded by the girl's unpredictable behavior. Li Feng shared the unease. If the woman erupted again, they could be overwhelmed. They resolved to do what they could for now and to keep watch. In the meantime, Lin Ping drew the woman into her arms and soothed her like a mother calming an injured child, whispering assurances and invoking kinship. Lin Ping steered the exchange with gentle coaxing, urging the woman to tell them what she had witnessed or endured, but the mere suggestion dragged at raw nerves. Overcome by compassion and the echo of her own daughter's potential suffering, Lin Ping felt a sudden involuntary ache well up and tears slipped down her cheeks. The woman whimpered, "It hurts," and Lin Ping, trembling with empathy, brushed her fingers across that drawn face and asked tenderly where the pain resided. A small voice whimpered, "Bao Bao Tong Tong," and the young woman touched her head, betraying a faint ache. She then pointed at Li Feng as if accusing him, to Lin Ping a plaintive childlike denouncement that suggested he had struck her earlier. Though the woman's mind faltered, fragments of memory remained. Lin Ping asked softly, "Was it him who hurt you?" The girl nodded foolishly, her agreement vacant and immediate. To soothe her, Lin Ping feigned indignation and struck Li Feng lightly across the face. "See how I punished him," she murmured, consoling the fragile mind like one placating a child. Li Feng feigned pain with theatrical cries while Li leapt forward to administer 2 mere pats on his back, more like the tickle of an insect than a chastisement. The ruse worked. The woman giggled inanely and leaned trustingly against Lin Ping's shoulder. Lin Ping stroked her cheek and began to weep, voice thick with contrived anguish. She spoke of pity for the girl, of imagining the horrors that must have made her like this. Her tears seemed both genuine and performative. Li Feng offered what comfort he could, invoking a providential hope that Lin Ping would be spared and that hardship might yet yield to mercy. They debated the woman's state. The condition was complex and unpredictable. Li Feng admitted she might recover in a moment or languish for an indeterminate span. Whatever the cause of her madness, they agreed it was not for them to pry. Her safety mattered foremost. Lin Ping accepted custodial responsibility with a solemn nod. "You will care for her," Li Feng instructed gently, "and help her regain herself in time." Lin Ping vowed to do her utmost. When Li Feng offered her a piece of roasted fish, the woman took it with trembling fingers and retreated to devour it alone, eating with the ravenous urgency of someone who had known hunger. Lin Ping removed a fishbone with motherly care. Her attentions were tender, sincere. For that hour, she was the girl's sanctuary. Sated at last, Li Feng spoke of movement. They could not linger in one place, he warned. Wild men and other perils could overrun them if they failed to make timely preparations. Li Feng inquired quietly whether there was danger nearby. Lin Ping halted and scanned the surroundings with apprehension. A faint sound seemed to come from ahead, and Li Feng paused to listen more intently. They heard nothing obvious. The girl clumsily clutched at Lin Ping's fingers, exploring absent-mindedly. Lin Ping soothed her, urging calm and silence. After a moment, Li Feng announced that the sound ahead resembled running water. Li dismissed him as overly nervous, noting that the river beside them would naturally make such noises. Li Feng, however, sounded uncertain. The water ahead had a different timbre from the river by their cave. They moved forward with Li Feng leading, following the river downstream, while a low mountain ridge curved beside them and obstructed their view. The slopes were lush with foliage and striking in their beauty. When Li Feng rounded the bend, the scene opened onto a much broader river. It flowed swiftly and deep, bordered by a serried array of peaks. Countless ridgelines converged, channels coalescing into a single, formidable watercourse. The river near their cave now seemed no more than a brook in comparison. Li stood at the bank, letting the river breeze play through her hair as she admired the verdant hills and staggered peaks. Lin Ping warned her to be careful and not to lean too close to the edge. She feared the child might lunge forward and be swept away by the current. The little girl pointed at the water and wanted to move nearer, but Lin Ping held her back for safety. Li Feng's gaze drifted to the shoreline, and he frowned. Close to where they stood, a wide, bare slab of stone lay nearly at the water's edge, strewn with branches, vines, and lengths of timber. Several pieces bore clean straight cuts, as if struck by modern blades. Li Feng examined some of the vines. Their fresh pale stumps showed they had been severed only days earlier rather than long ago, when such material would have wilted and browned. The arrangement suggested someone had been assembling a raft here. As they stood by the broad river, the three contemplated the implications. Li Feng wanted to pursue the trail, driven by the hope of finding survivors. Lin Ping's unease deepened. An instinctive sense of danger urged her to move away from the valley. The landscape, beautiful yet severe, seemed to hold secrets between its peaks and beneath its verdant canopies. Li Feng crouched by the riverbank, scrutinizing the scene, tangles of vine-scattered timber. He sought the faintest clue, yet found nothing beyond the vines and the wood. If the party had been few in number, 2 or 3 people could not have fashioned a raft in such haste. The presence of a raft implied a larger contingent. The thought that there might be many of them intensified Li Feng's resolve to find them. A united front against any threat would increase their chances of survival, yet tracking a group downstream would be like seeking a needle in a vast wilderness. The river sliced through ranges of mountains, offering countless landing points. Even if they discovered where the others had come ashore, finding the people themselves might prove impossible. They resolved to forage for materials immediately. This was primordial forest. Timber lay everywhere, and vines clung to the trunks. They needed resilient vines and dry, substantial logs that would be both buoyant and sturdy. Li Feng acknowledged that the raft need not be elegant, it had to be dependable. Waterlogged wood would be too heavy to push downstream. Decayed, arid timber would serve even if the craft was single use. A young woman in their company exhibited signs of mental disturbance. She fretted at the river's edge, pointing and whispering as though the water itself might pull her away. Lin Ping soothed her with a gentle hand on the forehead and produced a wildflower for her to hold. The simple gift quieted her. She cradled the blossom and smiled with a childlike delight. Endearments and soft reassurances followed. Lin Ping kissed the girl's forehead and reminded her to stay calm and not cause a commotion that might distract them from their work. As Li Feng worked, Lin Ping's face grew contemplative. She had something on her mind, and looking up at him, prepared to voice it. Li Feng mused aloud that the haste with which that other party fled, yet still managed to assemble a wooden raft so swiftly, bespoke remarkable solidarity. Such rapid cooperation suggested a group without internal persecution or petty intrigue. Lin Ping countered that if someone like Lei Leihu had been among them, cohesion would have been impossible. Li Feng listened, acknowledging her logic, while feeling ever more determined to locate that band. If they truly were united and counted a formidable practitioner among them, the mutual aid could prove invaluable. Fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Yu Zili, delicate and childlike in stature, confessed that 2 days of relentless flight had nearly broken her spirit and body. Li Feng, tender in his concern, urged her to rest, insisting he could manage the work alone. Yet Yu Zili protested. She cared for him as he did for her, and the three of them shared a quiet reciprocity of attention and protection. After a brief respite, they set about constructing a simple raft. Lin Ping joined in, and even the timid girl by the riverbank lent a hand, surprising them with her obedience and gentleness. When the girl nicked a fingertip, Lin Ping soothed her as one would a child, coaxing a smile from her fragile composure. The small scene of tenderness brightened their weary spirits and reassured Li Feng, who felt both relief and sorrow for the girl's earlier fragile state of mind. Li Feng finished the raft and tested its sturdiness with decisive kicks, assuring the others it would not fall apart should they need to flee by water. He fashioned 2 rudimentary paddles and prepared a pole to secure the craft once launched, then camouflaged the raft beneath branches so it might remain undiscovered until required. Lin Ping sighed, expressing a wish never to be forced into flight again. The prospect of such hardship felt unbearable to them all. With the means of escape concealed, they turned to survival. Li Feng proposed a hunt to replenish their provisions, planning to place any surplus upon the raft for easier transport in the event of flight. They entered the nearby woodlands with cautious vigilance, mindful of both prey and potential predators. The shy girl followed close to Lin Ping, clutching a wildflower and content to be sheltered by the trio's protective presence. They had scarcely gone far when 2 plump gray rabbits burst from the underbrush, cavorting in a careless intimacy that belied the danger of the moment. Li Feng moved with swift precision, hurling his long knife. He felled both animals with a single decisive throw. He lamented inwardly the necessity of killing creatures so endearing, yet understood the stern arithmetic of survival. Yu Zili cradled one rabbit, stroking its fur with reluctant tenderness. With the rabbits secured, Li Feng noted that the combined catch, together with fish from their camp and foraged mushrooms and greens, would sustain them for several days. He instructed Lin Ping to take one rabbit while he kept watch with his blade, ever attuned to the forest's murmurs. The girl, uncomprehending but earnest, peered at the sight of their food and repeated the sound of eating with childlike fascination, comforted by the simple domesticity of the scene. They returned along the same path and at last reached the mouth of their cave. Uzili, drained and eager for the refuge of her grass pallet, moved to step inside, murmuring her longing for rest. Li Feng seized her arm and held her back, his voice urgent as he warned of danger within. The three stood frozen at the threshold, every sense heightened, the forest closing in around them as the moment of peril drew near. Li Feng pointed toward the hearth. The campsite was disordered, the cave entrance had been shoved open, and the slab that once sealed it lay overturned. It was impossible, he thought, that wind alone could have displaced something so heavy. The evidence suggested an intruder had been here. Uzili stormed into the cave, stamping her foot in indignation at the mess. Anger flared, someone had violated their refuge and spoiled their work. Lin Ping fretted that either a feral beast or a band of urine might have been responsible. Li Feng, however, suspected a more specific enemy. Outside the cave, he discovered distinctive plum-shaped footprints pressed into the damp earth. The sight chilled him. He recalled the previous night's confrontation with the Guoshanjing. That beast had returned to their fire after being wounded, and burned. Its forehead had been pierced during the struggle. Li Feng could not shake the conviction that the creature had come seeking vengeance, had ransacked their shelter in fury, and then departed. A grim debate followed. Lin Ping entreated prudence, urging avoidance rather than needless combat. Uzili, exhausted and irate, wanted retribution, but feared risk. Li Feng, his resolve steeled, insisted that he would not allow the creature to threaten them again. He rejected the notion of a head-on skirmish. Instead, he proposed an ambush fashioned from guile and terrain. Above the cave mouth, a jagged outcrop offered a vantage point. Li Feng planned to hoist stones into position and, under cover of darkness, drop them to crush the Guoshanjing when it probed the shelter. He would not rely on brute force, but on stratagem. Lin Ping cautioned him to be careful. He promised to proceed with cunning rather than rash valor. As the sun sank and dusk gathered its hush, the island's solitude deepened. Li Feng, perched 10 meters above the ground and concealed behind a natural bulwark, surveyed the surrounding ridges for signs of urine or returning malefactors. Below, the women ate and conserved strength for the night. He began hauling stones upward with vines arranging them, so that when the Guoshanjing returned, he might dispatch it without exposing himself to undue peril. Night approached, thickening the shadows and bringing with it the island's latent threats. The three companions readied themselves, supplies set, traps arrayed, and watch established. Li Feng trusted that his stratagem would spare them a deadly reckoning, and that cunning rather than rash courage would determine whether they survived the night. A chill, otherworldly cry echoed through the night as the Guoshanjing advanced on its hind legs, a filament of cold atmosphere trailing in its wake. Though its gait suggested awkwardness at first glance, its movements were lithe and precise. Li Feng crouched above the camp, clutching a heavy stone and watching intently. He would crush the creature if it dared draw near. Sensing danger, the Guoshanjing jerked its head up and barely avoided the falling rock. The stone struck its back with a thunderous crash. A sickening crack of fractured bone rent the air. The creature howled in pain and bolted, its gait impaired by the broken vertebrae. Li Feng leapt from the ledge with the agility of a swan and landed light-footed on the ground. Brandishing his long blade, he raced after the wounded beast. From within the cavern, Lin Ping called out with concern, warning of the darkness and urging caution, while Uzili peered through a ventilation opening and saw the injured Guoshanjing attempting to flee. The beast, dragging its ruined body, looked back with feral hatred. It had been maimed by this human and sought retribution. Li Feng surged forward and struck, aiming for the creature's throat. Incapacitated by the broken backbone and unable to evade, the Guoshanjing raised a forepaw as a desperate defense. Li Feng's blade sheared through the limb like a shard of silver through silk, and then pierced the creature's throat. The Guoshanjing's final shriek faded into stillness. Life had gone from it utterly. Back in the cave, Uzili whooped with childish triumph, pressing her face to the opening as she applauded the death of the beast. Lin Ping prepared to assist, already imagining the utility of the hide as a blanket or rug. Uzili, still aggrieved at the damage the beast had caused in their shelter, vowed to kick at the corpse as payback. Li Feng, pragmatic and efficient, reminded her of the greater use to be made of the pelt and asked her to refrain. They set about skinning the enormous hide together. The creature's pelt was vast, ample to rival the skins of several wolves, promising warmth and utility once cleaned and dried. Li Feng intended to stretch it near the fire for smoking. Uzili eyed the carcass, hungrily curious about the flavor of such unfamiliar meat. Li Feng, however, felt no appetite for the Guoshanjing's flesh and declined. The creature's ghastly name had left an impression on the girl. She admitted she felt uneasy about tasting it. With the hide laid by the fire, they began the short walk back into the cave. Uzili linked her hand with Li Feng's and teased him playfully as they entered, while Lin Ping rose to greet them with a grateful smile. The cavern was warm and sheltered. They settled into a domestic calm, voices low and companionable as they tended to each other and their small comforts. Their laughter and conversation were interrupted by a sudden thunderous roar from outside. The sound was deep and resonant, charged with menace. Yu Zili flinched, her earlier bravado evaporating in an instant. The cave fell silent as they listened, each heart tightening at that single fearsome note. A primal roar erupted from the forest across the river, shattering the island's uneasy silence. The sound rolled and swelled like the furious bellow of a sovereign beast carrying a savage force that made skin crawl and hearts jump. It felt as if the very air itself had scraped their ears with its malign intensity. Yu Zili pressed her hands over her ears and crouched to the ground, trembling. Lin Ping's composure unraveled into anxious agitation. A younger girl scrambled into Lin Ping's embrace, burying her face and sobbing with fear. Lin Ping soothed her gently, patting her back as if to stave off a breakdown. Li Feng stood rigid, sword clutched in both hands, eyes narrowed. The roar stirred an almost martial heat, within him a surge of vigilant resolve. He had never heard anything quite like it. Wolves and tigers had voices, but none matched this tidal, bone-rattling force. Though uncertain of the creature's identity, Li Feng's instincts told him it was profoundly perilous. They debated, voices low and tremulous. Yu Zili wondered if it might be a tiger, but Li Feng dismissed that notion. The timbre and shockwave surpassed any tiger's call he knew. He peered through a narrow ventilation aperture in the stone wall. The campfire beyond flickered as if buffeted by invisible gusts. On the far shore the jungle lay as an inky mass, and from its depths that savage call continued to reverberate, a terrifying proclamation of something wild and immense. The roar returned, more violent than before, snapping like a sonic clap. Birds erupted from the darkness in a frantic flurry, their wings chittering as they fled the forest in a panicked torrent. As thousands of feathered bodies passed the firelight, they skimmed low, scattering like a living storm and making the night sky appear to teeter with motion. Li Feng raised a single finger in caution and hushed the others. Every word ceased as he focused, listening to the night's layered sounds. Beneath the fleeing birds came another, noisy susurration of myriad small movements, an approaching tide of rustling and skittering. At first it was faint, then swiftly it intensified, like rain accelerating from a distant whisper to a deluge of sound. Fear tightened Lin Ping's features. She dropped to her knees and pressed her forehead to the cold earth, whispering blessings and entreaties to whatever gods might heed them. Yu Zili, though skeptical, sank down beside her and imitated the ritual, driven more by desperation than faith. The younger girl echoed their motions without understanding, mimicking the gestures of the older women in hopes of comfort. Countless bats surged toward the cave like a living tide. Startled by some terrible sound, those beasts sought the light and came rushing in a dense black mass that seemed to have no end. Yu Zili, aghast at the spectacle, could only compare it to a scene from Ming Shu's zombie film, where a dark swarm had once filled the screen with terror. The sheer number, perhaps tens of thousands, made the hair on Lin Ping's arms stand on end. To be besieged by so many winged creatures was almost beyond imagination. Li Feng barked out an order to seal every vent. Wolves would have been preferable to him, savage though they might be, their numbers would be finite. These bats, however, were endless, and being encircled by them would mean wounds at best, infection at worst. The others scrambled for dry grass and shoved it into the stone vents. As the flames of their small fire licked the entrance, some bats collided with the blaze, their bodies igniting with sickening crackles and leaving the air heavy with the smell of char and singed fur. Despite the burning, vast numbers continued to surge toward the light with a fatal recklessness, like moths entranced by a flame. Several crashed against the fire, fell to the ground, and writhed, while many more thudded and clung to the rock face outside the cave. Li Feng, hands steady despite the chaos, swatted one that darted toward Yu Zili's face and crushed another beneath his boot. The near miss left her trembling. The memory of a bat's teeth grazing her skin sent her heart racing. At last, with the final vent blocked, the swarm settled into a somber chorus on the cliff. Their high, restless squeals filled the night like a tide lapping at rock. Yu Zili pressed her back against the cave wall, drenched in sweat and trembling, while Lin Ping fussed over her and tried to coax calm from the younger woman. The three exchanged urgent, practical words about the need for watchkeeping. Falling straw could bring disaster should the bats find a way in. Reluctantly, they agreed to take turns through the night. A softer moment broke through the anxiety. Exhaustion and relief loosened their tongues. Yu Zili teased Li Feng about dowries with mischievous kisses, trying to dispel the fear with levity. Li Feng replied with mock menace and warm tenderness in equal measure. Lin Ping, amused and protective, urged them both to sleep, reminding them that more vigilance awaited in the small hours. Yu Zili snuggled against Lin Ping's thigh like a child finding comfort, and their laughter faded into the heavy hush. Sleep came quickly for the three, but Li Feng remained alert. He sat by the stone wall and watched the vents as if the slightest shift of straw might betray catastrophe. Outside, that dreadful sound returned, stirring the bats into renewed restlessness and tightening the knot of unease in his chest. He listened to the even breathing of the women and tried to steady his thoughts. Tonight, like so many nights before would be remembered, he steeled himself to ward off any further calamity and hoped desperately that the hours would pass without incident. The night was uneasy, fraught with peril. Beastly howls echoed through the timber, and a swarm of bats clustered outside, emitting a ceaseless high-pitched chirring. Li Feng sat beneath a stone wall, long blade in hand, heavy with anxiety. Memories of being cast adrift on the island returned in unwelcome waves. As the only son, he could not dispel the image of his parents bereft should he perish here, and the thought gnawed at him. A hand fell on his shoulder, gentle and familiar. Lin Ping had awakened, and smoothing her hair settled down beside him. Her voice was low and careful, lest she rouse the others. Li Feng disguised the truth behind a light answer. He would not burden the group with his private dread. Lin Ping thanked him for his tireless guardianship, her words small but sincere. She leaned into him, seeking comfort as much as offering it. Li Feng embraced her slender waist and held her close, sheltering warmth between them. Lin Ping's gaze was tender and wistful. She confessed a deep longing, though she acknowledged that the hour and the environment made intimacy impossible. The darkness beyond the cave mouth was perilous and offered no refuge for softness. The thought of Lin Ping's daughter darkened her expression. The night's dangers resurrected a mother's fear for her child, and the possibility that Lin Ting might be enduring terror elsewhere filled Lin Ping with acute pain. When her voice called his name, it carried the weight of this worry. Li Feng pressed his forehead to hers and promised his presence. When asked of his plans for after their escape from the island, he admitted uncertainty. Once dismissed from his company post, he had hoped to assist his senior sister overseas in managing a martial arts school to carve out a meaningful path. The ordeal of surviving the island had left him disoriented, reconsidering whether achievement was the measure of living or whether discovering a purpose and value in life was what mattered most. Despite the levity, the threat outside persisted as the bats surged like tides against the entrance. Li fretted that these creatures might besiege them for days, that hunger or thirst could become a cruel companion. Li Feng reassured them that the bats disliked daylight and would leave when the sun rose. Still, his vigilance resisted sleep. Lin Ping urged him to rest, admonishing him that exhausted reflexes would be a hazard on this island. She kissed his face repeatedly until he reluctantly laid down upon the grassy bedding. Fatigue overwhelmed him, and he finally surrendered to sleep, only to be seized by a harrowing nightmare. He dreamed of the mountains running red with blood and strewn with corpses. Li and Lin Ping and the other girl appeared in his dream, deranged and unrecognizing of him, their smiles vacant and terrifying. They dissolved into the forest while he called after them in panic. His cry jerked him awake, heart pounding and drenched in cold sweat. Seeing the three of them alive beside him was a tremendous relief. Lin Ping soothed him, attributing the dream to exhaustion and the constant weight of responsibility he bore. Perched above the cave mouth, Li Feng scanned the surroundings with anxious intensity. Then he spotted a wild man running along the right riverbank, heading uphill with swift, alarming purpose. The figure's haste betrayed an intent to warn others of their presence. A cold surge of dread ran through him. They had been discovered, and the danger that had haunted the night was not entirely behind them. The war cries that rose from the bank were raw and jubilant, a hunting chorus that made the hairs along their arms lift. Li's legs went to water. She nearly collapsed with terror. Lin Ping felt all her strength ebb away. No matter Li Feng's skill, he could not face so many assailants alone. These were only a fraction of a tribe. The three of them stood on the knife edge between flight and capture the girl with them, shrieked and staggered toward panic, bereft of reason and trembling with dread. As they fled, two figures leapt from cover ahead in ambush Li Feng had not seen from the cave above. One bore a bow, the other a hefty wooden cudgel. The archer's guttural commands warned them to halt. The clubman advanced to intercept. Li Feng shoved the pot into his companion's hands to shield against the arrow and surged forward to meet them. An arrow hissed and struck iron. The pot rang as it deflected the missile to the ground. Before the archer could knock again, Li Feng closed and ended him with a single decisive stroke. The clubman swung with brutal force. Li Feng parried with his long blade, and with a brutal kick to the groin dispatched him as well. Two more of the enemy lay dead on the path. They staggered onto the riverbank, breathless and ragged, the chase, finally, giving them a fleeting margin of safety. Lin Ping hurried forward and flung the leaves off the makeshift raft, barking orders with urgent composure. Push the raft into the current, she commanded. There are poles to pole it. Do not slip. Do not let the river claim the raft. The tone in her voice left no room for hesitation. Two of the savages broke from the pack, screaming and brandishing crude clubs as they stormed toward the raft, intent on preventing their departure. Li Feng answered with a shout and lunged forward, blade flashing, determined to intercept them before they could reach the women. They were reckless and voracious, reckoning with death as if it were an old acquaintance, and they surged ahead of the others to meet him. On the bank, Lin Ping and Li strained with all their strength to shove the heavy raft into the river, their muscles burning. The timber, though dry, was unbearably cumbersome to their slight frames. Panicked and desperate, Lin Ping called for the deranged young woman who had accompanied them to their relief. She obeyed, crouching and pushing until by sheer collective will the raft began to move. The raft lurched into the current and nearly slipped from their grasp. Water rushed around their ankles, and the women clung to the planks as the ferry bobbed and wavered. "Pull it to the center and wait for me," Lin Ping urged. With poles in hand, they forced the raft toward midstream, where the pull of the bank was weaker and a narrow window of time might allow Li Feng to reach them. Meanwhile, Li Feng fought with ferocious precision. One attacker swung a club at his head, but Li Feng bent low, executed a deft parry and a counter thrust that pierced a ribcage. The savage gave a keening cry and collapsed. In the same breath, he swept his blade in a horizontal arc and severed the knees of the other, sending him howling to the earth with blood flooding his legs. The river's roar and the combatants' cries braided into one savage chorus. A dying assailant lunged and clung to Li Feng's leg with a grip that would not release. He kicked furiously, but the corpse-like strength would not yield. With grim resolve, Li Feng drove his blade through the man's back until the struggle ended. He pried the fingers away and used the body as a shield when another crude spear whistled toward him, the shaft embedding in flesh and wood and thudding to the ground. Without pause, he seized the fallen spear, launched it with brutal force, and felled another would-be attacker. The wild men bore down like a living tide, their cries growing nearer and more frenzied. From the raft, Lin Ping implored him to come, voices trembling between command and pleading. Yu Zili's face, drained of color, mouthed a prayer as she watched him run along the slippery bank. The raft drifted 2 or 3 meters from shore, rocking in the current, while the pursuers closed to within 20 or 30 meters, their intent unmistakable. The final moments before boarding were a blur of haste and dread as Li Feng forced every last step toward the trembling planks, and the women clung to hope. "Steer the rudder," Li Feng shouted, "and mind the raft's balance." He hurtled toward the riverbank, his voice urgent enough to jolt the 2 women into steadying the fragile craft. Expecting him, they braced themselves as he launched with the lithe ferocity of a tiger, aiming for the wooden raft 3 meters away. No sooner had he leapt than spears and arrows whistled through the air. Lin Ping cried out in alarm as several javelins streaked toward them. Li Feng managed to land upon the raft, which shuddered violently beneath him. The assailants were already close to the shore, hurling weapons and loosing shafts from a distance. With a long blade clasped in 2 hands, Li Feng spun and parried with fierce precision. The steel sang as it intercepted missiles, sending many plunging into the river with ringing impacts. Yet one arrow, swift and relentless, found its mark. A girl who had been sitting near Lin Ping flung herself forward and took the arrow to her shoulder, crying out in pain. Lin Ping, horrified, clutched her and wept. Yu Zili's face drained of color. Li Feng's heart clenched at the sight. Rage flared in him, so hot he could have sworn he would leap ashore and annihilate those who had dared strike at them. From the bank, the tribesmen bellowed and brandished clubs, peppering the raft with further volleys of arrows and javelins. The current, however, ran swift and treacherous. None of them dared plunge in. Li Feng, shouting commands, urged the women to paddle. Together they drove the raft downstream, propelled by the river's impatient flow. The attackers finally withdrew from the immediate shore, intending to circle the mountain pass and resume the pursuit downstream. As the distance grew, Li Feng's blade continued to deflect further projectiles, and the danger receded sufficiently for a breath to be taken, if only briefly. Still, Li Feng warned them not to be complacent. The threat had not been extinguished. Relief washed over Lin Ping and Yu Zili like a benediction. They thanked fortune and gave vows of protection to the brave girl who had risked herself. Li Feng, who had watched the selfless act with a new regard, kept his promise of vigilance and retribution burning in his chest. Around them, the river threaded through a chasm of towering cliffs, roaring and majestic, an oppressive dragon-like passage that pressed upon the small raft and reminded them that safety remained uncertain. Gazing at the forbidding banks, Li Feng could not tell where the waters led. All he could do was pray and keep watch as they drifted onward. The river surged and rolled between sheer cliffs, its waters carving a path of relentless momentum. Where the current curved, it mellowed; where it narrowed, it sharpened into a restless press. 3 of them guided the fragile wooden raft with painstaking care, surrendering to the river's will as it carried them downstream. Li Feng stood watchful upon the little craft, eyes scanning the gorge for any sign of a landing or the faint spore of the other group. Finding that party would mean numbers and shared strength. It would mean warmth and hope in a world grown cruel and indifferent. He searched for any irregularity along the cliff face that might afford footing or shelter. Lin Ping and Yu Zili watched the torrent with a sense of bewilderment. The cliffs rose so abruptly that there seemed nowhere to go, as if the river had been hemmed into a throat of stone. They exchanged helpless glances, uncertain which course to plead for or whether any escape remained. From high above, intermittent caws reached them, an uncanny chorus that sounded at once like anxious birds and more sinister things. The sound made both women raise their heads to the dizzying heights. Some precipices soared hundreds of meters, others reached for 1,000, their summits lost to the cloud line. Sections of the rock were fractured and weather-worn, and fragments might tumble without warning. Uzili's voice trembled with a practical fear. If a boulder detached from the heights and struck their raft, their fragile world would be undone. Lin Ping silenced her with an impatient admonition and turned to the small, injured girl who sat quietly on the raft. The girl had not complained, but her hand lay clenched and the redness about her eyes betrayed pain. "Does it still ache?" Lin Ping asked softly. The girl nodded repeatedly, each movement a small admission of suffering. Lin Ping's eyes glistened. "Foolish, thank you," she murmured. "Your pain is on your body, but it aches my heart." Li Feng, composed and unruffled, reassured them both that the injury did not seem grave and that the chance of tetanus was remote. Concern then shifted to the possibility of the wild men who had stalked them earlier. Could those savages have skirted the ranges to appear at the riverbank ahead? Li Feng exhaled wearily. They had met peril time, and again his strength alone could not always compensate for the threat of numbers. The fate of the earlier group remained a puzzle. Where had they gone once they had let their rafts run the current? Only by finding a trace could Li Feng hope to answer that question. As the raft slipped onward, a monolithic green mountain loomed before them, its cliff face an immovable barrier. At its base, a cavernous breach yawned, black as a mouth swallowing the river and giving the impression of a great crouching beast waiting to inhale them. A chill breathed from the opening, and the three drew nearer the darkness beyond, promising unknown peril. Li Feng frowned at the cavern. Without torches, the interior would be an absolute night, and to enter blind was to court disaster. Lin Ping's fear bloomed. Uzili urged retreat, longing to seek some practicable landing upriver. But returning against the swift current was impossible. The river's speed would not permit a reversal. Abandoning their course seemed as futile as pressing onward. Li Feng studied the cliff's crown, where a thick stand of trees crowned the precipice. "The presence of mature trees up top tells me there is flat ground above," he said. "So this cave must run deep, connected to wider terrain beyond the throat." His observation lent both hope and dread in equal measure. If the cave pierced through the mountain, it might lead to open country. If it did not, they would be swallowed by darkness. They edged closer, and the cavern's maw grew larger, its interior swallowing the daylight in slow gulps. The chill deepened, and with it the weight of apprehension. Each heart aboard the raft tightened at the thought of whatever hollow spaces and unseen passageways lay within the mountain. Yet the river did not hesitate. It pulled them inexorable toward the black throat and whatever fate waited beyond. Before them yawned a cavern so black it seemed to swallow the river whole. A chill exhaled from its throat, and as they neared, an icy veil seemed to drape over them. Li Feng planted a wooden pole against the cavern wall to steady the raft so it would not be borne by the current into that abyss. When the raft stilled, his eyes caught recent gouges upon the stone beside the throat of the cave. The marks were fresh, not weathered by time. The impossibility of an orderly retreat troubled them. If no landing existed on either side of the river, and they could not return the way they had come, protracted delay offered no refuge. Eventually those people must have resolved to risk the cave. One of the girls pointed toward the mouth of the cavern and whispered about its utter blackness, her fear plain. Lin Ping soothed her gently, stroking the child's head and urging her to be quiet and composed. Li Feng raised his gaze and discovered higher upon the cliff face a forest of rock pines gripping the precipice. Some were mere decades old, others perhaps a century. They sprouted from fissures at all heights, some 10 meters up, others dozens, or even 100. On certain pines Li Feng saw fresh cuts and roots pried outward as if by human hands. He smiled with a new understanding and told them that pine wood, especially the old root masses of ancient rock pines, is rich in resin and burns readily and persistently. There was a fleeting intimacy in their parting words, a soft jest from Uzili about future widowing that lightened the tense air. Li Feng set a knife between his teeth, pressed his torso against the stone, and began to climb. The rock offered many fissures and irregularities, and he employed every ounce of strength and technique to gain height. Below, the two women watched with knitted brows and silent prayers, the child held breathless in Lin Ping's arms. As Li Feng worked his way upward, gaining steadily, though with evident struggle, hope and fear braided together on the raft. Then in a single instant that snapped the world taut, his foothold failed, and his form slid from the precipice. Both women went pale at once, the sight of him plunging sending a shock that left them breathless. As Li Feng slid downward, he snapped his fingers into a fissure in the rock, and with prodigious grip, suspended his body against the cliff. Like a sure-footed mountain goat, he hauled himself upward, each motion precise and deliberate. When at last he was clear of immediate peril, both women exhaled in unison, relief washing over their faces. He continued until he reached a narrow crevice where a peculiar tree grew, a sanjian, its form resembling a cultivated bonsai. Its canopy was luxuriant, its roots thick and elongated, many of them exposed and desiccated by age. With a long knife, he severed those parched roots and hurled them down to the raft below. Lin Ping and Li watched him with cautious vigilance. Every movement he made seemed to tug at their nerves. Like a lizard clinging to rock, Li Feng resumed his vertical progress along the blind precipice, searching for other Sanjian and Yinsong roots to harvest. He spared no available fiber, any material that could fuel a flame he gathered diligently. The cave system stretched far and dark before them. They required abundant provisions lest they be plunged into impenetrable blackness that would render any attempt at navigation suicidal. Hours passed as he worked, and though more Sanjian clung higher on the cliff faced, their positions were perilously lofty and unreachable. The roots he had collected would sustain a blaze for perhaps 2 or 3 hours, which he judged might suffice for them to find their way out. It was easier to climb upward where one could control the center of gravity. Descending the same way would prove far more hazardous. Li Feng peered down at the river below, an expanse of water some 20 meters beneath them, beyond the possibility of retracing their ascent. Pressing further down the cliff, he found the crevices narrowing and the return route sealing away. The only viable choice was to leap into the river. From his vantage, the fall would be the equivalent of a 3- or 4-story descent, but survivable if he landed properly. He called down, instructing them that the instant he re-emerged they must thrust a pole and haul him in, for the current could sweep him away. Lin Ping braced a 3 to 4 meter pole at the ready, while Li's anxiety sharpened. Li Feng judged his line, planted his feet, and launched himself backward from the cliff. He struck the water with a heavy splash, clamped his breath tight, and fought disorientation as sand and grit invaded his nasal passages. He dared not cough for fear of inhaling more water. When he broke the surface, Lin Ping thrust the pole, and both women cried out, urging him to seize it. Dazed, he took it, and they hauled him onto the raft, trembling with exertion. They fussed over his drenched frame. Lin Ping fretted over chills. Li's concern was laced with tenderness. Li Feng waved off their alarm, shrugging. The sun yet hung high, and he felt no cold. He shed his sodden garments, leaving himself only in his undergarments to avoid the encumbrance of wet cloth should sudden danger compel swift motion. The sight made Li breathless. With a mixture of fear and admiration, she reached out with playful touches, and he responded in kind, until Lin Ping quelled them gently, reminding them of the precariousness of their situation. When he ignited the harvested Sanjian roots, the resin-rich wood flared with a hungry crackle, the flames licking swiftly upward. The tinder burned bright and hot, a fragile lighthouse in the encroaching gloom. With a steadying breath, Li Feng signaled them to depart. The raft drifted into the cave mouth as Lin Ping and Li bowed their heads in silent supplication. The light dwindled, and the passage swallowed them, the darkness deepening around the fragile pool of fire. The young woman sat curled and watchful, her gaze shifting between the unseen front and back of their passage. All around them, the only sounds were the steady whisper of paddles and the water parting as the raft advanced. Every now and then the split water hissed and foamed, otherwise the cavern lay in a hush that pressed upon the nerves. Li fretted aloud, asking how long it would take to reach daylight. Li Feng told them to keep silent, and to increase their speed. Speech would distract them from any subtle change in the surroundings. As they strove to hurry their progress, the cave's weight seemed only to grow. Silence made every small noise unnaturally loud. Faces painted by the torchlight took on a sallow, strained cast. Anxiety tightened their chests. Suddenly there came a sound from behind, a splash, as if something heavy had fallen into the water, or something beneath had burst upward, then struck the surface again. The two women flinched. Li Feng swung his head to peer into the darkness, but the torch illuminated only a few meters beyond that. Nothing could be seen. For an instant the sound seemed to vanish as inexplicably as it had appeared. Startled, the two women spun and peered into the darkness behind them. The noise they had heard moments before had been enormous and terrifying, yet when they looked back the cavern remained as it had been, an expanse of impenetrable black that betrayed nothing. It was as if the sound had never existed. Li Feng held a torch in his left hand and a long blade in his right, scanning the void with no avail. Even the most refined skill could not summon sight from such gloom. Li Feng, what was that sound? Lin Ping asked with trembling voice. Li muttered as though to herself, wondering whether something hid beneath the water. At the thought, a chill crawled along her scalp and her whole body shook. If there were something in the depths, it would surely be fierce, and the sudden emergence of such a thing would mean certain doom for them. Urgency sharpened Li Feng's tone. He warned them to keep their arms from reaching outward and ordered them to paddle faster as quickly as they could. He too suspected danger in the water. The noise had come 3 times already. They were in a perilous spot. Wiping sweat from their brows, the two women summoned every ounce of strength to propel the raft onward. The girl's face brightened, and she clapped with childish delight before gripping the torch with both hands. Since entering the cave, Li Feng had already replaced his torch 4 times. The pine root torches lasted roughly 10 minutes apiece, and though they had consumed only a fraction so far, the supply remained finite. With both torches lit, the immediate area grew somewhat brighter, though only enough to reveal only a few meters around them. Even several torches together would not banish the oppressive dark, but an additional flame steadied Li Feng's nerves. For a brief interval the cavern stilled, as if the earlier disturbance had been a mere hallucination. They let their guard slacken, and the silence seemed to soothe them until the noise returned with renewed ferocity. A thunderous crash echoed, and the water beside them erupted into countless droplets that rained down like a sudden storm, dousing the trio. Feng and Lin Ping screamed as the spray soaked them. Li Feng's torch was struck by a cascade and went out in an instant. Fortuitously, Li Feng had the foresight to keep another torch ready. He struck it, and the blackness retreated, however briefly. The girl pointed to her torch with smug triumph as if to announce Li Feng's loss in their game. Lin Ping, still shaken, praised her to assuage nerves. Bao complied obediently when Li Feng implored silence. She sat quietly and watched the water with attentive eyes. Li dabbed at the water on her face and asked in a brittle voice what had caused the disturbance. Her fear was raw and physical. The cavern's crushing darkness made every breath feel thin. Li Feng listened intently to the surroundings and concluded the disturbance came from beneath the water. Whatever it was seemed to play hide-and-seek, surfacing to strike and then vanishing without trace. The uncertainty was suffocating. They could not linger. Torches dwindled and patience was a luxury they did not possess, so Li Feng urged them onward, mindful of the limited light and their own dwindling reserves. Li fretted about the larger group that had passed this way before them, praying silently that those travelers had escaped unharmed. As they prepared to resume paddling, Li Feng's expression tightened. He motioned for the others to look back. At first there was nothing but pitch-black void. Yet Li Feng's voice, low and tense, directed them to the water's surface behind them. When Lin Ping obeyed, she gaped, her eyes widening as something about the water's movement struck her as profoundly wrong. Li's scream shattered the dark. Lin Ping flinched in alarm. The girl with the torch shrieked. Li Feng swung his blade in a desperate arc, aiming to cleave the beast, but the serpent recoiled and avoided the strike. With no time to reclaim his sword, Li Feng struck the nearer head with his blazing torch. The impact scorched the serpent, which emitted a frosty, hissing cry before plunging back beneath the waves, sending up a deluge of spray. For a moment the torch guttered. Lin Ping hastily rekindled another. Fortune had favored them. The other girl's torch remained alight, or the situation could have turned far grimmer. Li sat trembling in the raft's center, tears of residual terror still wet on her face. She could barely comprehend how close she had come to being dragged beneath the surface. Lin Ping gathered her in a frantic embrace, murmuring reassurances even as her own hands trembled. Li Feng commanded silence and stillness. He feared the two-headed serpent might be coiled beneath the raft, poised to strike at the edges should anyone continue to paddle. They needed to sweep the area and be certain the undercurrent held no further menace before resuming their flight. The women whispered anxious questions about venom. Lin Ping dreaded that a single bite might be fatal. Li Feng recounted fragments of a journal head once seen in a cave, notes mentioning two-headed serpents encountered before. He believed such beasts, though imposing and aggressive, were typically non-venomous. Their chief danger lay in sheer strength and the ability to drown victims. He kept his torch raised, eyes glued to the water for any telltale swell. The surface betrayed no movement. Now had the creature given up after its failed attack, or merely retreated to lie in wait? Li's fears turned inward as she remembered the other party that had ventured here, images of comrades swallowed by the dark gnawed at her. Li Feng's voice was calm when he offered a tentative assurance that those earlier travelers were unlikely to have perished here, but the hush of the place left all their concerns unresolved as they braced to choose their next course. They rowed with every ounce of strength left in them, the splintered raft creaking beneath their weight as exhaustion and hunger etched themselves into every muscle. Li and Lin Ping were spent, their limbs trembling from fatigue, sweat cold on their skin despite the stifling air. Morning had passed. With empty stomachs, the abrupt flight from the wild people left them with nothing to eat. Their hunger gnawed at them as insistently as the fatigue, reducing them to a fragile, ragged endurance. As they neared what might be the exit, the tunnel constricted, its stone walls drawing closer until the passage measured scarcely 4 or 5 meters across. The confined space magnified the torchlight, each flame burning with a sharper, almost clinical clarity. On the vertical faces of the rocks, clinging in the paucity of light, were small patches of moss and stubborn pale plants. Their tenacity astonished the two women. Life persisted where darkness reigned absolute, a quiet testament to nature's resilience. Li glanced back, anxiety braided with hope. Shuangta, she didn't catch up with us, did it? She asked, voice trembling. Li Feng looked at the walls and then at the narrow corridor and replied with unruffled confidence that the beast had not followed them. In the cavern's black heart he had feared ambush, but here, hemmed in by stone on both sides, he felt the risk of being taken by surprise shrink. If the creature dared approach, he vowed he would end it. A new worry surfaced as they counted torches. Lin Ping fretted over their dwindling supply. Each torch burned for only a matter of minutes, perhaps 10 at best. If the flames guttered out before they emerged, escape would become a perilous guess. Li Feng shook off the worry, pointing instead to the resilient moss on the walls. When such vegetation appears in this kind of darkness, it usually means the exit is not far, he said. His explanation steadied them both. Relief seeped in the prospect of leaving that cursed place lifted their spirits. Then a deep, thunderous roar reached them, swelling like a distant cascade. The sound grew and swelled until it filled the hollow of the tunnel and seemed to reverberate in their bones. Joy flared in Li and Lin Ping at the sound of running water, for it promised air and open space. Yet Li Feng's face hardened. He recognized the cadence of a waterfall and understood at once the peril it implied. The exit must be perched above a cliff, the subterranean river plunging beyond the mouth of the cave. A single miscalculation, and they could be swept over the brink into the abyss. Panic and calculation warred within them. The pole Li Feng took up was 4 or 5 meters long, but even it could not reach the riverbed. The water here ran deep, likely 6 or 7 meters at least. If the pole cannot find bottom, we cannot stem the current by pushing, he muttered. Their only viable strategy was to keep the raft skimming close to the rock face, using the shelter of the wall to break their speed. They complied instantly, hands and shoulders straining to pull and guide the raft, moving with a cautious, deliberate slowness. Hunger and humanity reasserted themselves on the ledge. A young woman stroked her empty stomach with a plaintive whine, and Lin Ping's face softened with maternal concern. "We will feed you once we are out," she promised, voice thick with kindness. The girl nodded obediently, pain still evident where an arrow had grazed her. The wound throbbed, a reminder of the perils they had escaped. Li Feng pointed toward a narrow stone platform that jutted from the precipice like a precarious staircase. "Be careful," he warned. "Control the raft. We will aim for that foothold." They braced themselves for the final maneuver, every motion deliberate, prepared to transfer from the frail timber to the surety of rock, and at last to the uncertain mercy of the day. A handful of them stood at the rim of the cavern and peered downward. Beneath them yawned a sheer cliff, dropping dozens of meters into a plunging void. The river, having tunneled through the cave, now fell away in a thunderous waterfall into a broad pool below, which in turn fed another furious torrent. The roar of water filled the air. The place felt perilous in the extreme. Lin Ping peered over the edge and felt a wave of vertigo wash through her. Li, who suffered from acrophobia, could not bring herself to look down at all. Li Feng cautioned them to keep away from the rim and ordered them to rest in place. They were exhausted from fleeing through the cave, muscles ached and limbs were numb from exertion. Lin Ping sat and massaged her shoulders. Her arms tingled as if deprived of sensation, trying to muster strength felt futile. Li collapsed to the ground, breath coming in ragged, heavy gasps. Yet despite the fatigue, the relief of having escaped immediate danger lent them a fragile calm. Nearby, a young woman trembled and pointed helplessly toward the abyss. She was terrified of heights. Lin Ping knelt beside her, soothingly urging her to sit still and not to move lest she stumble toward the precipice. The girl obediently nodded, small and trembling, scarcely daring to breathe. Curious about how the previous party had descended the cliff, Lin Ping asked Li Feng. Only one member of that party displayed exceptional skill. It was improbable that every member could have scaled the cliff unaided. As Li Feng scanned the grass beside them, he discovered at the roots of several rock pines 2 lengths of vine to which wooden rungs had been lashed at half-meter intervals. It was a makeshift rope ladder stitched together from vines, and sticks and it had been left hanging. A broad smile eased Li Feng's stern expression. Finding the ladder was fortunate news. Li hurried forward, drawn by curiosity, but Li Feng intercepted her with a firm warning to be careful. The ladder, clearly the handiwork of the other team, would allow them to descend safely if they could summon the nerve. They speculated about the labor required to fashion such a contrivance. Gathering sufficient vine and cutting numerous rungs would have taken hours. One stout and capable person must have left the others behind to fetch materials from the forest. Li's admiration for that unknown expert grew. However, he was, his aptitude equaled Li Feng's in many respects. Yet the discovery did not remove all concerns. The trembling girl was clearly unsuited to climb such a ladder. Even if coaxed, her fragile mental state made her an unpredictable liability. Lin Ping grasped Yaya's small hand and tried to steady her, but the girl recoiled, pressing herself against the stone like a frightened kitten. Any sudden panic while suspended on the ladder could prove fatal. They gathered close, the girl quivering against the rock, while Lin Ping murmured comforting assurances, and Li fought the ache of hunger pressing at her ribs. Just as despair began to thicken, Li Feng's face brightened with the hint of a plan. The 2 women exchanged hopeful glances. If Li Feng truly had a way, their peril might yet be averted. Li listened and approved of the plan. Lin Ping's voice trembled with apprehension. "Be careful not to strike too hard," she urged, fearful that a misjudged blow to the temple could be fatal. Li Feng reassured them both with quiet confidence. He claimed mastery of such restraint, incapacitating an opponent without harm was, he said, almost a craft. When the idea settled between them, even Uzili could not help but feel pity for the girl whose fate had been decided for her own protection. The girl, trembling, touched her shoulder and murmured that she was hungry and frightened. Uzili soothed her gently, promising that once she awoke, they would be below and safe. Li Feng moved swiftly. With a precise palm like a sculptor's tool rather than a weapon, he struck the temple. The woman's world dimmed, she folded inward, limp and unresisting. Li Feng caught her, immediately cradling her, as if she were the most fragile thing in the forest. Once the path was cleared, Li Feng descended first, the unconscious girl secured to his chest. He asked the two women to follow and to exercise caution. The cliff face offered 30 or 40 meters of treacherous climb, but Li Feng's movements were fluid, and assured though he carried the woman and the peril was real, he moved with the grace of a practiced climber. The forest below received them without incident. The others followed, their limbs aching, but their footing true under his calm instruction. When they reached the riverside plain, relief unfurled briefly before tension returned. Uzili embraced Li Feng with impulsive gratitude, her vivacity breaking through the strain. Lin Ping allowed herself a small smile. As well, they had descended safely, but the danger had not passed. Li Feng warned them that the multitude of savages beyond the ridge could soon reach the riverbank. Their numbers were vast and merciless. For the moment, he judged the mountain barrier still kept pursuit at bay, but they must not linger. They stood at the edge of an immense primeval forest, an ocean of trees without horizon. Lin Ping gazed around in confusion and exhaustion. A broad river split the land. To either side, the jungle swallowed the view. The claustrophobic grandeur of the woodland pressed on them, stirring both awe and a creeping despair. Li Feng proposed to enter the forest immediately. Once within its thickets, they would be far more difficult to track. The savages could reach the riverbanks without finding them amid the labyrinth of trunks and undergrowth. Uzili wanted to follow the trail of the larger party to find their compatriots, but Li Feng and Lin Ping found no trace to guide them. The ground yielded no clear footprints. The forest erased paths as quickly as they were made. Li Feng conceded that finding the others would be akin to plucking a single reed from a boundless marsh. They could only proceed and hope for providence. The unconscious girl lay still against Li Feng's chest as they advanced into the green hush. Hours of travel left the women exhausted and increasingly famished. Uzili's hunger was acute, a constant pang. She rubbed it with trembling hands. Lin Ping fought a pallor and a weariness that made every step laborious. Li Feng urged them onward, away from the river where the threat of pursuit would be less immediate. Only when they had put sufficient distance between themselves and the water would they dare pause to forage. After more than an hour winding through colossal trunks and tangled roots, Li Feng led them into a stony clearing where the trees opened and the sky breathed. He laid the unconscious woman gently upon the ground and permitted himself a brief respite. Around them the earth was littered with broken stones and sparse vegetation, offering both a sight line and a meager opportunity to search for sustenance. Lin Ping sank down exhausted and uncertain which course to take next. Even Uzili, though ravenous, steeled herself to wait and follow Li Feng's lead. He had no plan beyond the next step. They would eat, recover what strength they could, and then continue into the vast, indifferent forest step by step. Li Feng took the opportunity to ask plainly whether Yang's group had suffered attacks by the island's wild inhabitants. Yang's response was a long, rueful sigh rather than a direct answer. In the mournful curve of her expression lay the implication that they had indeed endured such assaults. Before more could be learned, Uzili suddenly swayed, her face drained of color as hunger overwhelmed her. Lin Ping's quick reflexes caught her before she collapsed, otherwise she might have fallen to the ground. Uzili murmured, weak and tremulous, that she had nearly fainted from starvation. One day without food had reduced her to a fragile, vacillating state. The voices belonged to two men engaged in a boisterous quarrel. One insulted the other for bringing back a clutch of poisonous mushrooms. The other retorted with profanity and defiance. The skirmish escalated into blows, fists, and kicks that reverberated through the quiet slopes. Nearby women implored them to cease, but the pair continued with the reckless, almost garrulous energy of longtime rivals. Yang and Jinglan exchanged weary looks. These two were the sort who burned with conflict regardless of circumstance, never finding peace, whether threatened or not. The commotion painted a chaotic, almost comic scene against the island's serene backdrop. Qin Dong blinked hard, as if to dispel an illusion. Had he stumbled into a mirage, or were his eyes deceiving him? Standing before him was Li Feng. For a moment, he could scarcely believe it. 3 elegant young women accompanied Li Feng. One of them seemed somewhat unwell, while a lad named Sunda leered at the scene with mischievous relish. Qin Dong rubbed his eyes and let out an incredulous exclamation, then affable as ever crossed the distance and greeted his old comrade. Li Feng approached with a warm smile, and playfully struck him twice. Qin Dong's robust frame barely yielded. The two men's laughter bridged the years apart, and their reunion drew astonished glances from Lin Ping and Yu Zili. Yu Zili watched them with mingled curiosity and surprise. She had always thought of Li Feng as an impeccably noble figure. The idea that he had once been confined behind bars unsettled her. Li Feng met her gaze, and with a gentle touch to her head began to unburden the truth. Years earlier, while working in Neiman at the age of 22, temper and youth had driven him to intervene when he witnessed an injustice. In the heat of the moment, he grievously injured the man responsible. That man, however, possessed influence and accused Li Feng of excessive vigilantism. Li Feng had spent 6 months in custody, and in that time, he had come to know Qin Dong intimately. They shared a cell, toiled side by side in the same workshop, and emerged bound by a hard-earned fraternity. As recollections poured forth, Li Feng confessed that although his own life had been far from easy after his release, he had not abandoned Qin Dong. From the outside, he had sent money and letters whenever he could, gestures that had become the anchor of Qin Dong's endurance in the darkest hours. Qin Dong recalled reading those missives in moments of despair. Each envelope was a lifeline and a testament to their bond. The retelling softened him. Tears briefly glossed his eyes, until Li Feng, half-chiding, insisted that a man not be so quick to weep. Yet gratitude overflowed both ways. Their exchange was emphatic, unembellished by ceremony, a pledge renewed between brothers forged in adversity. Li Feng did not flinch from the disclosure. He listened as Qin Dong framed the incident again, an act committed in the flaring heat of youth and righteous indignation, yet one that carried irrevocable consequence. Rather than recoiling, Li Feng steadied his friend with practical concern and uncomplicated loyalty. He reminded everyone that men are shaped by circumstances as much as by choices, and that the island's present perils made judgment a luxury they could ill afford. The group, still rattled, took a cautious step back, their newfound harmony tinged with the uneasy knowledge of past violence. The encounter left the island air thick with questions and a new fragile sense of solidarity among those who remained. When the narrative's contours became clear, Yu Zili raised her thumb in salute. "Penge, you are a true man," she pronounced with heartfelt respect. Lin Ping's regard too shifted. The hatred that had scarred Pengzai's youth seemed to many to have forged rather than ruined his character. Pengzai's eyes clouded with sorrow. "Alas, I have no father now," he confessed. He had lived bereft of paternal love, nourished instead on grievance. Li Feng attempted consolation. "Brother, let the past remain past." Pengzi forced a rueful smile. He had been released ahead of schedule, and now fate had reunited them on this island. "It is brotherly fate," he murmured, wistful and resigned. Hunger soon asserted itself. Yu Zili pressed her hands to her belly, plaintive and hungry. "I'm starving," she declared. Yang Meigui led them into a cavern where a spacious chamber opened, warm with paled straw and the homely smell of shelter. Sun Daha, the 3 young women, and Jing Lan trailed after her. The cave was capacious, hundreds of square meters lined with bedding of dry hay that made it comfortable and secure. The 3 sisters produced a meal of roasted wild boar and a broth of foraged greens. They were compatriots of the Longwo, compatriots who had become an invaluable part of the ragged party. 2 of them were siblings, Ma Wanwan and Ma Xiaxia, procurement agents for a large company who often traversed foreign shores thanks to their fluency in English. The third, Gu Xiajia, had studied beautification. Their appearances were unremarkable, ordinary faces that fell squarely into the pleasant median, neither dazzling beauties nor plain beyond hope. Yet their presence brightened the camp. More hands meant greater security and a better chance of survival. Including Li Feng's quartet, the assembled group now numbered 11. Of them, Yang Meigui was the eldest at 4. Lin Ping was 40. Jing Lan, a battle-hardened woman, 2 years Li Feng's senior at 27, served as Yang Meigui's personal bodyguard and had once been a national Wuxia champion. Sun Daha and Li Feng were similar in age, and the remaining 3 girls clustered in their mid-20s. Familiarity grew quickly among those with proximate years, and conversation flowed with unexpected ease. In the oppressive hush of the cavern, Pengzi recounted the ordeal with a simmering rage. After they were cast ashore, he and Sun Da, along with several other shad, met by chance. They had not encountered Yang Meigui or Jing Lan at that time. Their company numbered 10 kin, in all 5 men and 5 women, until fate brought 3 men from a neighboring island to their midst. Those 3 proved morally corrupt and vicious in conduct, and their malignant intent soon revealed itself. Silence settled like a weight after Pengzai's recollection. Yu Zili, unable to restrain her indignation, burst out in vehement profanity and demanded vengeance for their fallen kin. Lin Ping clenched her fists in a similar fury, bereft at the thought of their comrades murdered by those brutes. Li Feng, who seldom spoke of gratitude, turned to Jing Lan and expressed a profound debt. Jing Lan, reserved but resolute, deflected the thanks and insisted she had only done what was necessary. Their respite was cruelly brief. After that confrontation, they were set upon by a vast horde of wild people, a black press of humanity that numbered perhaps 100 or more. In the desperate flight that followed, one male companion was cut down instantly, and 2 women were slain while fleeing, including Tong Lan. The terror and hardship of that retreat were indelible upon those who survived. Li Feng listened in near silence as the scenes played across his mind like a grim tableau. Rumors of the 2 island men's fate provoked bitter curiosity. Yu Zili, grinding her teeth with hatred, longed to know whether the savages had dispatched them. Pangzi replied that in the chaos they had lost contact with the islanders and had assumed them dead, only to discover later that they had survived. To everyone's fury, those men had taken up residence not far away beneath a neighboring slope, scarcely a kilometer from their cave. Yang Meigui explained that, burdened by the savage threat, both groups had been forced into a fragile spoken agreement of non-aggression and coexistence, an expedient born of mutual dread rather than trust. The terrain was dominated by mountains, peaks rolling into one another like the spine of the earth. Verdant trees clothed the slopes, and vistas unfolded with serene grandeur. The dwelling of Gu Shodian and his brother lay not far from their cavern, though kilometers separated them by path. The straight-line distance was but a few hundred meters. The 3 of them threaded their way through the foliage, advancing with measured caution toward the enemy encampment. Li Feng cast a wary glance at his companion. He had never truly known Haozi. After encounters with Tong Ming and the notorious Lei Lahu, he carried an unshakable shadow of distrust. Pangzi, can we rely on Haozi? He asked. Pangzi shrugged off the concern with a rueful smile. Haozi brags a great deal and is indolent at times, but his character is beyond reproach. That matters most. Li Feng nodded. Skill could be learned, integrity could not. If a man lacked scruples, his prowess meant little. They emerged from the thicket beneath a modest, dark mountain. At its sheer face lay a cavern mouth black as a pit, sealed by piled stones that left a single barred doorway. A fire burned within the little camp before the entrance. Jinglan stopped and fixed her gaze upon the aperture with a cold, appraising look. They dwell in that cave, Pangzi said, pointing. Their camp is not far. Li Feng considered the peril. To rush the mouth would be reckless. The brothers could lie in ambush within its shadow. He resolved to draw them out first, then strike with suddenness. If they refused to come, what then? Pangzi fretted. Li Feng formulated a stratagem to tempt them beyond the threshold. Gu Shaoxin, Jinglan, and I convened to discuss the threat posed by the wild men. I proposed that the 2 brothers join us in guarding the women. If they accepted, they would have freedom in future courtships and would not lack companionship. Pangzi bellowed this from the mouth of the cave, but the interior remained silent. Jinglan frowned at the lack of reply. If the brothers had heard such an offer, pride and appetite would surely have driven them to respond, at least to bargain or to test the truth. Their silence suggested absence. Pangzi guessed the same and told Li Feng that the 2 brutes were likely out hunting. Li Feng emerged from behind a great tree, convinced that the men were not inside the cavern. He reasoned that given their temperament, they would not have ignored an invitation. They would have come out to parley if they had been there. The taciturn void inside the cave then was answer enough. Pangzi, however, hesitated to go in alone, fearing an ambush that might cost him his life. Li Feng reassured him. As long as their approach served the brothers' interests and Jinglan held position behind them at a prudent distance, the men would not be inclined to strike in the dark. Convinced by this logic, Pangzi braced himself and crept toward the mouth of the cave, while Jinglan followed, cautiously, keeping tenaciously to a buffer of some dozen meters. Li Feng remained concealed in the shadow of the tree, eyes fixed upon the scene. Pangzi swore under his breath. The men had evidently taken the items with them when they left for the hunt, but had blocked the entry with the rock to prevent their cache from being appropriated. The stone, perhaps 1,000 jin in weight, added to the brute strength of those who could move it. Li Feng examined the hoard and decided they must take what they could. Practical things mattered in this place. Plastic bowls and basins, skins, and a few spoils were treasures on this island. Together the 2 men heaved at the boulder. Pangzi's raw power and Li Feng's cultivated qi compelled the stone aside. Once inside, they packed the salvaged items and then set to work with a grim efficiency. They emptied the cave of everything portable, binding the loot with a length of vine. Li Feng produced a lighter and set the tinder among the dried grass they found there ablaze. The dwellers had fashioned bedrolls from straw and slept under hides. Li Feng burned even that, refusing to leave a single comfort behind for those they despised. Li Feng returned to the cave and paused at the threshold, arrested by a piteous cry. Please, ants, have mercy, stop, or someone will get hurt. Sun Daha wailed, pinned to the ground. His assailants were Ma Wanwan and her sister, with Gu Zijia adding blows. Now Yu Zili had joined them. The 3 women had a habit of tormenting him, and Yu Zili, newly added to their mischief, delighted in cruel inventions. Yu Zili, wicked and gleeful, proposed a grotesque prank. The other girls laughed at the notion. Sun Daha cast his eyes to the heavens in despair, praying for rescue. Though in truth his slight frame and simian features belied a man who by nature could have defended himself. He preferred camaraderie with the women and the frivolity of being the group's jester. Yu Zili cradled a tiger pelt with childish delight. The camp possessed several hides. In total, they had gathered 10. The plastic bowls and basins, though ordinary elsewhere, would make cooking and washing far easier in their isolated refuge. The conversation turned darker when it was revealed that two hostile men were not in the cave. The brothers Gu Shodian and Gu Shaodi had been absent, likely hunting, and their absence thwarted a bloodletting the group had contemplated. A suggestion to send an envoy and parley with the tribe was met with scorn. Yu Zili reminded them that a previous compatriot had attempted diplomacy and been brutally slain. Sun Daha, ever the peacemaker, lamented the futility of perpetual fighting and suggested cohabitation and shared pleasures, provoking derisive laughter. Pangzi mocked him, and a body exchange followed about dividing the group's women, which Li Feng deflected with a dry remark about abundance and desire. The levity broke the tension briefly before Yang Meigui steered them back to the urgent matter of strategy against the wild men. Gu Shodian muttered as he discovered the entrance stone had been shoved aside. He lunged into the mouth of the cave. Gu Shaodi followed in hurried pursuit, boots clattering against the slope as panic quickened their steps. The interior lay bare. Voices of outrage echoed, then fell into stunned silence. Gu Shodian's face drained of color as he took in the emptied alcoves and the scorched bedding. Even the withered straw that had lined the floor had been set aflame and blackened to ash. Suspicion turned inward toward the other island inhabitants. Could it be Jinglan's people? Gu Shaodi asked, uneasy. Gu Shodian's mind seethed with images of the Easterners stealing their provisions and setting fire to their Havanese expression, a mask of murderous intent. Vows spilled from them like venom. Grief and wrath braided into reckless resolve. Gu Shodian swore they would reclaim their honor. He named Yang Meigui with a lascivious fixation, his obsession with her form gilding his promise of vengeance. Together, they would find Jinglan, slay their foes, and seize what they believed rightfully theirs. Meanwhile, the others huddled within a different cavern. Li Feng urged preparedness. The possibility of future raids demanded practical measures. The women used Zili Lin Ping, and the rest lacked the means to shield themselves from arrows and thrown spears. Weapons and defenses had to be fashioned at once. They debated materials with the precision of craftsmen. Shields must be light enough for the smaller-framed women to wield. Heavy timbers would be useless. Li Feng proposed pliant vines and cured bark for a balance of protection and portability. Arrows and bows would fall to those seasoned in combat, while the shields gave the non-combatants a fighting chance. Beyond mere hardware, Yang Meigui implored them to bind together. "We are kinsfolk now," she declared, exhorting unity and warning against treachery. Li Feng's gaze cut through the cavern. He knew the corrosive danger of internal strife, having seen alliances dissolve into ruin. Lin Ping's quiet voice echoed the sentiment. Trust would be the only armor that prevented them from perishing on the island. A practical voice, Gu Zaijia, timidly proposed a single commander for the group. Her suggestion found swift traction. Votes polarized. Yu Zili Lin Ping and Peng Yi preferred Li Feng's steady hand, while Yang Meigui, Ma Wanwan, and Ma Xiaoxiu threw their support behind Jinglan. Sun Daha wavered, indifferent to leadership, and one rescued woman remained delirious, capable only of vacant laughter. The cave's atmosphere grew taut, with unspoken rivalry. Two leaders were championed in equal measure, and the fissure between supporters closed the space like a tightening noose. They could fashion shields and arrows, but the greater threat, sibling hatred, and the looming vendetta from Gu Shodian and Gu Shaodi, was a danger no craft could mend. Still they convened, resolved to act swiftly, for delay might invite a confrontation they dared not lose. Jinglan raised her voice as little as she moved. When discord rippled through the group, she stepped back without hesitation. "I possess neither the capacity nor the inclination to assume the captaincy," she said calmly. Her preference for solitude and silence made leadership anathema to her. She wanted nothing more than to remain unobtrusive and serene. Li Feng too professed indifference. The title mattered little to him. It conferred no riches or rank, only responsibility he would rather avoid. "You should take it," Jinglan replied coolly. "I am newly arrived, and my voice carries little weight. Besides, our team numbers only 4, far fewer than yours. If this were a vote, more would support you." The others bickered with the careless levity of companions who feared responsibility more than danger. Sun Daha, already imagining himself in office, joked about the weight of authority. Pangzi sent him a foot to the ribs and scolded him for his presumption. The jesting drew smiles and eye rolls. Yu Zili and the others regarded Sun Dahao's antics with amused disdain. His bravado was theatrical and insubstantial. Li Feng courteously declined, suggesting Yang Meigui, known as Meigui for her lethal beauty and iron temperament, as a natural choice. She had a reputation as a formidable underworld matriarch who could command both shadow and daylight. Yet Yang Meigui shook her head with a gracious smile. "This island is not the world I once ruled. I lack the aptitude to govern here," she said, the elegance of her demeanor only increasing the allure that made men helplessly attentive. At last support coalesced. Yang Meigui, Ma Juanjuan, Ma Xiaoxiu, and Gu Zaijia declared their confidence in him. Pangzi and several others added their endorsement. Even Jinglan, with her habitual reserve, voiced acquiescence. The room's consensus forced Li Feng's hand. He could refuse honorably no longer. Pang's eyes knuckles whitened. Sun Da snarled, and the group bristled with fury. The brothers' presence changed the mood from jocular to lethal in an instant. Jinglan moved first, her movements measured and cold as steel. She unsheathed her long sword with unhurried menace, the blades glint a promise of retribution. If they wish to die, she murmured, voice like winter water, let them come and test us. I will end them myself. Prepared now for confrontation, Li Feng marshaled his newly appointed authority. He readied defenses and issued quiet commands. The company aligned behind him, no longer a motley of dissenters, but a unit bound by imperative. Outside, the two brothers prowled and raged. Inside, the group steeled itself. The island's silence braced for the coming storm. A tense hush fell over the clearing as Gu Shaodi bellowed and seized his wooden cudgel, assuming a martial stance. He had never been certain that the man surnamed Li was a consummate fighter. If Li Feng proved to be merely a heavy-set oaf, the two brothers still believed they had a chance. Fury contorted Gu Shaodian's face as he spat curses and braced beside his kin. The brothers surged forward with lethal intent, their eyes void of mercy. Jinglan moved like springing steel. She darted forward and thrust her long sword in a straight, merciless line toward Gu Shaodian's face. The thug parried with his stick, his reflexes saving him from a fatal cut. In the same breath, Gu Shaodi brought his cudgel down toward her skull. Jinglan, nimble as a reed in a gale, veered minutely and let the stick graze past her, the wood smashing into the earth with an earth-shaking crack that sent a spray of fallen leaves into the air. Seizing the shock, the brothers redoubled their assault, pressing her lower defenses with a barrage of furious strikes. Jinglan met the onslaught with a seamless ballet of blade work, slashes, thrusts, parries, flicks, each motion exact and economical. Though the brothers fought with brutal coordination and speed, she rebounded with lithe grace, spinning her sword in the air until the torrent of metal and light forced them into retreat. Li Feng watched and gauged her prowess. Even united, the brothers were no match for her skill. Yet Jinglan had held her hand earlier for reasons of prudence rather than fear. On this desolate island, there was no medicine, and a grievous wound could mean a lingering death. She had spared them to preserve not only her own life, but the fragile safety of the makeshift group. Still, her reluctance had never been mistaken for inability. The blade in her hand spoke eloquently of mastery, and with each eloquent arc, she pushed the pair back. Gu Shaodi's eye turned to alarm. He had miscalculated her strength and could not mask the fear that blossomed across his features. If the two of us together cannot topple a woman, Gu Shaodian snarled, it will be an everlasting disgrace. They launched themselves upon Jinglan with renewed ferocity, but the tide continued to turn against them. Even as one against two, she grew only more resolute, distilling every movement into a precise countermeasure. Sun Da and Pangzi readied themselves to intervene. Though Jinglan held the advantage, concern nursed their impulse to help. Danger could still rear its head. Before either could cross the distance, Li Feng erupted from the underbrush like a coiled felon, roaring that he would take Gu Shaodi. The suddenness of his assault sent a chill through the attackers. Gu Shaodi felt the presence of peril behind him, and turning saw Li Feng bearing down with murderous clarity. Gu Shaodi hesitated only long enough to curse. Brother, deal with Li Feng first, kill him swiftly, and I will keep Jinglan occupied. Gu Shaodian urged, sweat beading upon his brow. He prayed Li Feng was nothing more than a facile opponent. The moment of truth arrived. Li Feng sprang like a hawk, his long blade descending in a thunderous arc. The cudgel rose to meet the strike, and the two weapons collided with a thunderclap that reverberated through the trees. Gu Shaodi's thumb and palm numbed from the force. In the follow-through, Li Feng's knee rammed into the thug's chest, pinning him to the earth, and he rolled away with skill. Gu Shaodi recovered and swung his staff in a flurry, but Li Feng intercepted it with the blade at shoulder height and executed a clean, relentless series of blows. One sweep sought the throat, a subsequent kick sent Gu Shaodi tumbling into a scatter of dry leaves. The brothers' confidence crumbled into panic. From the foliage, Gu Shaodi cried that they had underestimated Li Feng. His strength surpassed even Jinglan's in these moments. He tried to flee, terror driving him, but the island offered little refuge from pursuit. As Li Feng lunged, intent to prevent any chance of flight, Gu Shaodi's final frantic shouts dissolved into the undergrowth. The forest hummed with the aftermath, the crack of wood, the metallic whisper of blade, the ragged breaths of those who had just watched a violent reckoning. Jinglan's sword gleamed in the dappled light, her posture unshaken. For a breathless heartbeat, the group stood between the hush of the island and the harsh realization that in this untamed place mercy and death were decided by blades and will alone. As Gu Shaodi fumbled for purchase, Li Feng caught his throat in a practiced grip. He declaimed bitterly that he had spared the man's garments and thus left him the dignity of a whole corpse, and then his fingers tightened with unforgiving intent. There was a crisp final sound. Gu Shaodi uttered one last suffocated cry, his tongue protruded, and life ceased. A hush, then the crude jubilation of Sun Daha and Pangzi, who exulted that the wretched thing was finally ended. In the cavern, a few Lin Ping among them gave free rein to savage delight. From the Trilene, Gu Shoutian's anguished cry rent the air. In a single precise stroke, Jing Lan severed the tendons of his left hand. The weapon fell uselessly to his side. Wounded and furious, he vowed vengeance for his brother and threatened Jing Lan with the kind of savage oath born of panic. Yet the injury rendered him broken. He fled no match for her. Jing Lan pursued at once, blade held ready, while Li Feng instructed Pangzi to strip Gu Shouti's garments, cleanse them, and keep them for later. He sped after Jing Lan, anxious for her safety, though he believed the chance of further misfortune slight. They did not pursue Gu Shoutian further at that moment. The trail could wait. Survival required caution rather than haste. Li Feng glanced once toward the path they had cut through the trees, then fixed his gaze on the dim corridors of undergrowth ahead. Jing Lan's breath was steady, her posture like a taut bowstring. Together they stepped deeper into the shadowed green, every sense alert to the rustle, every heartbeat a metronome of readiness. Sun Daha laughed with unrestrained triumph in the dim cave, proclaiming himself sovereign in the absence of Li Feng and Jing Lan. His grin split his face as he relished the momentary ascendancy. His claim provoked immediate derision. Pangzi coldly extinguished his pretensions, and the women led by Yang Meigui and Ma Junjin voiced their refusal to bow to such meager bravado. Emboldened, yet wounded, Sun Daha pleaded for a minute of dominion, but his entreaty only drew scorn. The little circle of survivors was restless, their camaraderie tempered by sharp barbs and jealousies. A hush fell when Lin Ping peered through the ventilation shaft and announced the return of Li Feng and Jing Lan. The two emerged bearing a magnificent tiger pelt, its fur soft and warm as freshly tended cloth. Yu Zili could not conceal her delight, and without embarrassment called Li Feng her husband. The public confession struck Sun Daha like a cold gust. His hopes dissipated. The mood shifted from ridicule to astonishment as the group admired the trophy and the calm authority of the pair who had procured it. Li Feng arrived at Gu Shoutian's cavern to find 2 live hares bound at the entrance and a wild boar that had been slain. The boar was modest in size, barely over 100 jin. Pangzi could not conceal his satisfaction, chuckling that their canine allies had finally rendered a service by delivering game and easing their burdens. They had been anxious for provisions, and this small bounty lifted their spirits. Yu Zili crouched delicately and caressed the 2 gray hairs. Yang Meigui sat nearby, one hand resting on her knee while the other stroked a rabbit's head. Her loose neckline revealed a striking silhouette that drew Li Feng's inadvertent gaze. Realizing his lapse, he withdrew his eyes with composure. Yang Meigui met his glance with a graceful, faint smile, arranged her collar with poise, and rose with an air of proud reserve. Li Feng assessed their spoils and suggested they procure materials for bows and shields first. Though the primordial forest abounded in timber, locating suitably resilient supplies would prove challenging. Bamboo would be ideal, but the grove they had once encountered lay too far to retrace without wasting days. In this terrain, tangled thickets, steep rises, and ravines, progress was slow. A single day seldom carried them more than a dozen li. A minor debate ensued, light with ribbing. Pangzi teased Sun Daha, who defended his cautions as concern for the group's welfare, warning against blind obedience and the concentration of prerogative. His metaphors about courage and shared light earned amused smiles from Yu Zili, Ma Wanwan, and the others, while Yang Meigui regarded him with a benignant, slightly amused expression. When their levity subsided, Li Feng reminded everyone to remain vigilant. This landscape harbored danger in every shadow, and frivolity could breed calamity. Li Feng decided that only he and Pangzi should enter the grove to fell bamboo, while the others remained outside. He tasked Jing Lan and Sun Daha with watching over the camp and maintaining vigilance. Lin Ping urged the 2 men to be mindful of snakes as they moved within the bamboo, and Jing Lan gripped her long sword with a steady hand, sweeping her gaze about the perimeter. With careful steps and measured breaths, the small company prepared to harvest what they needed, their caution tempered by necessity and the fragile camaraderie that bound them together. Li Gu, I adore bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork. If you find any, bring some, and we will cook, Yu Zili said as they entered the bamboo grove. Li Feng smiled. He too relished that simple delicacy. Sun Daha rubbed his hands together and offered a mischievous grin. Yu Zili, with me around, you need not fear, I will keep you safe. Monkey brother, mind your own safety first, Yu Zili replied lightly. Gu Xiaojia and the others chimed in with derision. Sun Dahao's grin faltered. He felt insignificant, overlooked by the group. Determined to earn their respect, he vowed inwardly to accomplish some spectacular feat that would make them see him anew. While the others chatted near the grove's edge, Jing Lan vaulted upward with the agility of a sylvan creature. She caught a high branch and sprang up the trunk like a nimble monkey, perching 10 meters above the ground to observe and keep watch against any approaching danger. Yu Zili watched with admiration and clenched her small fist in a gesture of reverence. If I had even half her skill, she sighed. Sun Daha dismissed Jinglan with a grumble, calling her bluntly a tomboy and mocking her perpetual stern expression. Yu Zili warned him to be quiet lest Jinglan hear and respond with a beating. Sun Daha waved away the admonition with false bravado. The others rolled their eyes at his recklessness. Li Feng and the others moved deeper into the bamboo, seeking suitable culms. He selected stalks the diameter of a bowl to fashion bamboo tubes for storing provisions. By hollowing out the internodes, they could preserve much food in a single meter length. Thinner stalks would be split into slivers and woven into shield slight, yet resilient against the crude arrows of the island's wild inhabitants. Li Feng reflected that such villagers could not possibly forge the sophisticated war bows of antiquity, which required innumerable painstaking steps. The delay of the rescue party weighed on them. Fatty muttered his frustration. It had been nearly a month since they were marooned, and no aid had arrived. Li Feng shared his skepticism about being forgotten, though he suspected not apathy, but some complication beyond idle spending or frivolity. For now they would survive as best they could day by day. Searching among the shoots, Fatty cried triumph as he unearthed tender bamboo shoots. They gathered more, aware that with 11 mouths to feed, the rationing had to be generous. While Fatty worked the soil, Li Feng discovered a stand of old fibrous stalks, Xianganth same, cane once used to make rope in rural households decades ago. Its bast after cooking became supple and tenacious, suitable for bowstrings. We are fortunate, Li Feng observed. This fiber will make durable strings. We need only 5 or 6 bows. Their purpose is deterrence and defense, not for every hand. Fatty accepted this without question, trusting Li Feng's judgment. After all, only a few in the group, Li Feng, Jinglan, Fatty, and the ineffectual Sun Da, were likely to wield the bows in earnest. The others, particularly the women, would be tasked with carrying provisions and retreating if necessary. When they prepared to return, Jinglan descended with lithe grace. Sun Da abruptly stepped aside upon noticing her above him, protesting that he could not tolerate a woman towering overhead. The others teased him about his solitary bachelorhood, which he retorted with feigned indifference. The banter subsided as Li Feng called Jinglan down and announced their departure. Yu Zili caught sight of the freshly dug chutes and beamed with delight. Her companions shared in the small jubilation that a found delicacy could provide in such dire circumstances. Li Feng assigned porters for the bamboo and chutes, while he, Jinglan, and Fatty assumed the rear and front guards, ensuring the party's safe passage home. Their procession wound out of the grove under the watchful canopy, spirits lifted by the promise of a warm meal. Late in the afternoon, the group returned to their encampment. Jinglan clambered up to the mouth of a cave and stationed herself upon a precipitous ledge, scanning the surroundings to guard against any approach by the wild tribes. Li Feng and the others busied themselves within the camp, fashioning shields and shaping bow shafts. He assigned Yu Zili and Lin Ping to prepare the evening meal, while the rest followed his lead, splitting bamboo into thin slats for improvised shields. Li Feng demonstrated the technique, and the others copied his motions. The goal was practicality rather than artistry. Sturdy and serviceable shields would suffice. Jinglan proved adept. Having nimbly scaled the cliff of 20 to 30 meters, she settled on a rock to survey the landscape below with calm assurance. Sun Da grumbled at her apparent leisure. He could not hide his irritation that while everyone toiled, she sat high above, admiring the view. Pengzi snapped back that if Sun Da objected, he could take up the post himself, but Sun Da protested his acrophobia and lack of climbing skill. The banter cut little ice. They returned to work under Li Feng's steady instruction. Yang Meigui and the other women were quick and dexterous, imitating the motions with neat competence. Though Pengzi and Sun Da were clumsier, they managed to weave the shields well enough. Li Feng's plan, such as it was, relied upon attrition and guerrilla tactics. They could not outnumber their foes, so they would harry and wear them down in small engagements until the balance shifted. He prepared the group as best he could, urging caution and thoroughness. His capacity to protect them had limits, and he feared what more he could not prevent. Yu Zili, kneeling by a nearby brook to rinse a prized piece of tiger medicine, offered to stew a restorative for Li Feng. Sun Dahao's eyes lit up at the prospect, and he begged her for a bowl, only to be met with ribald teasing from Pengzi and laughter from the women. Yu Zili's teasing affections for Li Feng, calling herself his wife and promising to look after him, brought a flush to her face and redoubled the light-hearted atmosphere, even amid anxiety. The comrades joked about rotating the formal leadership, so Li Feng would not monopolize authority, but with night closing in they abandoned further chatter and focused on finishing the work and drilling with the shields. Meanwhile, in a darker expanse of the primordial forest far from the camp, Gu Shodian trudged through the undergrowth with a face drawn and hollowed by anger. He had distanced himself from the place where Li Feng and Jinglan had confronted him. The memory of his brother's death at Li Feng's hands and Jinglan's maiming of his left hand fueled a ravenous hatred. He muttered curses and vowed revenge, promising to track them down and repay the losses. The forest grew dim, and each snapped twig made his pulse quicken. Fear and fury warred in him as he stumbled on alone with only a wooden staff for defense. Suddenly, a hulking python burst from the grass. The serpent, thick-bodied and several meters long, struck like a shadow given teeth, intent on making him its prey. Gu Shoutian's shouts turned to frantic pleas as he ran heedlessly through the trees, panic forcing him off balance. He tumbled and fell injured and unable to flee as the python closed. Beside him in the gloom, the cries of other presences erupted, a band of wild tribesmen pouring from the brush like a surge of predators. Their guttural calls and fierce hunting manner left him paralyzed with dread. Caught between the serpent and the oncoming hunters, Gu Shoutian scrambled desperately to his feet and tried once more to escape, driven by a furious, unwilling protest that he had not yet avenged his kin. The forest answered with only movement and sound as the danger converged upon him. A sudden fracas erupted as a band of savage tribesmen surged from the tree-line. Several of them brandished spears and lunged at the enormous python with animalistic ferocity. The serpent, sensing the assault, recoiled and turned as if intimidated by the sudden onslaught. The spear points plunged into its flesh, crimson welled along its length where the barbs struck home. The great snake writhed its agony, contorting its bulk as it tried in vain to escape the relentless barrage. Amid the chaos, Gu Shoutian took flight, panic propelling his feet. He had scarcely fled a handful of paces when a tribesman barreled into him, sending him sprawling to the earth with a brutal kick. Surrounded by spear-wielding savages, he realized that any sudden movement would invite a fatal volley. Desperate, he implored them in his own tongue, swearing he bore no enmity, and claiming he could lead them to Li Feng and Jing Lan, the ones they sought. The small leader, after a guttural exchange with his companions, crouched and pointed to Gu Shoutian, then to the earth in sketches. Though their speech remained opaque, the message began to cohere. Gu Shoutian frantically mimed and offered assurances that he was an islander who had not killed their kin, insisting that the true culprits were the eastern newcomers and that he could guide them to those enemies. The leader's hostility softened. A hand on Gu Shoutian's shoulder propelled him to his feet as curiosity and greed supplanted immediate violence. Elation hardly had time to bloom when Gu Shoutian's legs betrayed him. Faintness washed over him, a dark veil descended, and he collapsed. He had gone nearly 2 days without sustenance, his wounds had bled extensively, and the ceaseless dread of flight had finally eroded his strength. The tribesmen exchanged glances, and perceiving his mortal frailty, lifted him gently to carry him with them. Meanwhile, a short distance away, the mood among Li Feng's group was a strange mixture of levity and gravity. Sun Daha brandished a circular shield with theatrical flourish, admiring its broad curvature and the protection it afforded. The shield was light, yet sturdy, capable of shielding half the body when crouched. It promised to be invaluable against the tribesmen's arrows. He fantasized aloud about anachronistic heroics, imagining himself a warrior of past eras striking down marauders. Li Feng's tone firmed as he began the drill. He instructed them to practice mounting and maneuvering with the shield, to perfect the discipline of forming a circular interlock defense, and to rehearse the swift transitions necessary when arrows darkened the sky. The exercise was austere. There was no room for jest. In a world where a single misstep could mean perforated flesh or a scattered, slaughtered company, their survival depended upon the rigor of their cooperation and the steadiness of each individual's resolve. A dozen or so black goats grazed in a small clearing 100 meters ahead, their vigilance evident in every twitch and ear. Li Feng descended from the tree and convened the group with quiet urgency. Pursuit, he warned, must be clever. Any rash dash would scatter the herd at once. The animals were fleet and wary, and brute force would only squander their chance. Assignments were swift. Pangzi and Li Feng, together with Lin Ping, Yuzaili, and the younger girl, would skirt the woods to the front to occupy the ambush. Jing Lan, accompanied by Yang Meigui and several others, would circle behind to drive the herd toward the waiting snare. The plan moved with practiced economy. There was a discipline in their haste that bespoke many such small campaigns of survival. Suddenly, a piercing scream cleaved the air from the neighboring underbrush. Ma Wanwan's cry, frantic and high, was instantly followed by Ma Xiaoxia's terrified shouts and Yang Meigui's own scream. The cadence of panic sent the group charging. Help them! The voices implored. Jing Lan bounded forward with blade drawn, protecting Yang Meigui behind her. Sun Daha, flailing his wooden club, cursed and swung ineffectually. The ambush was forgotten as the more urgent danger revealed itself. They arrived to find a yawning hole in the earth, its rim raw and vertical. The cavern exhaled a cold, malevolent breath. Around the mouth, the ground was scarred and strewn with threads of web that glistened dully in the dim light. Gu Zaijia was gone. Jing Lan's face was pale with the shock of having been helpless to prevent the thing that had gutted their moment of calm. The sisters trembled as if still bound to the memory of those frantic moments when something colossal had erupted from below. Details emerged through ragged speech. One of the party had been seized by great spiders that burst from the soil, ensnaring their victim in cords of web and dragging her down into the earth. Yuzaili, incredulous, protested that the spiders she had seen before were no larger than a thumb. But Yang Meigui and Lin Ping insisted that these were not ordinary arachnids. Lin Ping invoked an image from a magazine of the Gadi, Zhu, a monstrous earth spider with an iron-like carapace and an adult span rumored to reach a meter. The memory of the shredded web and the vertical hole gave credence to their fear. Under the tranquil dome of the night, Li Feng sat by the embers and recounted their ordeals upon the island. He spoke of the times when he, Uzili, and two others had confronted the savages and found themselves unable to stand their ground, repeatedly forced into flight. Each retreat had been a peril fraught with peril and exhaustion, an ordeal that gnawed at the spirit as much as the body. Yang Meigui added a length of wood to the fire, her hand briefly pressed to her chest as she exhaled. She recalled with a voice heavy as stone how the hurried withdrawal had once cost them 3 comrades. The memory of their brutal deaths pressed on her like a leaden weight. Around them the group subsided into silence, the flames painted each face with a jaundiced light that only emphasized the lines of anxiety. Uzili leaned limply against Li Feng's shoulder, depleted and bruised. She was restless and in pain, but when cradled by Li Feng, she seemed to find a fragile reprieve, a small island of safety in a sea of uncertainty. The sight did nothing to ease the collective dread that had settled over the camp. Each woman knew all too intimately the helplessness of fleeing while pursued. Peng Zai's voice rolled out low and grave. If they encountered the savages again, he warned, the retreat itself would remain treacherous. The women fell silent, their faces taut with remembered terror. In those moments when the wild ones appeared, flight felt like the only option, and the fear that accompanied it like an unshakable shadow. Abruptly, Sun Daha broke the somber air with a laugh that did not reach his eyes. He declared he had a solution, 3 stratagems to confront the menace. The declaration met scoffs and incredulous looks. His reputation for folly preceded him. Yet Li Feng, fair in judgment, offered him the courtesy of being heard, allowing Sun Daha to set his 3 fingers aloft like an oracle about to unveil a trifecta of schemes. Sun Dahao's second stratagem invoked the name of Zhuge Kongming and the lore of brilliant tactics. He imagined a cunning ruse that would annihilate their adversaries in one stroke, negating the need for further flight. The proposition sounded cinematic and intoxicating, yet Peng Zai met it with stark realism. Even a flawless plan demands force and resources. They lacked the numbers and strength necessary to execute such an ambitious stratagem against a numerous and savage foe. Thunder rolled across the black canopy of the mountain night, a deep, resonant rumble that set the air trembling. Rain began to fall, pearlescent beads that tinkled as they struck the earth. The companions, sensing the storm's severity, shifted their fire closer to the cave mouth to shield it from wind and rain. Under the dancing flash of lightning, the raindrops looked like polished pearls, striking the ground with a steady musical patter. Outside, Ma Wanwan and her friends extended their hands to catch the cold water, their laughter bright against the oppressive dark. The cliff that sheltered the cave sloped outward, so those at the entrance were spared the worst of the shower. The wind teased the flames, but stones built around the hearth kept the embers safe. A sudden crack of lightning followed by a thunderclap made the mountain itself seem to shiver. The girls cried out and clapped their hands to their ears, retreating toward the safety of the cave. Li Feng promptly urged everyone inside. Ma Wanwan and her companions pleaded to linger. The joyful reunion between the two groups had lifted their spirits, and they wished to savor the moment. Li Feng, vigilant and pragmatic, would not indulge their whim. He feared the storm's roar might scatter the wild denizens of the woods and drive them into a panicked stampede. If frightened beasts charged suddenly, the group would have little time to seek shelter. Inside the cave, Jing Lan stood apart by the fire, sword in hand, silhouette straight and watchful. She watched the rain with a mood that was not leisure but concern. Sun Daha, who had dashed inside with exclamations about being left out, grumbled that Li Feng allowed Jing Lan to remain outside. Peng Zai mocked him, the pair trading their familiar barbs, but none dared belittle Jing Lan's prowess. Her stillness and silence were not indifference, but focus. She scanned the storm and the surrounding darkness, as if mapping threat and opportunity. When Li Feng approached and asked what she saw, she only fixed her sharp gaze upon the sky, keeping counsel with herself. Conversation turned practical. Li Feng planned to hunt at dawn and stock a larger supply of meat, using bamboo containers to preserve provisions. If they could gather enough, the company could strike out for a new home without fearing immediate hunger. The women accepted his rule of order with trust. As leader, his judgment carried weight. Li Feng solicited the men's views in turn. Peng Zai offered ready compliance with good-natured bravado. Sun Daha, though fond of complaint, pledged his support when it mattered. The mood lightened in small, familiar exchanges as the group took comfort in mutual loyalty and shared purpose. Then, from the tempestuous dark beyond the cave mouth, a wolf's howl sliced through the rain. The sound made everyone still. Fear flickered in the women's eyes. Ma Wanwan and her friends implored that Jing Lan be brought in at once. Li Feng, alarmed, sprang toward the entrance to see for himself. The storm had not only brought rain, but drawn other dangers closer, and the night's fragile safety had been pierced by a new urgent threat. A tribesman moving through the forest halted when he spotted a line of footprints on the earth. He waved excitedly to his companions. 4 or 5 of his fellows clad in animal pelts with long tangled hair and skin weathered to a deep yellow by constant exposure hurried over. Though dirty and disheveled, they were robust and formidable. The first man pointed to the prints while the others bent to study them. These impressions bore the tread of shoes unlike their own bare, calloused footprints. One of the men stepped into a print and compared it to his sole. The difference was unmistakable. The discovery prompted a chorus of guttural laughter, and the small band rushed toward a thicket. An elder wearing a grass hat with a cock's feather and leaning on a staff glared about him with a fierce countenance. He was clearly the tribe's minor chieftain. A few hunters bearing spears approached and reported respectfully. Pleased, the leader squatted by the prints and examined them further. Convinced these tracks did not belong to any of their people, he produced a horn carved from horn and blew a jagged summons. At once, like wolves answering a call, dozens of tribesmen poured from the woods. Their numbers were many, their faces savage. Though only 30 or 40 stood with the leader, now the tribe had previously mustered hundreds. Others combed adjacent groves. Should Gushotian awaken, he would surely guide them to their quarry. The warriors gathered around the prints, spears, bows, clubs, and stone axes glinting in the damp light. They studied the footprints with elation and hatred. The young chief spat words of vengeance that the others received with feverish approval, imagining instant slaughter of the men and the forcible taking of the women. Tribal exhortations rose long-winded and ritualistic. As always, a leader could not restrain himself from declaiming before action, as though a litany were needed to set the hunt in motion. When he finally signaled, the pack moved with feral swiftness into the jungle. Meanwhile, Li Feng led his group along the trail of a mountain goat. A sudden unease settled over him. He ceased moving and looked upward when a single bead of dew slipped from the canopy and struck the forest floor. The great tree above towered 30 or 40 meters, its trunk stout and its crown luxuriant. He felt an inexplicable premonition, as if danger were approaching. Pengzi, waiting below, called up, anxiously asking why Li Feng had stopped. Li Feng admitted the unrest gnawing at him. The others scanned the misty woods. Rain had only recently passed, leaving a gauze of fog in the undergrowth. Jinglan, experienced and vigilant, confessed she felt the same disquiet. Lin Ping and the rest peered into the green haze and found no immediate threat. Pengzi suggested their nerves were natural under such pressure. Sun Daha admonished them not to overreact. Lin Ping, more pragmatic, urged them to prioritize finding mountain goats to secure provisions before considering any safe settlement. For prudence, Li Feng climbed the tree to gain a broader vantage. He wedged his long knife into the earth, steadied himself, and with a measured surge of strength seized a branch 3 or 4 meters above the ground. He hauled his weight upward and continued until he stood upon a high limb. Those below admired his agility. Memories of Jinglan scaling cliffs still inspired awe, but Li Feng had his own proficiency to show. From his lofty perch, he scanned the dense woodland. The foliage was thick and vision rarely pierced. Beyond a few dozen meters, everything seemed hushed. After a long scrutiny, he found no sign of movement. Then beyond the trees he spied a clearing where a herd of black mountain goats grazed, plump and oblivious juveniles mingling with mature animals. They fed at a distance of perhaps 100 meters. Li Feng called down without alarm. Pengzi, heartened, urged a headlong charge to seize the animals, but Li Feng warned against startling them. Wild goats are fleet, and wary a rash assault would only scatter them. They must deliberate a thoughtful plan to capture the herd. The prospect of securing those fat beasts brightened their spirits and set them to scheming their approach. A dozen or so black goats grazed in a small clearing 100 meters ahead, their vigilance evident in every twitch and ear. Li Feng descended from the tree and convened the group with quiet urgency. Pursuit, he warned, must be clever. Any rash dash would scatter the herd at once. The animals were fleet and wary, and brute force would only squander their chance. Assignments were swift. Pengzi and Li Feng, together with Lin Ping, Yuzili, and the younger girl, would skirt the woods to the front to occupy the ambush. Jinglan, accompanied by Yang Meigui and several others, would circle behind to drive the herd toward the waiting snare. The plan moved with practiced economy. There was a discipline in their haste that bespoke many such small campaigns of survival. Suddenly, a piercing scream cleaved the air from the neighboring underbrush. Ma Wanwan's cry, frantic and high, was instantly followed by Ma Xiaoxia's terrified shouts and Yang Meigui's own scream. The cadence of panic sent the group charging. Help them, the voices implored. Jinglan bounded forward with blade drawn, protecting Yang Meigui behind her. Sun Daha, flailing his wooden club, cursed and swung ineffectually. The ambush was forgotten as the more urgent danger revealed itself. They arrived to find a yawning hole in the earth, its rim raw and vertical. The cavern exhaled a cold, malevolent breath. Around the mouth the ground was scarred and strewn with threads of web that glistened dully in the dim light. Gu Ziejia was gone. Jing Lan's face was pale with the shock of having been helpless to prevent the thing that had gutted their moment of calm. The sisters trembled as if still bound to the memory of those frantic moments when something colossal had erupted from below. Details emerged through ragged speech. One of the party had been seized by great spiders that burst from the soil, ensnaring their victim in cords of web and dragging her down into the earth. Yu Zili, incredulous, protested that the spiders she had seen before were no larger than a thumb. But Yang Meigui and Lin Ping insisted that these were not ordinary arachnids. Lin Ping invoked an image from a magazine of the Gadi Zhu, a monstrous earth spider with an iron-like carapace and an adult span rumored to reach a meter. The memory of the shredded web and the vertical hole gave credence to their fear. A late shower had just passed across the island, but the forest remained vast, and many timbers were still dry. Li Feng led the group to a stand of ancient pines whose centuries-old roots exuded resin ideal for crafting torches. They had fashioned torches from such pine roots before when they traversed the mountain cave. The urgency weighed on everyone. Pengza fretted aloud about Gu Ziejia. Yang Meigui and the others shared the same anxious pall. As team leader, Li Feng felt the pressure most acutely, yet he refused to embark on a rescue heedlessly. The cavern below harbored vicious terrestrial spiders. Fire was their bane, and without torches any rescue would be reckless. They felled several desiccated pine roots, and with patient blows from stones transformed them into a dozen flaming torches bound together with a length of vine. Yu Zili's voice trembled as she demanded whether Gu Ziejia could still be saved. Li Feng admitted he did not know and could only hope for the best while preparing as thoroughly as he could. With torches bundled and hands steadied, Li Feng approached the cavern mouth. White breath drifted from the entrance, which plunged vertically some 3 meters below the forest floor into a black maw. Yu Zili and Ma Wanwan shouted encouragements from above. Li Feng intended to descend. Jing Lan insisted on accompanying him to atone for her private misgivings. Pengzi, worried about hindering the rescue with his cumbersome heft, was persuaded to remain above as guardian for the rest. Li Feng fastened the torch bundle to his back, shouldered a long blade, and took a single torch in hand. He closed his eyes for a few heartbeats before entering the dark, allowing his vision to recalibrate to the sudden absence of light. When he and Jing Lan finally ignited their individual torches, they moved with speed. Gu Xiaojia's life left no room for hesitation. From above, the forest party strained to listen and wait. Pengzi assumed the mantle of temporary leader, arranging a defensive formation and suppressing loud voices to guard against predators. Lin Ping, Yu Zili, and Ma Wanwan found it difficult to steady their nerves without Li Feng and Jing Lan at their side. They exchanged terse cautions and prayers, each silently urging the pair below to return unscathed. Li Feng and Jing Lan stepped into the oppressive darkness, torchlight carving brief sanctuaries through the black. The air within the cavern was cold and alien, an atmosphere of menace that would have repelled anyone not driven by duty. They advanced swiftly yet with disciplined caution, the flames flickering like fragile promises as the forest above waited with bated breath for their return. Li Feng and Jing Lan entered the cave bearing torches. The passage was sinister and damp. Their eyes took a few moments to accommodate the gloom. The tunnel's flanks were neither wide nor constricted, just sufficient for passage. The torchlight restrained by the narrowness threw muted shadows and lent the place an oppressive hush. Li Feng murmured a hope that Gu Ziejia remained alive. He held the torch in his left hand and a blade in his right, advancing rapidly, but without haste. Because the corridor allowed only forward focus, they could concentrate on what lay ahead without having to constantly check their flanks. With each step, the air grew heavier and fouler. Scattered along the route were the stinking droppings of Dadi Zhu, whose presence made the cave's breath sour and rank. The two of them suppressed nausea and moved with increasing prudence. After some time, they replaced their torches, pushing their dwindling light deeper into the cave. The passage opened into a larger chamber, littered with fallen stones of every size, a chaotic heap beneath, which layered webs spread like pallid cloth. These silken veils gleamed faintly in the torchlight, stretching in a tangled lattice whose density hinted at a great number of Dadi Zhu gathered within. Amid the white draperies, they discovered a human skeleton ensnared among the threads. The bones were bare and bleached, wrapped in silk, and propped against a rock wall. Hollow sockets stared outward. From its condition, Li Feng estimated it had lain there for over a decade. Jing Lan suggested it must have been a member of a Yuran tribe ambushed long ago, dragged into this subterranean lair, and consumed until nothing remained but this grim remnant. Surrounded by so many webs that the chamber resembled the fabled Pansy Dong of Shiyuji, the pair felt the cavern's menace press inward. The torchlight reached only a small radius. Beyond it, the cave was a tapestry of white strands and shadow. Still, they had come for Gu Ziejia and would not be deterred by fear. Li Feng called out for Gu Ziejia, his voice reverberating through the hollow. He knew sound might stir the Dadi Zhu, but the cavern's complexity made searching blind and hasty. From the deeper dark came a chorus of high cold churrings that made the skin crawl webs trembled as if a wind had passed through them. Jing Lan urged caution, and when one of the nearer sheets of webbing suddenly shuddered, they braced themselves for confrontation, readying their weapons and torchlight for whatever would emerge. When something plummeted from above, both of them looked up in alarm and saw animal bones tumbling to the ground. Li Feng's earlier noise had roused the concealed land spiders beneath the earth, and a trembling of their webs had dislodged the carcass. He examined the fragments closely. They resembled the bones of a rabbit or another small creature. Given the predatory nature of these land spiders, which could ensnare even living humans, such prey was hardly surprising. There was no time for hesitation. Jing Lan's eyes were steel. She moved like a struck tigress. Li Feng warned her about the spider's blood. If it sprayed into eyes or mouth, it might well be venomous. Unfazed, Jing Lan hurled her torch with deadly aim. The flaming shaft struck the spider's eyes, eliciting a howl of pain as heat and flame seared its vision. Seizing the moment, she vaulted with cat-like agility onto the creature's back and drove the Shiyu Changjian into the rigid shell at the nape. A brittle crack rang out as the blade pierced the armor. Black ichor spurted like foul water. Jing Lan twisted and avoided the spray as the beast convulsed, then collapsed with an earth-shaking thud. They did not tarry. Beneath an overhang, Gu Ziajia hung ensnared in a cocoon of silk, her body wrapped like a pupa. Leaping forward, Li Feng hacked through layer upon layer of webbing until she fell free. Her face was ashen, her clothes sullied and scraped from being dragged. Li Feng checked her pulse and breathed a prayer of relief. She still drew breath. No fractures, no grievous internal injuries were apparent. With luck, she had escaped the worst. Jing Lan, pale but composed, urged haste. The subtle vibrations beneath their feet told of many more spiders alerted by the disturbance. With Gu Ziajia hoisted into his arms and Jing Lan leading the way, they began to retreat. The subterranean chorus, countless tiny churrings rose around them, a warning of numbers beyond counting. As they emerged from the inner chamber into the outer grotto, both halted dead in their tracks, struck into sudden terrified silence by the sight before them. Trapped within, Li Feng cradled Gu Ziajia against his chest, cursing under his breath at their predicament. Unburdened, he could have sprinted clear with ease. The added weight, however, blunted his strength and speed. Jing Lan did not hesitate. With the practiced grace of someone who had long trained in Qinggong, she darted forward, vaulted into the air, and began springing from one spider's cuirass to the next with balletic precision. Her agility was not supernatural flight, but an artistry of movement that rendered her light as a swallow. Landing after a series of leaps, Jing Lan stamped the ground and cried out imploringly, Li Feng to toss Gu Ziajia. A single glance between them sufficed. No words were necessary. Li Feng employed a Taiji push, channeling momentum and sending Gu Ziajia hurtling forward several meters. Jing Lan caught her with a swift, practiced motion, but scarcely had she secured Gu Ziajia when a long, hooked foreleg lashed toward them. The attacker was a sinewy specimen, nearly 1.8 meters tall, its hooked limb bristling with cruel barbs. With one hand on the torch and the other driven into the earth to steady her sword, Jing Lan could not retaliate properly while shielding the girl. At that instant, Li Feng vaulted again, planting his foot atop a spider's back and bringing his blade down in a single decisive arc. Steel met chitin, the spider's foreleg was severed with a sickening crack. Dark, inky ichor welled from the wound as the creature trembled in agony. The wounded rasping spurred the others to renewed assault. Jing Lan urged them to flee while she held the line, but they argued briefly over who should carry Gu Ziajia. Though Jing Lan lacked Li Feng's raw strength, she insisted he take the girl. Li Feng, however, refused to abandon her in the rear. Ultimately, in deference to her resolve, he took Gu Ziajia and prepared to run. Their whispered fears were abruptly interrupted by a distant guttural cry from the forest, a sound rough and wild that signified others approaching. The watchers exchanged horrified glances. The unseen presence in the wood had drawn near, and with it a new, unnerving complication to an already perilous hour. A band of island savages advanced in a meticulous carpet-like sweep through the jungle, their guttural cries echoing in a language the women could not comprehend. The tribe had mobilized almost every man, woman, and child to hunt down the group of Easterners they sought to avenge. The island's boundless expanse of primeval forest afforded them many paths, and the tribe moved in several detachments. One such contingent, numbering dozens, had now penetrated this particular thicket. Pengzi tried to impose calm, his bulk a bluff against the rising panic. Lin Ping looked to him for direction in the absence of Li Feng and Jing Lan. He had been made the temporary leader, and his voice carried new weight. Yet Pengzi's strengths lay in brawn rather than strategy. He hunted and fought. He did not easily conjure cunning plans. He scratched his head in desperation and admitted his lack of ideas. Pengzi, true to the temperament of a warrior, raged and wanted to charge the enemy. But reason and the pleas of the women stayed his impulse. They could not afford a rash sacrifice that would only court certain death. The group resolved instead to abandon the immediate vicinity of the cave mouth to erase their traces and conceal themselves elsewhere, so that even if the savages passed over the den, they would not discover Li Feng and Jinglan within. Lin Ping took the initiative to obscure their path. She gathered fallen leaves and strewed them to obscure footprints. Pangzi tossed down foliage as well, and then, with a flash of practical cunning, discarded a shoe deliberately near the lower exit of the cavern. Yu Zili questioned the gesture, and Pangzi explained that his brother and Jinglan upon emerging would spot the shoe and thus be alerted to the ruse. The placement was unseen from above, a small stratagem that might save them all. The tribe's voices swelled as they drew nearer the foreign chants, now a constant murmur at the edge of hearing. Pangzi led the women toward firmer ground, urging silence and caution so that no telltale prints would betray their movement. They slipped into denser forest where tall grasses and thickets offered concealment. Yet the woodland was restless on both sides. Movements and low voices indicated sentries were closing in. Encirclement felt imminent. Fear unmoored some of the women. Ma Wanwan sobbed that she would rather die than fall into those hands. Ma Xiaoxia's composure dissolved into frantic trembling. Lin Ping tightened her grip on the bow in her hands and vowed that if discovered, she would rain arrows upon their captors, and if all else failed, take her own life with her last missile. She preferred a swift, dignified end to the horrors of capture. One of the unstable young women whispered pleas of dread. Lin Ping, fearing a desperate scream that might doom them all, gently but firmly stilled her by stuffing silk ribbons into her mouth. The girl, docile and obedient to Lin Ping's will, fell silent. Yu Zili's tears flowed unchecked. She too swore that she would rather pierce herself with a sharp arrow than endure subjugation, though the thought of parting from Li Feng filled her with anguish. She had imagined a life growing old with him and recoiled at the prospect of eternal separation. They pressed themselves into a thicket and watched as a party of the savages emerged from the trees. The hunters wore animal skins and let their hair fall long over their shoulders. Many were barefoot, brandishing wooden spears and clubs. Those without hides improvised coverings of branches, their appearance feral and intimidating. Hidden in the undergrowth, the women lay panting, scarcely daring to breathe. Yang Meigui's heart pounded like a trapped bird. Lin Ping's muscles were taut as bowstrings. Pangzi lowered his voice to a near whisper and gripped his wooden club with a resolve that steeled him. If those scouts discovered their refuge, he would surge out and throw himself between the savages and his comrades, even if it meant being skewered by a volley of spears. He remembered his promise to Li Feng to protect these women at all costs, and the memory steadied him. Around him the others trembled, but kept their silence, every nerve coiled for the moment of crisis. Yu Zili urged action. They could not remain passive and wait for annihilation. For the safety of Li Feng and Jinglan, and for the women themselves, they needed to devise a way to draw the hunters away. Pangzi clenched his fists and contemplated sacrificing himself to lure the savages off their scent. The forest held its breath as the group prepared to enact whatever gambit their dwindling options could furnish. Pangzi pressed his trembling lips together and spoke with a steadiness that betrayed his anguish. Meigui Zili, you must live on. If you see my brother, tell him to look after my Laoma. The words fell like a benediction, raw and final. Tears welled unconsciously in the broad man's eyes. He had witnessed his father's murder as a child, had avenged him in blood, and paid the price behind bars. Now only his aged mother remained alone and unprotected. Yang Meigui and Lin Ping exchanged horrified glances. Pangzi, what are you planning? Yang asked, voice quivering. Pangzi's reply was resolute, almost fierce. He would burst forth and draw the savages away. Their pursuers were crude and simple. If one of them became a conspicuous target, the rest would follow. If he could divert them, his companions and his brother might yet survive. Compassion flooded the group. Yu Zili and the others could not bear the thought of him sacrificing himself. Pleas rose heartfelt and urgent. Pangzi, don't be foolish. We can face death together, but you cannot throw your life away. Yet the prospect of selfless martyrdom had already taken shape in his mind. A coarse voice cut the tension. Sun Daha spat an irreverent remark, attempting levity where sorrow had settled. Pangzi shot back in kind, even in that moment trading barbs with his old friend. Then unexpectedly Sun Dahao's tone shifted, and he confessed the truth of his own solitude. He had grown up in an orphanage devoid of parents or attachments. The admission softened everyone. Their mockery turned to pity, then to admiration. Sun Daha stepped forward without theatrics and declared he would be the one to lead the beasts away. Though often careless in manner, when danger manifested, he showed unexpected courage and responsibility. Pangzi protested, insisting he should be the one. He was the captain, while Li Feng and Jinglan were absent, but Sun Da slipped from the shelter of the thicket and began to move away. The others watched in stunned silence as Sun Da paused, offered a farewell glance that was part challenge and part apology, then broke into desperate, noisy flight. He deliberately made himself conspicuous, kicking aside branches and shouting taunts so as to seize the predator's attention. Their savage cries rose in chorus. The hunters took the bait and surged after him like a tide. Peng's eyes resolve shattered into helpless sobs. He had intended to be the decoy. He had not meant to allow another to die in his stead. Yet he stifled his grief, biting his hand to keep from making a sound. Lin Ping and the others mirrored his restraint, tears streaming, but voices hushed. They would not waste Sun Dahao's sacrifice with clamorous lamentation that might draw the beasts back. As the clamor receded into the distance, Uzili finally let loose a cry that broke the night's brittle calm. Lin Ping urged silence, laying a trembling hand upon her back. They prayed in raw, urgent murmurs, begging the heavens to spare Sun Daha. Lin Ping, moved to her knees, vowed that if he were returned to them unharmed, she would donate lavishly to the temples and shrines upon their eventual return. The promise was more than superstition. It was the articulation of a newfound recognition that loyalty and humanity mattered infinitely more than wealth. The shadow of grief settled heavily over the small band. Pengzi wept openly, now chastising himself for having let a brother take his place. The women wept too, each wiping away tears and chanting blessings under their breath. They had underestimated Sun Daha. His unexpected bravery had altered their view of him forever. Pengzi could not still his anxiety. He lifted his head to the dark mouth of the grotto and called into the blackness, voice cracking with hope and dread. "Brothers Jinglan, if you are there, come out quickly. Sun Daha is in danger." In the quiet that followed, each member of the group wrapped themselves in silent supplication, their breath shallow, every sense straining for any sign of reprieve. "Jinglan, hurry, do not entangle yourself with those spiders." Li Feng sprinted through the tunnel, cradling Gu Ziajia in his arms as the arachnids pursued them unrelentingly. Jinglan fought fiercely during their retreat, dispatching 3 spiders in rapid succession. Coupled with the one she had slain earlier, she had killed 4 in all. Her prowess impressed everyone. The difference between Jinglan and Li Feng amounted to little more than parity. Their martial skills were nearly equal when armed. Without weapons, however, Jinglan, being a woman, would inevitably be at a natural disadvantage. Still together, they fled with speed and determination. As they pressed toward the exit, the pursuing spiders gradually relented. The creatures shunned the light and would not venture into the open. When the darkness swallowed the last of the hunters, Li Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Jinglan kept glancing back until the spider shapes vanished. She wiped the sweat from her brow and felt the gravity of their escape. The near brush with death had left them shaken but alive. The torch had nearly burned out. They would need to move quickly. Li Feng set Gu Ziajia gently upon the ground. The girl remained unconscious, bearing no grievous wounds nor broken bones. She suffered only abrasions from being dragged into the cave. The injuries were superficial, and Jinglan assessed that she would recover. They hurried on, mindful of the fading flame and the uncertain dangers that might lie above. Beasts or hostile humans could still threaten Pengzi and the others. Jinglan wanted to scramble upward at once to safeguard Yang Meigui. Her employer duty compelled her to protect her. Li Feng counseled caution. If savages crouched above, a rash ascent might cost them their lives. They debated briefly, but were consumed by worry for Pengzi and the others. From the rim of the cave, voices could be heard, Pengzi and several women calling down. Pengzi proposed lowering a vine to haul them up, but Li Feng, cradling Gu Ziajia, refused the delay. He readied himself, took a running leap, and hurled Gu Ziajia upward. Pengzi seized her hand and pulled, and Li Feng followed by finding purchase on the stone face. With a leap and a brace, Jinglan seized Li Feng's shoulder and vaulted to safety. They emerged into sunlight and inhaled the pure, cleansing air with gratitude. The stench of the cavern gave way to a fresh, open breeze. Yang Meigui gently patted Jinglan as she recovered her breath, and Lin Ping and the others clustered around, their faces etched with concern. Pengzi, slipping his shoe back on, hurried to explain. Wild men had descended earlier. Sun Da had acted without hesitation to draw them away, and in doing so had put himself in grave danger. The account left Li Feng admiring Sun Dahao's courage. He had always misjudged the monkey's bravery until this selfless act revealed its measure. A rapid plan took shape. Jinglan would remain to protect the women and tend to the wounded Li Feng, and Pengzi would pursue. Li Feng hesitated, reluctant to leave Lin Ping and Uzili exposed, but the urgency of saving Sun Da overrode his fears. Yang Meigui urged prudence, worried for Li Feng's safety, yet ultimately Li Feng insisted Pengzi accompany him for strength and support. Farewells were hurried but heartfelt. Lin Ping and Uzili watched Li Feng's retreating silhouette with reluctant sorrow, and Uzili yearned to embrace him before he vanished into the foliage. The women fell into quiet prayer, each beseeching the Buddhas for protection, as Jinglan climbed high into a tree to keep vigilant watch, scanning the forest with keen, watchful eyes. Li Feng and Pengzi surged into the undergrowth, moving like hunting animals. Pengzi's voice trembled with concern as he asked whether Sun Da might still be alive. Li Feng replied that the odds favored survival, yet he insisted they must find him regardless. Pang's eyes' recollections of their comrade painted a man both roguish and steadfast, someone who had never shirked danger and who would risk himself for his fellows. As the prince thinned and the forest grew less forgiving of tracks, anxiety rose. In places the earth was too firm to hold impressions, and the trail blurred. Pangzi cursed and swore vengeance his threats coarse, but sincere. If Sun Da had been slain, he vowed to exterminate those responsible. Li Feng matched him in resolve, promising ruthless retribution should any harm have befallen their brother. With their oaths sealed, they plunged deeper into the green, racing time in a desperate bid to save a life. I cannot die, I must survive. Sun Da lay prostrate in a clump of grass, his body lacerated, his thigh pierced by several arrows. The fletchings had not perforated his limb completely, the projectiles had been fired from a distance, and the crude bows of the forest tribes lacked lethal force. Still blood seeped from the wound, and his brow beaded with sweat. Clenching his teeth, he pressed his hands over the injury and prayed for the arrival of Li Feng and Jinglan. Their return would mean salvation. A procession of savages followed his footprints and the crimson trail he had left. Their guttural calls carried through the undergrowth, drawing inexorably closer. Sun Da attempted flight, but the wounded leg refused to obey. With peril approaching, he resolved to climb. Nearby rose a towering tree more than 20 meters in height, whose abundant foliage could conceal him. He strapped his shield to his back and, enduring pain, hauled himself up into the canopy. Orphaned and hardened by life, Sun Da had spent his youth in an institution and later scraped a living with a traveling circus, developing agility and nimbleness beyond the ordinary. Now 20 meters above the forest floor, he clung to a forked bough and hid within the leafy shelter, heart hammering, praying that the foliage would keep him unseen. The tree's leaves muffled his shape, but every footstep below magnified his dread. Discovery ignited the mob. They clamored to ascend, voices hoarse and eager. But their small chief, ornamented with jungle feathers, restrained one eager climber with an authoritative hand. The leader's gesture halted a rash ascent. Instead, a dozen or so bowmen readied arrows, strings of vine, pulled taut bone, and flint arrowheads set. The weapons were crude and short-ranged, effective only at 20 to 50 meters in the open. Sun Da, furious and defiant, shouted provocations down to them in a language they could scarcely comprehend. He dared them to climb and meet him in single combat rather than pepper him with arrows. The taunts meant little to the savages, yet the leader obeyed strategy over impulse. The bowman loosed a volley. Sun Da slammed his shield before him and braced. Many shafts were diverted by foliage, some missed their mark, and the remainder struck his shield with dull thuds. He laughed aloud, an uneasy sound, part bravado and part relief. Panic clawed at his throat. If those who left found Li Feng, Jinglan, or Lin Ping, the consequences would be dire. From the branches he cried warnings and taunts alike, throwing down a snapped limb in a futile attempt to strike an assailant below. The remnant band, now emboldened, prepared again. Two of them began to climb. Sun Da steadied himself, every fiber of his being coiling for a confrontation he could not avoid. High in the tree, two tribesmen had perched like dark omens. Sun Da racked his mind for something to strike them with, but his hands were empty of stones and weapons. He tried to snap branches to fashion a club, yet the limbs were too stout, the slender twigs were worthless, mere irritations against the invaders. Constrained by the cramped canopy, his movements were hampered as the two assailants closed in with spears poised. When the spears thrust toward him, Sun Da raised his shield and met the points with a thunderous clang. For several strikes his defense held, but their strength was tremendous. The repeated blows finally pierced and ruined his shield. He cursed the audacity of being overwhelmed by numbers, then seizing the shattered shield, he brought it down with a crushing blow upon one attacker's skull. The struck tribesman fell 20 meters, a terrible collision with stone finishing him. Blood sprayed across the ground below, and the sight sent a frenzied shock through his comrades beneath. 11 of them recoiled in horror, faces widening in a mixture of fear and fury. Above, Sun Da laughed, a wild, liberating sound. Having felled one enemy with his own hands, a grim relief steadied him. Even death, he felt, would be vindicated. The remaining foe, enraged, thrust his spear upward. Sun Da grasped the shaft and wrenched with every sinew. Though the man beneath was stronger, his single-handed clinging to the trunk left him at a disadvantage. Sun Da, perched on a crotch above, could brace his legs and leverage his weight. The two wrestled for the spear in a desperate bruising contest, while the tribe below yelled encouragement, their guttural chants rising like a tide. Arrows were readied by 3 hunters, but their companions held them back, afraid of striking their own. The crowd's roar emboldened the attacker. He clung to the spear with one hand and strained to wrest it free. Sun Da, feeling his thigh wound protest from earlier exertions, summoned every reserve of strength. With a final brutal heave, he pried the spear loose and wrenched it away. The strain reopened the wound and blood welled faster, but he clamped his hand over it to staunch the flow. The tribesman, deprived of his weapon, scrambled down the trunk, with shame burning on his face as his fellows derided him. From the canopy, Sun Da's gaze swept the throng, and for a moment a female figure arrested his attention. A tall woman stood below, her skin sallow, but her body robust and commanding. She wore a hide skirt and a wreath of grass in her hair, the long tresses of the tribe framing her features. Her anger was fierce and demonstrative. Sun Daha, half-mocking, shouted back at her in coarse humor, promising that if fate spared him, he would claim a reckoning for her loud reproaches. As the uproar continued, Sun Dahao's anxiety for Lin Ping and the others grew. The main body of tribesmen had begun to turn back down the path, surely realizing they had been deceived, and moving to find Lin Ping, Li Feng, and Jing Lan. He called out to Pangzi and his companions, warning them of the returning threat, but distance rendered his voice impotent. He could only hope that Li Feng and Jing Lan would arrive swiftly to protect his friends, otherwise he felt powerless. Sun Daha dropped to a lower fork, met the three with the spear he had seized, and engaged in a furious melee. The poles were overwhelming in reach and number, their blows came in chaotic succession, slashing and plunging at his chest. Pain flared, he cried out as steel and wood found their mark. He toppled from the tree and collapsed into the grass below, blood staining the blades. The tribe surged forward, triumphant and savage. Battered and bleeding, Sun Daha laughed through his agony and lunged for one of his attackers, pulling him close and sinking his teeth into the man's neck with a ferocity born of despair. He sought not escape now, but a companion in death, a final act of resistance. Around them the tribe closed in, howling as the forest bore witness to a brutal, unyielding struggle between a lone, defiant figure and the red tide of his enemies. Li Feng and Pangzi threaded their way through the dense primordial forest with mounting anxiety. They had followed a trail of blood for some distance, but where the trees thickened, all traces vanished. Each hour that passed deepened Pangzi's dread that Sun Daha had come to harm. Li Feng kept his composure. He knew panic would smother any chance of a successful rescue. Pangzi could not still his agitation. "Brother, I fear the worst. If Sun Daha is dead, I will never forgive myself," he confessed, voice trembling. Li Feng placed a steadying hand on his friend's shoulder. "Do not let desperation dictate our actions. We must be cautious. If we lose the trail, we will have to return, but we will not abandon hope." The captors had not killed him. They intended to exploit him as bait to draw out Lin Ping and the others. Sun Daha remained useful to them, so they kept him alive while they marched back toward their camp. Pangzi's heart ached at the sight of his friend being treated like an animal. He seized a stick and prepared to charge into the fray, but Li Feng restrained him with gentle force. "We must learn their numbers and their plan," he urged. "A blind assault will only doom us." Li Feng counted 12 raiders, and a woman among them. The woman's presence and her proud bearing suggested she was well nourished by the island's fare, confident and defiant. Even so, their numbers were not overwhelming. Li Feng devised a quick, sober scheme. He whispered instructions to Pangzi, who nodded, steadying himself. The two men melted back into the undergrowth to prepare their approach. From his prone position, Sun Daha continued to hurl barbed words at his captors, refusing to yield his spirit, even as two of them beat him with crude clubs. He howled in pain, then laughed again, a laugh steeped in hatred and stubbornness. He proclaimed himself braver than Pangzi, their familiar rivalry surfacing even in agony. The sight of his bravado mingled with suffering tightened Pangzi's resolve. Pangzi burst from cover, screaming for the raiders to leave his brother alone and daring them to take him instead. The men were taken aback, but immediately gave chase. For a fleeting moment, Sun Daha, dizzy with blows, thought he might be seeing things. Then he recognized the familiar, defiant voice. Pangzi's sudden appearance offered hope, though his escape left a bitter taste. "If Li Feng is here too," he gasped, "do not despair." Li Feng lay concealed within a curtain of grass, his long blade poised in hand. He watched the trio with a chill, patient gaze. Across the clearing, 12 aggressors had gathered earlier. Among them was a woman. If he could fell these three, now only 9 would remain to contend with. The woman was of little concern in Li Feng's cold calculus. She possessed no martial prowess comparable to the men. Jing Lan was the exception, and she was not present here. When the 3 savages burst into the grove, their ferocity announced itself like thunder. Pangzi vaulted over the grass where Li Feng crouched. As they approached, Li Feng struck with the precision of a coiled viper. His blade came down in a single decisive arc, severing the throat of one assailant before he could draw breath. The motion was swift and unexpectedly brutal. The man fell without a scream, felled by the suddenness of the strike. The second pursuer, propelled by the momentum of his sprint, could not check his course in time. He surged forward half a meter beyond his intent. Li Feng seized the instant and ended him with another cold, fatal stroke. The third man, startled, flailed wildly and raised his wooden club. Li Feng leapt and delivered a knee that struck the man's chest, sending him sprawling into the brush. As the fallen man scrambled to rise, Pangzi pounced and pinned him to the ground. Pinned and writhing, the captive howled for aid, calling desperately to his companions. "Brother, finish him, kill him." Pangzi hissed, pressing his weight down to hold the man immobile. Li Feng, his fingers like iron talons, gripped the man's throat and applied a crushing pressure. With a sickening crack, the neck gave way, the wild man's head lolled aside, his tongue protruding from his slack mouth. Pengzi spat and kicked the corpse. In moments, the three had been dispatched with disconcerting ease. Had the encounter been an open, honorable fight, even Li Feng's skill might not have sufficed so effortlessly. Surprise and a keen blade had made all the difference. Pengzi's courage faltered. Brother, I can't beat them. He feared the newcomers, he knew his limits. Li Feng did not ask him to slay them outright, only to stall. Hold them for a few minutes. Then run towards Sun Dehao's direction. With a lifetime of rough training in his bones, Pengzi consented. He had seen brutality as a child, his father slain by a bully, and had vowed vengeance. He had served as a soldier and spent years working a heavy bag, shaping his body into a blunt instrument. Not a master, but enough to handle ordinary foes for a short while. Pengzi grinned through his anxiety and ran out to meet the assailants. All right then, I'll fight. He roared, brandishing his club and charging the lead man. Wood met wood with resounding crashes as they clashed. The wild man recoiled under Pengzi's blows, and as three more joined the fray, Pengzi turned to flee, while striking, attempting to harry them and sap their momentum. The melee gave Li Feng the opening he needed. He slipped from the shelter of the brush and sprinted towards Sun Dehao's position. The landscape here was a tangle of brambles and low bushes. Concealed by the vegetation, Li Feng moved like a shadow. He emerged into a small clearing and saw 5 wild men cautiously sweeping the woods, their weapons varied: bows, spears, clubs, a crude harpoon among them. Their eyes darted fear and vigilance intermingled. Sun Deha lay battered upon the earth, his body bearing the evidence of merciless blows. Monkey, Li Feng called softly, I am here to rescue you. Spurred by the sudden hope, Sun Dehao's gratitude surfaced in a choked exclamation. His words were garbled with relief and gratitude. He could not imagine such aid arriving. Li Feng advanced beneath a rain of arrows and met them head-on with a simple woven bamboo shield. Light, yet sturdy, it weighed scarcely 4 or 5 jin and could be wielded with nimble dexterity. The arrows thudded harmlessly into the shield and clattered to the ground. With shield in one hand and long blade in the other, Li Feng charged like a tiger released from its lair. 2 of the wild men surged forward with spear and club, unacquainted with Li Feng's true ability. A club descended with brutal force. Li Feng angled his stance and raised the shield to meet the blow. The club struck the bamboo with a dull boom. In the same breath, Li Feng thrust his blade, found the man's throat, and the man collapsed with a strangled cry. The harpoon-wielding attacker thrust at Li Feng's belly, but the shield intercepted. Li Feng then spun and brought his blade down, and the harpoon-bearer fell where he stood. The shield transformed Li Feng into an instrument of decisive violence. It obscured the enemy's vision and deflected their strikes, allowing him to dismantle their formations with terrifying efficiency. 2 companions who had watched their comrades fall were shaken to the core, and even the solitary woman among them gaped in disbelief at such martial prowess. Li Feng's ferocity seemed almost preternatural. She had never witnessed such skill and stood frozen aghast. Sun Deha, watching Li Feng dispatch the attackers, felt a surge of admiration. You are far stronger than that dead Pengzi, he cried, an awkward attempt at praise amid his awe. If Li Feng had lived in another age, perhaps he would have been a general who earned the grim tally of 100 foes. Legends of martial heroes such as Yang Zixing or Xiang Yu whispered through the imagination. One of the wild men, shaken and furious, lifted a spear with murderous intent, aiming to end Sun Dehao's life on the spot. The captors had intended to drag the monkey back and use him to lure the beauties of Lin Ping's camp, but Li Feng's display had unnerved them all. Sun Dehao's cry for mercy pierced the clearing as a spear arced toward him. Terror flooded his voice. He had glimpsed the slender thread of survival and feared it might be severed. The moment hung taut, the outcome uncertain, while the forest seemed to hold its breath. A spear-wielding tribesman thrust forward to slay Sun Deha. Li Feng reacted with lightning speed, hurling his long blade like a guided missile. The blade hissed through the air and found its mark, cleaving the assailant's throat. The fallen man remained with his arms frozen in the act of attack, an arresting tableau of violence. Another tribesman swung a heavy wooden club at Sun Dehao's head with murderous intent. Sun Deha, terrified, rolled aside and tumbled. Twice the club struck the earth with such force that leaves and soil sprayed outward. Li Feng followed, immediately launching his shield like a discus that struck the second assailant's skull and staggered him backward. With the ferocity of a released tiger, Li Feng closed the distance in a 100-meter sprint, sprang upward, and drove both knees into the stranger's shoulders. The man sagged and collapsed to his knees beneath Li Feng's weight. Li Feng seized his throat and pinned him prone, but a female tribeswoman drew a long blade and lunged at Li Feng with a feral snarl. Maintaining his grip, Li Feng planted one palm on the ground and delivered a sweeping kick with both feet into the woman's chest. She screamed and was hurled into the undergrowth, nearly shattered by the force of the blow. He then tightened his grip on the other captive's windpipe and executed a crushing application of force until the life left him. The woman crawled out of the brush with eyes wide in panic, shouting in her native tongue, "Waleka waleka," words Li Feng could not comprehend. She seemed to be either cursing or begging the spirits. Panic propelled her to seize Li Feng's long blade and flee. Without that weapon, his combat effectiveness would be greatly diminished. Li Feng pursued, mindful that the blade could not be allowed to leave the field. He struck swiftly with a heavy staff. She turned and tried in vain to parry. A single blow to her abdomen sent her tumbling in the grass. Li Feng disarmed her, reclaimed the sword, and seized her by the hair as she scrambled to escape, forcing her back to the earth. She writhed with hate, eyes aflame with the wish to rip him apart. Li Feng contemplated ending her then and there, but at that instant Sun Daha, battered and limping, crawled toward them. He pleaded for mercy, arguing that she was a woman and might serve a purpose as a hostage. Sun Dahao's voice trembled with a crude mixture of pity and selfish calculation. Li Feng was unconvinced mercy for an enemy is often cruelty to oneself. Yet he recognized tactical value in a living captive. Reluctantly, he consigned the woman to Sun Daha. Sun Daha bound her with vine and fumbled at her with brutish curiosity. She snapped and bared her feral instincts, resisting every attempt at taming. A stout, breathless man, Pangzi, came running toward them, reporting that others of the tribe were approaching. Li Feng collected the long blade and faced the new threat. When the pursuing tribesmen glimpsed him, one recognized Li Feng from the earlier cave massacre and fled in terror, followed by his companions. The captured woman screamed for aid that did not come. Her cries faded into the trees as the three survivors exchanged urgent glances, aware that once the alarm reached the tribe, a desperate swarm might soon descend upon them. Li Feng watched the fleeing figures vanish into the trees and shook his head. He knew they could not overtake them. Even if they wasted time and slew one or two, the gain would be negligible unless they annihilated them all, which was plainly impossible. The others ran like hares. Pangzi fretted that if those men returned to raise the alarm, their party would be imperiled. Li Feng conceded the danger but acknowledged the futility of pursuit and ordered a withdrawal. A bound woman sat on the ground, howling with a fury that mingled indignation and fear. Her cries split the air, yet Sun Daha pressed a palm to her chest to silence her, threatening any further outcry lest they attract the roaming savages. Pangzi hesitated, conflicted between compassion and caution, while Li Feng urged restraint. He argued that sympathy would be ruinous if Lin Ping and the others fell into savage hands. Their fate would be far worse than the indignities they now witnessed. When she would not relent, Li Feng delivered several kicks, and then laid the blade across her throat to underscore his seriousness. Sun Daha hastened to rein in the violence, cautioning against damaging her. He still found himself oddly solicitous when she suffered. The woman, bruised and terrified, at last fell silent, subdued by force and by fear of the knife at her throat. With the captive secured, Li Feng signaled a return by the path they had used. Sun Daha limped behind, propped on a crude staff, his wound beginning to heal, but still too tender for exertion. The trio threaded their way through the towering undergrowth, the captive guarded between them as they hurried to reunite with the rest of their party and to locate Lin Ping and her companions. Meanwhile, Jing Lan led Yuzaili and the others along the forest's left flank, having eluded a separate sweep of savages by slipping into the woods and following the plan to converge toward Li Feng's position. The memory of the close call left Yuzaili trembling. Had Jing Lan not detected the danger in time and called for a diversion, they might well have been captured. Ma Wanwan and the others shared her apprehension, but steadied themselves as Jing Lan signaled for silence. Closing her eyes for a heartbeat, Jing Lan listened intently to the textures of the jungle and perceived faint noises ahead. She tightened her grip on her long sword and prepared the group for imminent confrontation as a band of wild men approached. Meanwhile, the captured woman had been brought along under restraint and protest. She resisted at every step, but dared not provoke Li Feng's authority beyond a point. Sun Daha prowled nearby, his leering humor ill-suited to the gravity of their journey. "Fatty, you don't feel anything," he taunted. "What do you expect me to feel?" Pangzi retorted with disdain. Sun Dahao's complexion betrayed the narrow education of an upbringing in an orphanage. He was unfiltered in his baser thoughts. Li Feng's steadier and more principled frowned, but allowed the others leeway so as not to fracture the fragile camaraderie. Sun Dahao's ambitions emerged plainly. "I want to take her deeper into the woods and interrogate her," he said with a wolfish grin. "Just give me a minute." "What good will a minute do?" Pangzi scoffed. "He wants to sample something he's never known," Li Feng observed dryly. The banter was a brittle, uneasy distraction. Li Feng's urgent wish was simply to press forward and find Lin Ping and the women they had been searching for. Gratitude was quickly expressed to Sun Daha for having captured the woman. A circle of curious women gathered around the prisoner, their curiosity unrefined by urban restraint. They whispered and compared notes, sizing her up with frank, almost childlike appraisal. Yuzaili moved closer to inspect, and the captive reacted like a cornered animal bearing hostility with a sudden snapping motion that sent Yuzaili reeling backward. The woman regarded them with open enmity, her eyes blazing with distrust. Li Feng inquired of Jinglin whether the route had been perilous. We encountered 2 groups of tribesmen, she replied in her economical manner. Hearing that, the company shuddered inwardly at how narrowly they had escaped. After countless trials, they had finally reunited, yet that reunion did not banish the uncertainty. Standing together in the hush of the trees, they were grateful for the reprieve, but without a destination or a plan. For a moment, they simply remained where they were, constrained by circumstance and the unease of the road ahead. An oppressive hush settled over the woods, broken only by the intermittent chirring of crickets hidden in the undergrowth. A small group stood under a tree, faces clouded with worry. They had nowhere to go. The island, though vast, offered them no sanctuary. All eyes turned to Li Feng, their captain and de facto leader, seeking the counsel that might determine their fate. Li Feng felt the weight of their expectation like a physical pressure. Yang Meigui and Lin Ping looked at him with pleading expressions. Ma Wanwan and Gu Xiajia echoed the same anxious question, while Yu Xiali clasped his hand and smiled with tender encouragement, attempting to steady him with warmth and faith. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng spoke with measured resolve. He proposed they return to the cave, gather their supplies, and then press into the primordial jungle in search of a more concealed, more defensible refuge. He sought a terrain that could be held by a few against many, a place where food and water could sustain them, so that the threat of marauders would no longer be decisive. He acknowledged, however, that such a sanctuary might not exist on the island at all. The group consented. Their cache in the cave, animal pelts, salt, a pot, plastic bowls and chopsticks, and bundles of preserved food and bamboo were indispensable. Without those provisions, survival would be precarious at best. They could not, and would not, leave them behind. Concern rippled through the women. Yang Meigui fretted about a possible ambush around the cave, fearful that they might be walking into a trap. Li Feng urged calm and vigilance. They would proceed carefully. With a plan formed, the group prepared to move. The captive continued to struggle. Jinglan pinned her with a knee to the abdomen, forced open her jaw, and stuffed the cloth inside. When Jinglan flashed the blade to demonstrate the consequences of making noise, the woman cowered, her face drained of color. Sun Daha fussed over her, as if calming a skittish animal, while the others turned away, embarrassed by his brazenness. Sun Dahao's blunt counsel chilled the listeners. He warned of the island's true savagery. If the women fell into the hands of those wild men, they would face cruelties far worse than anything the present captors could inflict. The thought cast a pall over the group. Li Feng, attempting to steady the mood, told them not to be distracted by Sun Dahao's antics and to focus on what mattered. Before they departed, Yu Xiali drew Li Feng aside and in a low voice forbade him from sleeping with the captive. She allowed other intimacies so long as they were willing, but she recoiled at the captive's filth and feared contamination. Li Feng comforted her with gentle affection, promising restraint and reassuring her that he would not compromise what they had. Li Feng then organized their formation. Pangzi would shepherd the captive in the middle, Jinglan would cover the rear, and Li Feng himself would lead the column with his long blade raised. The party moved out in careful ranks, threading through the trees with quiet determination as they ventured deeper into the island's throat. The forest stretches boundlessly like an ink-dark ocean, its density suffocating. Jinglan stands upon a steep earthen embankment, her gaze cold and unyielding as she surveys the verge. She is resolved to safeguard Yang Meigui and to protect every one of their compatriots, a solitary sentinel against unseen peril. Sunlight delineates her solitary silhouette with a faint melancholy as Li Feng approaches, blade in hand, and settles beside her without a word. They sit shoulder to shoulder in companionable silence. Jinglan exudes an aura of serene reserve. Her features are unremarkable, yet there is an ineffable distinctiveness about her. Among the women, she projects the most austere presence, scarcely regarded in terms of conventional femininity. Li Feng, accustomed to her reticence, probes lightly, attempting to draw her out. Li Feng, curious and earnest, expresses a wish to spar with her at some future hour to exchange techniques and remedy mutual shortcomings. He believes he would prevail in unarmed combat by virtue of strength and experience, though he harbors no certainty against her skill with weapons. Jinglan remains taciturn. She does not waste words on idle talk. Suddenly, both of them notice tumult in the distance. A vast throng of wild men advances through the undergrowth, numbering perhaps 70 or 80. To Li Feng's astonishment, their leader is Gu Shaoshan, inexplicably integrated within the tribe. How Gu Shaoshan, who cannot speak their tongue, has come to lead them seems incomprehensible. Jinglan urges everyone to flee toward the cave. Li Feng rallies the group and prepares to withdraw to the camp. Li Feng reacted rapidly, issuing orders with the calm of a man who had to be decisive. Pangzi, keep that woman at the back of the column. Sun Daha, you lead us from the front. If the captivean important female tribeswoman ran at the head, the pursuing mob would hurl spears and stones without mercy, mowing them down. Each wild man armed with a spear or rock could spell destruction. Pangzi tightened his grip on the struggling woman and dragged her to the rear. Her eyes glinted with a dangerous hope. The moment she glimpsed her kin, she saw deliverance, and once safe vowed to take bloody revenge on those who had violated her, especially Sun Da, who had assaulted her in the cave. She seethed with hatred beneath the cruel hand that silenced her. Sun Da hobbled, his thigh bound and supported by a wooden staff. Yang Meigui and the other women trembled, their fear palpable as the oncoming horde closed the distance. The sensation of pressure from so many bodies bearing down left the group breathless and panicked. Jing Lan assessed the situation with a stern expression. If it were only her and Li Feng's escape would be feasible, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. A leader emerged among the wild men, broad-shouldered, wielding a club topped with a carved snake head and wearing 2 wildfowl feathers in his hair. He barked a guttural command that halted the nearest archers. The captive was evidently a person of high status in their tribe, perhaps the leader's consort or progeny, and the assembled band stowed their bows and spears when he warned that any missile shot would strike his woman. Peng Zai's bluff failed to sway them. "Damn it, I have one of your women. Anyone who fires will force me to use her as a shield," he yelled, but the wild men could not comprehend his words. Their forward rush accelerated, fueled by anger rather than caution. Li Feng, alarmed, shouted for Peng Zai to stop harming the woman. The pursuers interpreted the scene as a threat to the leader's kin and surged all the faster. When the closest group of 10 to 15 wild men drew near, only 20 or 30 meters away, Li Feng laughed with a fierce, almost manic cadence. "Jing Lan, let us make this a game," he declared. "A tally of how many we can fell." She answered tersely and without sentiment, nodding. "Remember, do not become entangled. Our purpose is to protect our people and reach higher ground. Only if forced should we risk sacrificing ourselves in a desperate stand." As a pair of swift-legged spearmen charged like stampeding antelopes, Li Feng leapt forward to intercept them, intent on breaking their momentum before they could plunge into the column and shatter the formation. Li Feng surged forward with a feral cry and immediately encountered Jing Lan, who leapt from the trunk behind her, planting a foot against the bark to spring herself into the air. Grasping her long sword, she moved with lithe grace and struck like a gust. Her blade drew a single decisive line across the throat of the foremost marauder. The man's wail cut short as he collapsed, felled by a solitary, merciless strike. Before he could recover, another attacker lunged with a harpoon. Jing Lan pivoted on her toes and executed an aerial corkscrew, slipping behind him and driving her sword through his back with cool precision. In the span of heartbeats, she had felled 2 assailants. Her agility and consummate swordsmanship made slaughter seem effortless. Li Feng laughed, then hurled his long blade like a meteor toward another savage. The weapon cleaved cleanly through the man's chest as he ran headlong with an upraised club. The wounded brute threw a pained cry and toppled, and Li Feng bounded forward like a stalking cat to retrieve his blade. At that moment, the enemy launched arrows and javelins. Li Feng seized his shield with his left hand and beat the projectiles aside. Jing Lan rushed in, and with 2 swift, sweeping strikes wounded the next 2 attackers, driving them into a frantic retreat rather than killing them outright. The pair shared a terse wry exchange as they busied themselves with their weapons, insisting that victory or defeat mattered less than the survival of their comrades. Their respite ended when a volley of arrows and javelins erupted from a line of 30 marauders only a few dozen meters away. Li Feng shouted a warning, and Jing Lan closed ranks beside him. Shoulder to shoulder they crouched and raised their shields. A dense, stinging rain of missiles struck their defenses and clattered harmlessly to the ground. The savages lacked the concept of hierarching trajectories. Had they known, even such stout shields might have failed. Li Feng cautioned Jing Lan not to be baited, but Gushodian's frenzy only heightened. He proclaimed vengeance for his slain brother and hurled vile invective at Li Feng, daring him to come alone. In a clumsy attempt to instruct the savages in lofted parabolic throw so their missiles would descend beyond the shields, Gushodian picked up a stone and flung it. It struck one of his own men, who howled and leapt in pain. The frightened man slapped Gushodian twice. Another raised a spear to kill him. Begging desperately for his life and pleading that he had only wished to teach them how to slay the Easterners, Gushodian was saved from immediate death by his leader's intervention. Grateful and shameless, he seized a spear and led a renewed charge, his eyes fixed on capturing Lin Ping and the other women. Gu Shaoshan, spear in hand, spearheads a frenzied charge, exhorting his comrades to slay Li Feng, Jing Lan, and Peng Zai, and to seize the retreating women. Though his left hand is ruined, he fights with the remaining right and storms forward with the ferocity of a man who has nothing to lose. The wild men swarm after him like a dark tide, their cries raw and hungry. Gu Shodian's voice rough with hatred echoes across the slopes as he leads the onslaught. Peng Zai shields the party as they fall back, furious and implacable. He keeps a wary distance from Li Feng and Jing Lan, while manning a captive woman among the fugitives, using her presence as a blunt deterrent against indiscriminate volleys of spears and arrows. His bluster is coarse, but his instincts are keen. He calculates danger and positions himself where he can both protect and manipulate the enemy's restraint. Gu Shodian hurls taunts at the fleeing party, mocking their cowardice and daring Li Feng to stand and fight. Li Feng answers with scorn, exposing old wounds and old hatreds, and provokes the rival into blind fury. In a burst of rage, Gu Shoutian flings a spear with lethal intent. It whistles like a hunted thing, but Li Feng, cool and swift, bats the spear aside with the flat of his blade, deriding the thrower's impotence. Jing Lan becomes the bulwark of the rear. With dancer-like agility, she vaults among the stones, cleaving and dispatching the first assailants with a single devastating sweep. The wild men surge with long spears and chaotic thrusts, but their projectiles frequently strike rock and echo back as useless thunder. When a spear slips past and pins one assailant to death by his own comrades, Li Feng seizes the moment, using the dead man as a shield to close the gap and deliver a merciless, precise strike that rends another skull. The sight of such ruthless efficiency chills the attackers. To them, Li Feng and Jing Lan are no longer merely opponents, but incarnations of slaughter. Amid the chaos, Pangzi threatens to rush Gu Shoutian, hungry for personal vengeance, but Li Feng restrains him, charging him instead with guarding the captive woman and maintaining the fragile shield she provides. The women among the fugitives, Lin Ping, Megui, Ma Juanjuan, Yu Xiali, and others, run with desperate swiftness. If the canyon becomes a cul-de-sac, they resolve to stand their ground back to back against the rock to make a final furious stand. The air vibrates with their grim determination and the cold, steady tempo of imminent death or defiant glory. The enemy commander and Gu Shoutian press forward at the head of a dozen hardened men, while dozens more thunder behind them like a living rampart. Li Feng, having felled 2 attackers with quick, savage strokes, prepares himself for the approaching leaders. The world narrows to the flash of blades and the pounding of feet. He braces to end the duel with Gu Shoutian before the mob's weight can crush them all. Pangzi pressed his trembling lips together and spoke with a steadiness that betrayed his anguish. Megui Xiali, you must live on. If you see my brother, tell him to look after my Laoma. The words fell like a benediction, raw and final. Tears welled unconsciously in the broad man's eyes. He had witnessed his father's murder as a child, had avenged him in blood, and paid the price behind bars. Now only his aged mother remained alone and unprotected. Yang Megui and Lin Ping exchanged horrified glances. Pangzi, what are you planning? Yang asked, voice quivering. Pangzi's reply was resolute, almost fierce. He would burst forth and draw the savages away. Their pursuers were crude and simple. If one of them became a conspicuous target, the rest would follow. If he could divert them, his companions and his brother might yet survive. Compassion flooded the group. Yu Xiali and the others could not bear the thought of him sacrificing himself. Pleas rose heartfelt and urgent. Pangzi, don't be foolish. We can face death together, but you cannot throw your life away. Yet the prospect of selfless martyrdom had already taken shape in his mind. A coarse voice cut the tension. Sun Daha spat an irreverent remark, attempting levity where sorrow had settled. Pangzi shot back in kind, even in that moment trading barbs with his old friend. Then unexpectedly Sun Dahao's tone shifted, and he confessed the truth of his own solitude. He had grown up in an orphanage devoid of parents or attachments. The admission softened everyone. Their mockery turned to pity, then to admiration. Sun Daha stepped forward without theatrics and declared he would be the one to lead the beasts away. Though often careless in manner, when danger manifested, he showed unexpected courage and responsibility. Pangzi protested, insisting he should be the one. He was the captain, while Li Feng and Jing Lan were absent, but Sun Da slipped from the shelter of the thicket and began to move away. The others watched in stunned silence as Sun Da paused, offered a farewell glance that was part challenge and part apology, then broke into desperate, noisy flight. He deliberately made himself conspicuous, kicking aside branches and shouting taunts so as to seize the predator's attention. Their savage cries rose in chorus. The hunters took the bait and surged after him like a tide. Pangzi's resolve shattered into helpless sobs. He had intended to be the decoy. He had not meant to allow another to die in his stead. Yet he stifled his grief, biting his hand to keep from making a sound. Lin Ping and the others mirrored his restraint, tears streaming, but voices hushed. They would not waste Sun Dahao's sacrifice with clamorous lamentation that might draw the beasts back. As the clamor receded into the distance, Yu Xiali finally let loose a cry that broke the night's brittle calm. Lin Ping urged silence, laying a trembling hand upon her back. They prayed in raw, urgent murmurs, begging the heavens to spare Sun Da. Lin Ping, moved to her knees, vowed that if he were returned to them unharmed, she would donate lavishly to the temples and shrines upon their eventual return. The promise was more than superstition. It was the articulation of a newfound recognition that loyalty and humanity mattered infinitely more than wealth. The shadow of grief settled heavily over the small band. Pangzi wept openly, now chastising himself for having let a brother take his place. The women wept too, each wiping away tears and chanting blessings under their breath. They had underestimated Sun Da. His unexpected bravery had altered their view of him forever. Pangzi could not still his anxiety. He lifted his head to the dark mouth of the grotto and called into the blackness, voice cracking with hope and dread. Brothers Jinglan, if you are there, come out quickly. Sun Daha is in danger. In the quiet that followed, each member of the group wrapped themselves in silent supplication, their breath shallow, every sense straining for any sign of reprieve. Pangzi seized the captive woman and spat threats in a tongue the raiders did not comprehend. His fury was as much for show as for intimidation. He hoped to subdue her, and then shoulder to shoulder with Li Feng and Jinglan joined the counter-assault. But the strangers paid no heed to his words. Gu Shaoshan, mingling among them, shouted assurances designed to mislead, urging Pangzi to release or kill the woman since he claimed she was insignificant within their tribe. Pangzi sniffed at the deception. Yu Xiali, trembling with dread, pleaded with the fat man not to be fooled. She feared that killing the captive would only inflame the others and invite a rain of spears upon them all. Jinglan carved through enemies, her swordplay brilliant and ferocious, but she was flesh and blood and fatigue had begun to erode her edge. After several brutal skirmishes and a day of constant exertion, her vigor faltered. Just as she felled an assailant, a spear hissed through the air and lodged in her shoulder. The sting was sharp, yet the hide pauldron she wore spared her from a grievous wound. Blood warmed her sleeve, but she straightened teeth, clenched, refusing to yield. Jinglan and Li Feng stood, closed the air around them taut with lethal intent. Jinglan's voice, hoarse with combat, challenged the attackers to come. She vowed, grim and unyielding, to spill one for one if they dared press forward. Li Feng laughed bitterly and confessed, not as boast, but as confession, that the harshness of their plight had driven him to the brink of madness. In that maddened clarity they found an advantage. Their ferocity unnerved the raiders who had expected only frightened prey. The second leader, Shuling, barked guttural commands to rally his people. For a moment panic rippled through the ranks as the fallen comrade's head landed before them, then order reassembled into a menacing ripple of intent. Gu Shodian frantically motioned for a renewed charge, but many among the attackers hesitated. They exchanged furtive whispers, uncertain whether to press home and assault against foes who wore savagery like armor. The tribal men, bound by command, ultimately readied themselves to surge again. Jinglan tightened her grip upon her sword, every muscle prepared to meet the oncoming wave. The battlefield stilled for an instant, a held breath before carnage resumed, as the two sides closed once more with grim resolve. They surged forward with feral intent, a tide of savagery prepared to break upon them. Jinglan stood her ground, blade in hand, every fiber of her posture resolved for combat. Death or resurgence would be born of this clash. She vowed to meet slaughter with slaughter and to carve a path through their ranks. The dusk pressed down like a bruise. The heavens were cloaked in clouds so red they seemed to weep blood, and the atmosphere grew heavy with a malignant, oppressive hush that smothered the island in a pall of imminent doom. Time had been the true currency of Li Feng's gambit. He had promised 2 or 3 minutes of delay. When that span ended, he ordered the retreat. Jinglan obeyed, without hesitation, planting one last fierce look into the melee before pivoting to run. They had not stayed to perish, they had stayed to buy breath and distance for their friends. Behind them voices rose with relief. Lin Ping's call that they had reached the slope echoed like a benediction. Yu Xiali's anxious exhortations urged them not to linger, while the others urged haste from the safety of the rise. Pangzi, who had borne the struggling woman upon his shoulders, now hesitated at the brink. He intended to descend to aid Li Feng and Jinglan, but Li Feng forbade him. The man's clumsy courage was more hazard than help. He must hold and protect those already perched upon the hill. Reluctantly, Pangzi stayed to fulfill the duty he had been given. Gu Shodian's voice from below rose in a last panicked command urging pursuit, but the tribe's impulse to chase wavered. Shuling lived, but he was wounded, and without his immediate leadership their assault lacked its former coordination. "Brothers, they are escaping, pursue them," someone cried. As Li Feng and Jinglan turned and ran, Gu Shodian shouted, desperate to give chase, yet he dared not approach. Their foes were too formidable. Since the outbreak of hostilities, Li Feng and Jinglan had slain dozens of Yuan. As Shuling rushed forward with a war cry of "Wula," Li Feng glanced back, and the look unnerved the chieftain. He stumbled backward, heart racing, nearly collapsing, until his followers steadied him. Gu Shodian frantically ordered his people to loose their arrows and hurl javelins simultaneously, but language barriers held the Yuan back. Earlier, the presence of a woman among them had restrained their aggression. Now that she had fallen behind, they could unleash their volleys without hesitation. Unable to convey his urgency, Gu Shodian threw a javelin himself, straining so fiercely that he reopened his back wound and bled anew. At last the Yuan understood and released a storm of arrows and thrown spears, but it was already too late. Li Feng and Jinglan had vanished into the distance. The projectiles hissed through empty air. Shuling club raised led the pursuing Yuan like a wave of frenzied monkeys, their Wula cries following close behind. Higher up the valley rim, Li Feng and Jinglan saw a lone high slope, standing sentinel at the canyon's Mount Ha narrow promontory, with a flat summit sufficient for dozens of people. From the summit, Pangzi Sun Daha and the women watched anxiously. Young Megui urged them forward, fear and resolve warred in her voice. Neither Pangzi nor Sun Daha would abandon the group. Li Feng ordered them to hold their positions. He needed only Jing Lan's aid for what was to come. As the urine drew near, Pangzi heaved a boulder down the incline. The rock thundered and rolled, scattering the attackers and crushing one unfortunate urine beneath it. The sight sent the pursuing ranks into disorder. Sholing flailed his arms in terror as others were struck by the tumbling stone. Gu Shodian bellowed from below, his voice carrying over the slope with coarse triumph. He mocked Li Feng and the others, counting their numbers and urging surrender as though mercy lay only in swift defeat. He sneered that in Longwo there was a saying about an early death bringing an expedited rebirth and urged them to accept their fate. The taunt was meant to wound, to strip dignity from those on the ridge. Pangzi, enraged beyond restraint, hurled several stones downward. One hurtled so close to Gu Shotian's head that it might have cracked his skull had he not ducked in time. The near miss only amplified the hatred in the air. Gu Shotian continued to hurl verbal barbs from his cover, insulting Li Feng's group and fantasizing aloud about possessing Lin Ping and her companions once the men were subdued. His words were contemptible, but they revealed his strategy and his cruelty. On the ridge, Li Feng allowed himself a brief wry laugh. Jing Lan, weary and tense, glanced at him and demanded why he smiled. He answered coldly that Gu Shotian's taunts were hollow. He suggested that the man who purveyed such cruelty was merely boasting from a place of advantage. The exchange heightened the group's resolve rather than demoralizing it. Jing Lan's hand tightened on her sword. The memory of past grievances and the desire to protect the women fanned her fury. Below, Gu Shotian's arrogance hardened into a plan filled with malice. He urged the Sholing to mobilize the tribal forces and seal every approach to the ridge to hem them in along the cliff faces, so escape would be impossible. He imagined the final humiliation of Li Feng and Jing Lan, boasting that he would capture them alive and subject Lin Ping's group to his dominion. The revelation of this plot inflamed those on the ridge. The idea of being encircled turned their apprehension into urgent dread. As the tribe prepared to move, the atmosphere on the high ground tightened into an anxious silence. Li Feng scanned the narrow passes and treacherous flanks. The women braced themselves, each breath measured, each muscle primed for defense. Yang Meigui's earlier proposal now resounded as a poignant what if, but the choice had already been made to hold together. With the natives closing from both sides, the small band readied for the coming contest, they must rely on solidarity, cunning, and the slender hope that unity would prove stronger than the encircling threat. Jing Lan, Pangzihauzi, and the others, my beauty, strike at the ground, rats, shouted Li Feng as he saw a ragged band ascending from both flanks, intent on encircling the ridge. He snatched up a stone in haste, determined to fight alongside his companions. Whoever showed themselves would be struck down. A wild man had scarcely risen when Li Feng hurled the stone with unerring precision. The projectile whistled and struck home. The man collapsed, his skull split and bloodied, howling in agony. He had nearly been felled outright. As several more attempted to flank from the right, Jing Lan and Pangzi joined the barrage, stones flying true. The canyon yawned beneath them, and the cliffs hemmed everyone in. The wild men were confined to the zone within the defenders' purview. Though Lin Ping and the others were inaccurate, their numbers compensated. Even a blind cat may catch a mouse, and they managed to wound a few. Cries of pain rent the air as the injured staggered back. None dared risk climbing the slope again when the cost was such brutal, bloody pain. From below, Gu Shodian bellowed for his men to press forward, accusing them of cowardice if they failed to secure the earthen mound. Their hesitation drew his scorn. Pangzi stood atop the rise and hurled back insults. Gu Shaoshan, still reeling from the stone that had nearly cleft his skull, retorted that he would not be baited. Li Feng taunted him in turn, offering to fight him single-handedly. Gu Shodian refused, unwilling to become a sacrifice. The exchange escalated into derision and bravado, each side revealing their temperament. A chill passed through the group when Li Feng explained that scores more remained waiting in concealment below and that they would soon return with their tribe. The prospect of being overwhelmed by a multitude filled them with dread. The twilight was closing and flight was impossible without splitting their force and inviting disaster. If even half the enemy descended while a handful held the ridge, their slender strength would not suffice. From the rocks beneath, Gu Shodian taunted again, promising merciless death for men who surrendered and less suffering for women, urging capitulation as a supposed mercy. Li Feng answered with the fierce pride of Longwo blood, refusing to bow. Pangzi laughed and declared that they would never yield. Yang Meigui and the other women echoed the sentiment, some already prepared to die rather than surrender. Words grew crueler. Li Feng mocked Gu Shodian as less than a woman, provoking a bitter retort. Sun Daha hurled vulgarities until Gu Shodian snapped. His temper broke and he ordered arrows loosed and demanded that a female wild man be seized. Li Feng, desperate and strategic, cried for that woman to be brought forward, resolved to use her as a human shield should the enemy rain arrows or spears upon them. Night drew its curtain across the sky, and a bright moon rose hanging full and immaculate above the island. Its argent glow bathed the ridge where Li Feng and his companions crouched. Below them, Dangia and the wild men had ignited great bonfires. The flames leapt and flared, casting light for 100 meters and turning the high slope into a field of silver by the light of the conflagrations. From their vantage, the camp below resembled an unnerving ring of sentries, alert and implacable. The plan to slip away under cover of darkness suddenly seemed untenable. Lin Ping, Jinglan, and the others exchanged anxious glances. With the moon so round and the savages using fires to illuminate the approach, any descent from the high ground would leave the group exposed. If they waited until dawn, the rest of the tribe would surely arrive, and there would be no escape. The mood among Li Feng's people grew heavy with dread. Below, Gu Shodian taunted from among the fires, his voice smeared with cruelty and intoxicated with domination. He threatened to prevent their escape and prey upon the women. His coarse jeers drew bitter retorts from Pangzi. Li Feng paid him no heed, instead turning to Jinglan with a solemn nod. "All is entrusted to you," he said. Jinglan accepted the responsibility with gravity. Pangzi gripped his wooden staff and swore to protect the group with every ounce of his strength. Li Feng ordered immediate movement. "Descend now into the forest and head to the right. Leave marks along the way. I will hold them off by you time. At dawn, rejoin me." With the last instructions, the party slipped into the trees, each step heavy with sorrow. Li Feng hoped to stall the savages for half an hour, perhaps more. If he could not hold them, he resolved to make his end meaningful, to cut down as many foes as possible in a blaze of defiant honor. Dangia, Li Feng and the others are escaping. We cannot let them flee." Gu Shodian's cry cut through the canyon. The tribal warriors glanced upward at his command. Lin Ping and the others had already split into two groups, preparing to depart. The sight of their movement sent the hunters into frantic motion. Dangia brandished a wooden club carved with a serpent's head and shouted a guttural war cry. The warriors knocked arrows, heft spears, and clubs, ready to surge forward. They had dispatched runners to the village. By dawn, their entire clan would descend. They would not permit Li Feng and his companions to slip away. Gu Shodian's voice brimmed with vicious delight. His hatred for Li Feng ran deep, and desire for Lin Ping and her companions fueled his cruelty. Li Feng planted himself in the narrowing of the ravine, blade in one hand, shield in the other, a living bulwark amidst the shadows. "No one can stop us from leaving," he declared, his tone fierce as iron. "If any of you dare, I will fell you one by one." His resolve radiated like heat from a smith's furnace. He intended to hold the pass alone and buy time for the fugitives. At Gu Shodian's command, the tribe surged. "Capture them," he yelled. "Let none escape." A volley of arrows hissed through the air like a sudden storm. Dozens of shafts streaked toward Li Feng. He crouched, raising his shield. The projectiles were not supersonic in force, yet at such close range, even lesser missiles could maim or kill. Spears were hurled in the follow-up. Li Feng dove behind a boulder several meters high, which absorbed the brunt of the assault and shielded him from the onslaught. Meanwhile, Jinglan urged the women onward with trembling urgency. "Do not turn back. Run swiftly." She would not allow them to look upon the man who held their fate in his hands. Lin Ping, Uzili, Yang Meigui, and the others fled with tears streaking their faces. They were accustomed to hardship. Even those who had once ruled the underworld shed helpless tears for a future uncertain. Each step carried the weight of parting and hope. Gu Shodian's fury intensified. "Kill him, tear him apart," he roared, his voice echoing off the canyon walls. Dozens of warriors loosed arrows in another coordinated volley. Li Feng emerged from behind the stone blade, glinting a lone silhouette against the firelight. Though the flames lent his face a sickly pallor, his presence stood like a solitary mountain, immovable. He challenged them with a fierce laugh, embracing the storm of arrows and spears that advanced upon him. A spear thrust came with lethal intent. A warrior closed rapidly, his weapon aimed true at Li Feng's chest, as if to end him in a single brutal motion. Li Feng met the charge with unwavering composure, prepared to absorb the blow and stand between his friends and the savagery behind them. Gu Shodian seized Sholing and shouted that the apparitions were a trick produced by weather and lightning, imploring them to rise. The tribal men, eyes wide with terror after seeing those images, trembled before anything supernatural. To them, such phenomena were deified, and they treated every unearthly manifestation with reverent fear. Gu Shodian continued to bellow in vain. The clan could not comprehend his words. Li Feng stared at the phantasmal vision with mounting unease. The masked, antiquely attired figures had borne a coffin into the gorge, and in a flash of lightning vanished. The spectral sight never reappeared. Sholing and his people remained prostrate on the ground, bowing with frantic ritualized devotion and muttering a torrent of incomprehensible invocations. Li Feng could not decipher their tongue. After a prolonged recitation, Sholing sprang to his feet and fled down the valley. His followers scattered like hunted ghosts. He tried to halt them, ordering them to seize Li Feng and the women, but his commands fell on deaf ears. The tribe fled in a blind stampede. Seeing the exodus, Gu Shaoshan, who feared Li Feng's retribution, abandoned his post and fled as well. Li Feng lingered in the gorge, his nerves taut. He had been ready to fight to the death, yet fate had interposed. The sudden apparition had upended everything. As Gu Shoutian and the tribe's terrified cries receded, Li Feng remained rooted, replaying the uncanny scene in his mind. The phenomenon had been real, an ephemeral, undeniable image etched into the air by lightning. When the danger passed, Lin Ping, Li, and the others returned joyously. Relief flooded them, the prospect of separation and mortal peril dissolved. Women wept into Li Feng's arms, clinging to him with grateful embraces that were both tender and suffocating. Surrounded by warmth and softness, he felt the crushing burden of recent terror yield beneath them. Sun Daha watched with green-eyed envy, yearning to be held likewise. Li Feng comforted the women, assuring them he was unharmed. The sisters Ma Wanwan and Gu Ziajia joined a cluster of embraces and tears. Their frivolous teasing restored a fragile normalcy, and Li Feng smiled despite his lingering disquiet. He had prepared for tragic partings, yet fortune had spared them. Lin Ping and Yang Meigui knelt in gratitude to the heavens, while others echoed their thanksgiving, attributing their deliverance to ancestral protection. A distraught female tribeswoman who had believed herself rescued wept in disappointment as the clan vanished. Sun Daha threatened her roughly, warning she would be punished if she resisted. The fat comrade scratched his head in bewilderment and demanded an explanation for the spectral vision. Li Feng confessed his ignorance. Li, suddenly enlightened, proposed a rational explanation. She suggested that the mountains flanking the gorge were rich in magnetic ore. Under intense electrical storms, with lightning acting as nature's ephemeral photographer, certain images might be imprinted upon magnetized rock, producing transient projections. Perhaps in antiquity, a noble or local dignitary had been carried across the gorge in a funeral procession struck by lightning, and that scene had been preserved in the mineral's peculiar responsiveness to charge. The group mulled her hypothesis and found solace in the possibility of a natural cause rather than a curse. Relieved, they attributed their rescue to providence and the blessings of ancestors. Lin Ping reverent thanked heaven and their forebears on bended knee, others followed suit. Even Jing Lan bowed in gratitude. Sun Daha, with less decorum, thudded his forehead to the ground and implored the ancestors for safe departure from the island, wealth, and a parade of beauties. Laughter and supplication mingled in the clearing. Amid the communal thanksgiving, Li Feng's face grew thoughtful and unsettled. He sensed an incongruity, a detail that did not fit the tidy explanation nor the sudden reprieve. He did not voice the thought, but those gathered looked to him, waiting to learn what had shifted in his mind.